But Hello? Hello, can I be heard? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Pearl the Otter, and I am your Sea Otter, Sea Captain, Sea Tuber. And excuse me, I'm just going to move a little bit over here to the side so that I'm not abstracting the rest of the accoutrement back over here. But howdy! Hi! Hello, everyone! Today, it is the third day back of streaming. I'm sorry, yesterday. I do know we were supposed to do tarot yesterday. However, we had to go grab some furniture stuff from IKEA yesterday. Oh, thank you so much for the Ottawater. I appreciate it. Today's flavor is for gamer subs. I love the fact that I still have, for some reason, 2 alerts. I don't know why there's 2, but there sure as hell are. So I think that that's funny. But anyway, today's flavor, you can't see it, but it's in my hand, so you can imagine there's a cup here. It is Sakura Splash flavor today, which I will be pouring into a glass that you will be able to see on stream. Hello, Catmaster. Good day. I'm pouring it into my very spooky ghost cup. But yes, I know that yesterday we were supposed to do tarot, and if you are part of How Was the Furniture Shenanigans? Okay, so we found out that our IKEA did not have the restaurant. It had like a little like bites area or whatever, but it did not have the full restaurant. And we were so sad about it. But we did still get meatballs. Bakin and I split a chocolate bar. Yeah, meatball. Yes, also the vocal stem, meatball, has become like an intrinsic part of the Just Friends North America branch household, is for us to just now start just doing what's IKEA. It is a furniture store. I believe they are a Swiss furniture store. And they have, is it just me or is she slightly peeking the mic? Am I? I can't hear myself. So we'll find out. I can turn it down a little bit. But anyway, so we have been going to the IKEA yesterday, where we had the meatball, and Bakin and I shared a chocolate bar, and we bought a whole bunch of stuff. Also, Bakin has Bakin has told Nemo, so on the way home from IKEA, because there was Halloween decorations. And if there's Halloween decorations, I am going to want something, because I am a spooky bitch. I love Halloween decorations. And there was a little section where they had a like black licorice looking jelly bean spooky cat. And it was a plush toy. And so I immediately had to go get it. Like, I picked it up, I carried it in my arms, and Bakin knew instantaneously, we are going to have to take that bitch home. And so I'm carrying it around. At first he was just like, baby, we can't have the little feller. We don't need him. It's okay. And I was like, fuck you. I have $15. I'm going to buy this for myself. Immediately full brat mode. No, this is my little friend. Why would you say this to our child? You don't want to take our child home? He only costs $15 for the adoption fee. Like, I'll pay for this shit myself. And so I like put him in the cart. By the way, Nemo pushed the cart like 90% of the time, until Bakin got it. And then Bakin realized that technically like the IKEA carts are like omnidirectional. And then we started doing sick tricks with the omnidirectional cart, where Bakin did like a spin where he would spin it forwards and around and then catch it again. And then he would spin it over to a pass for me. And then I did the move where you just grab it and you just proceed to like spin in a huge circle with it. Like essentially I was doing like some sort of ballroom dancing with it. Bakin's like, fuck it, tango, let's go. So we were just fucking around with the cart. That's why Nemo had to have the cart 90% of the time. Nemo's like having a normal shopping experience in the IKEA while the rest of us are just like being weird. But there was also a lady. Okay, I'm gonna out this lady. So we're passing by the front of the store, and there's, you know, the showrooms in IKEA where it's like, oh, these are examples of like how somebody might, you know, have the layout. Here's like a nice, pretty green room with like, it's very moody, very dark. It's my favorite one. It's got really good chairs or whatever. And so like me and Nemo are like looking over there, and I'm like motioning to Nemo, like putting on my best Vanna White impression, just being like, this is my favorite room, Nemo. This is what I want our living room to look like. Very moody, very green, very, very dark green. And Nemo's just like, okay, it looks nice. And then we're like moving on to go show him which one that Bakin liked the most, which is a very kind of like, I would say that it gives like a music producer / divorced dad in New York, but in the 90s on like a sitcom where like his thing looks like it's really nice and that he shouldn't be able to afford it on like a middling music producer salary. Like that's what this room looked like. And it like has like a big desk, nice computers, instruments everywhere. It's attached to like a really cool like kitchenette area with like a wine rack that's like refrigerated or whatever that you could open up. It's very oddly specific because that is the vibe that this place gave. And so like we're sitting over there, we're talking about it. We're like talking about like, oh, you know, the Bakin really likes this one. And we're like about to sit down on like a couch. Nemo's on a chair, Bakin's on a couch. I'm on a velvet chair that's like blue. It's very like soft, and I'm just having the experience of every neurodivergent person ever when they find a texture that they like, is to just rub their hands on it like a stim. I am just sitting there just being like, soft velvet texture, hand happy. Congratulations, Melkor, for being the first mate of the stream. Fucking 18 minutes in. Congratulations. You win nothing other than this, other than attention for like 5 seconds. Is it good? Well, thank you for calling me out. But anyway, so we're sitting there, and I'm like, yes, happy texture. And this lady is like, there's a decent amount. I wouldn't say like a large amount of people at the IKEA, but there's like a decent amount. And this lady, who definitely looks like I wouldn't say that she's like Karen build, but I would definitely, because she doesn't have the haircut, but I would imagine that she did have the personality of a woman who would, at any point in time, questioned, would immediately go up to authority and be like, excuse me, what do you think you're doing? Get me the manager. But anyway, so like this lady is like, must be a field trip like situation. Like we're sitting here kind of like aghast that this lady is freaking out about the fact that there are people in the IKEA, and specifically that like we're sitting on furniture and existing in the same space as her. And God, it was so funny because I have never seen Nemo so quietly just be like, this woman is a bitch. I hate her. So Nemo and I were just like, yes. Sitting there with the cart being like, we do not like this lady. She's so rude. If she doesn't want to be in the IKEA where there are people, leave. Nobody paid you to be here. But it was really fun. I did consider in that moment while that lady was there, I did think about just doing the reenactment. Okay. So for everybody to know, there have been these like memes on my page, on my For You page, talking about two people pretending to be a toxic couple in the IKEA specific showrooms. That like, it is a thing that I want to do, as in like, it is a thing in my brain that I can imagine all of Just Friends doing. Is that us being like a toxic couple out of nowhere, just like testing the furniture. Because I did consider at that point, while Nemo and I were just like hating on this one bitch, was to just turn around and I wanted to ask him, hey, do you want to just be toxic people right now and just scare her the fuck off? Like, I wanted to do that so bad if we weren't immediately moving on because Bakin was leaving and we were having to try and follow him. But I did consider turning to Nemo and just being like, hey, do you want to be a toxic boyfriend with me? Be like, oh my god, I can't believe this. I just really like this chair, okay? I think it would go great with our decor. I don't care about your second cousin's uncle's cousin. I don't fucking care. Like, I really wanted to just ham it up, being incredibly theatrical and just scare the shit out this woman. I have like a label that should be like, normally, as long as you're like okay as a person, I don't feel the need to like have this, but there is a tiny label that is attached to me that is, if you go low, I will go lower. I match energy, and I will be the winner of this. You will not like who I call, like, you will not, I bippity boppity become a different bitch, and you will not like who you see. For some reason, why the alert didn't work? It showed up, but I didn't hear it. Don't mess with Pearl, she can fight back. I can fight back. However, for some people who have been hit with other objects, we did measure, by the way, at Offkai, side note, I'm so sorry that I slapped the shit out you. My apologies. I did just absolutely just slap my hand around willy-nilly, smacking the shit out the microphone. This is what happens when you don't have spatial awareness. What is space? I don't know. All I know is I should be given plenty of it. I will slap a bitch. But anyway, side note, outside of the like toxic IKEA couple moments. I'm sorry. God, I was gonna say something. Forgot what it was. Don't worry. The train of thought. She will be back. Run it back. All right, here he is. You go low. I go lower. Bippity boppity, become a different bitch. You will not like who you see. We measured me punching things at Offkai. That's where this was going. So at Offkai, we hung out with a few people in a round one while we were there. And like Bakin, Melkor, and we all played with the fucking punchy bag. And like the boys were sitting there at around 600. The boys were around 600. I think one of them may have gotten to almost 7. I punched it as like a girl with no quote unquote upper body strength. I hit 400. Solid, respectable 400 in the machine. I feel like if I had kicked it, it would have definitely been higher, because I took a lot of kickboxing. But it was very impressive to know I wasn't that far away from both my partner and like Melkor. Oh, hi Zero! Hi, welcome Raiders. My name is Pearl the Otter. I'm Sea Otter, Sea Captain, Sea Tuber, and I am currently right now doing a little bit of yap session before we go into tarot reading today. It is my 3rd day back from very long hiatus, i.e. I had like a 9 to 9 job for a little bit, but I have been promoted to customer, so now I am back. Let me get a shout out for, are we gonna find out what stands we all have? I don't know, man. It's up to you. I will just only tell you what the future gleams for me, which usually involves hitting you directly in your feelings. I'm not, this is a warning and a promise. I'm not an oracle, however, I do occasionally hurt people in their feelings. But that is Zero. Everybody say hi to Zero. Zero is a lovely Canadian hoser a little bit, or at least with their hoser accent redeem. They do a lot of different, like, really cool retro games, and they are a cat girl. But anyway, so we were at Ofkai, and we did measure, and I was not that far away from the guys. You're really cool. Shut up. No, it's my stream. I pay the bills here. You can't make me shut up. If my boyfriend can't make me shut up, none of you can. And he is the stronger man has tried. Pearl strong. Pearl is strong. Pearl, like, decided that at Offkai was get fucking rotated. If I knew you and I got consent, I lifted you. I lifted you like a princess and I spun you around. And by that I mean Poochie. I lifted Poochie. I spun him like a Mario boss. Has he tried using food? Joke's on you. I'm the cook in the house. Well, technically, we're all three cooks in the kitchen. But I'm the one who's cooked the most in the house. It's me. I can make my own food. Where he does get me, though, is I hate making my own drinks. I hate going to get things when I'm upstairs or downstairs. That's what he has to do, is I send him on little fetch quests. I'd like to see you try and rotate me. I have lifted up a man who is over 250 pounds, Zero. I do not feel like that is going to be that hard. Melkor is kind of like the biggest person in terms of like actual height and built like a shit brick house. And I got him on his itty bitty tippy toes. If I had been given just a slight bit more like leverage, up in the air he would have gone. But what sort of stuff does Nemo like cooking? Rabbits. Nemo likes cooking vegetarian meals. He likes like soybeans. He likes feta. He likes beans, just like beans of all sorts. Every color of bean. Garbanzo, chili, black bean, great northern bean. But, hello, salad. You could probably pick me up. Look, I'm gonna be honest. If you were underneath 250 pounds, I can basically throw you. I have picked up Punk, who is, she's self-proclaimed, like, oh, no, you can't pick me up, I'm too heavy. And then I immediately fucking, like, yeeted her out of the pool. She came to visit me at our old apartment, and we were in the pool, and I lifted her up, and she was, like, in the water when I first started lifting her up, and she was like, no, that doesn't count. I'm still in the water's helping. And I was like, all right, cool. Lifts. I took her out of the pool, out of the water area, still like walking around the pool, not water touching her in any way. And she was like, okay, never mind. I take it back. And I was like, okay, cool. Put her back down in the water. Yeah. 250 pounds is where I'm like, yeah, I can lift you with ease. That's not even a question. It's when we start getting to like 300 pounds is where it starts kind of getting a little iffy. Where I'm like, yeah, I could definitely lift you. I might hurt myself a little bit if I try, but I can do it. Because I have done that. I, when I was living in Texas, had a wonderful friend. He was a very large man. He was like 6'2" and like 310 pounds, 305, 310 pounds. And I, in full cosplay costume, as Blair from Soul Eater, in the heels, in the fucking heels, ran over lifted him up while I was in costume and carried him from one side of a Chick-fil-A to another side of a Chick-fil-A, because we were like essentially in like this big like hotel / mall, because it was like parts of it was a mall that it was connected like 3 different hotels or whatever. And I lifted him from one end and then carried him all the way across to the other end of the food court area where this Chick-fil-A was. But that's like 305, 310 pounds is generally where like, I'm like, yeah, I can lift you. I might hurt myself a little bit while I do it, but I can do it. Just checked 159. That's nothing. 100 to 150 pounds. I can fucking chuck you over my shoulder and decide to fireman carry you. Look, I am very short. I need this to be known. I am short. I'm like 5'3". So that means I have the power of gravity and like being very structurally sound. I have a lot of good leverage when it comes to lifting people off the ground because I am closer to hell. But that is... I'm small, but I can lift you. You have the power of gravity and anime on your side. That's only if the costume's on. But anyway, yeah, this is a full 3D model. Yeah, this model was commissioned by Afro for me, done by Chaotic Blossoms, who is fantastic. I really do enjoy how very like the blend shapes and everything for the full 3D Pearl. I love her a lot. We're currently using web motion capture for 3D Pearl. So all of this webcam. I do not have Leap Motion or any of the other fancy shit. I have a shitty Logitech camera in front of me. All of this web motion capture. Fantastic tracking, especially for hands. If you really want to, there is ways for you to put eye facial mocap and stuff in there as well. So it is super good. Super good. So for any of you out there thinking about getting a VOD model style 3D model, please, yes. Bop, 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 bop. Trust me, later I will be doing that again, but you'll be able to see 2 hands at the same time. It'll be crazy. Actually, you know what? That's a great segue. We're going to be going over to the other screen. So let's see what we got going on. All right, first of all, we're about to play my favorite game. That's called Hands. Hands, 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 hands. This is what happens. There we go. There you go. There you go. And then back up. Hands, 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 hands. It's my favorite part. But yes, we will be doing tarot today. This is my tarot mat, which I have all nice and set up with the hand camera. We have many decks today, which I will go through. We have the anime tarot deck right here. We have Spoopy tarot deck, also right here. We have one Nightmare Before Christmas. Welcome aboard, Golden-Eyed Basilisk to the SATAROT Worldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. We also have this one, Alice in Wonderland Tarot deck. Boop-a-doop. Excuse me, I'm just trying to squiggle the ball out. And then we have Villains. The Genshin tarot deck, very, very pretty. This is one of my favorite ones. It's very pretty. And then we have another Genshin tarot deck. This one is, I believe, with official card art from the series. So, like, this one isn't as fancy as the other one, but it's still good. And we also have So this is incredibly funny, actually. So if any of you guys have heard, there's being a slight revival of a certain intellectual property that is a webcomic. And it's being done by the same people who did Has Been Hotel. We have Homestuck tarot cards. So we have these are all the ones that I currently have in my possession at this moment at our house. So yes, but I will have you know, you are warned that this here, the Homestuck tarot cards, they're notorious for hurting your feelings. Don't pick this one and cry. Like like if you're gonna make stupid decisions, I'm gonna repeat my dad. This is the most Papa Otter thing you will ever hear me say. If you're gonna be stupid, you better be durable. So picking this card deck here is gonna mean you better be prepared. I'm not gonna hold your hand when I say this. This one's gonna be, I'm here to hurt your feelings, but it will be accurate. Generally. Homestucks are the very honest card. Like, this is the one where if you keep asking the same question every time to your tarot deck and you're just not listening, like all the other cards are trying to like be nice to you. I will be honest. I have had friends who are like, what should I do with my career? What should I do with this? What should I do with that? And like every other deck I will read for them. And the cards are like lovingly trying to nudge you to like, hey, you know, maybe we should look before we leap, think before we jump. Action right now in the heat of the moment with the passions that you have may not be the best idea. And then I'll be like, there's no more ways that I could tell you. Perhaps you shouldn't do that. And then it's like, okay, we've gotten to the Homestuck cards. We've gotten here. And then the Homestuck cards is essentially like, bitch, you need to work on yourself. You are not healed. You have so much childhood trauma you need to get through. Somebody else isn't going to fix you. You're changing your job isn't going to fix how you feel. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, bitch, you need therapy. And that's when I'm like, oh. Who said that? So where you turn around and be like, so anyway, it isn't the fact that you yourself are, you know, it's not your situation that's the problem. It is the fact you and your reluctancy to change that's the problem. And then it's like the turnaround, like, oh God, who said that? It wasn't me. I didn't say that. If I gave a throne gift, does it count? It depends, I guess. I'm not really prioritizing throne gifts currently. Doctor, some VTuber on the internet told me to come here. Look, I'm not always wrong. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right sometimes. And it's really funny that it works out that way. But please do remember, up here is the disclaimer. I am not a professional oracle. I am just an otter with some fucking cards. So take everything I say as a grain of salt. Maybe several grains. Maybe a full shaker. Depends on your questions. Right now, I'm not currently prioritizing throne gifts. Specifically, right now, I am more prioritizing gift subs and donations because those are more likely to be able to help out with like rent and whatnot. And, you know, I do have medical bills. I will be doing a subathon like next month to try and kind of help that over. But that is currently where we are at. So please, any and all donations, I appreciate. You will get guaranteed on the list. Here is, quote unquote, the list. Is this lovely binder that I've got with today's readings, which wrote down their names and where they are on the list, so that I do not forget them. 2 is that we will be doing 10 free raffles. which I will start out with after, thank you, Sora, gifting a tier 1 to 0. So that'll go ahead and put you on the 3-card list, first and foremost. I'll be writing with my cute kitty cat Killstar pen. Excuse me, I probably shouldn't write with that in my mouth. But we will start off the board with Sora. And Sora, what vibe do you want your questions to be? As well as what deck would you like? And then we will be starting the raffle soon. So essentially, while Sora types in the chat of their question and which deck they would prefer, essentially, I will be starting a raffle, and the raffle lasts 1 minute. And so you have to do !join, and I do believe it costs 100 pearls for your entry. And that all of that is the lowest that generally I can make it. So it's essentially free. You're just using currency that you've had. And we will be doing that 10 times. All right, financial. All right, so money. And you want Nightmare Before Christmas. Nightmare Before Christmas. All right, so now I'm going to start opening us up to the 1 minute. There isn't 100 of you, Pearl. There are many pearls. They're calcified bits of sediment found in oysters and clams. Don't ask me where I get my pearls. I may have a loving fondness for a certain clam. But single raffle. Now, hopefully, I did do this right. And then it will. Did I do it right? Am I stupid? Am I really bad at typing? Is it me? Am I the problem? No, you're not, bro. I am bad at this. For some reason, it's not working. The donation didn't come up. 1 second. I'm trying to see what's going on here. Trying to see what the thing is. For some reason, the donation is not popping up on my Stream Elements page. 1 second. Let me open up the other one. Scuffed Shirts tries it again. Every time. It never really stops. All right. We will have to fix this someday. See where the dashboard is currently right now. Recent events, please. It should let me know exactly how much. Okay, 50 from James. All right, Jimothy, you'll be number 2. And you went above and beyond the 25 for the full spread. So, are you wanting 2 questions, or do you want to just give one out? But I do see it over here on the dashboard. How do I enter a 100 Pearl raffle? No, you can just give the other one out. Okay, cool. And if you could give me the type of question that you would want, as well as which deck that you would like, as I try and figure out why Stream Elements is being a bitch. Lovingly. Because the single... Single raffle should be up. I do have it here. Da-da-ba-ba-ba. Single raffle. You know what? Let's see if I can do this instead. Ah! There we go. I fixed it. All right, guys. Join. Exclamation join. Exclamation join. I did the McDonald's jingle. To be fair, at home, it has been every time that either Nemo or Bakin or I see a McDonald's, we all stand up and go, McDonald's! We just go, McDonald's! All right. How about some love and hurt me with Homestuck? Oh, why do you... Jimothy, why are you wanting to be hurt? Why are you wanting to be hurt? All right, let's see what we've got. We've got 15 more seconds, and then we will start on Sora's, then Jimothy's, and then we'll do whoever gets the third one, and then after that, Jimmy always wants to be hurt. What do you mean? Mocha! Exclamation point join! Exclamation point join! You have 10 opportunities. 10 opportunities to get in. All right. It was 15 seconds. How many more seconds left? Is it going to tell me? Is it going to tell? Scream. Otter Bunatunities. Now that's going to be Monday. Monday is going to be the Otter Bunattunity. Which, by the way, guys, if you didn't know, Monday I will be at 7 p.m. CST doing Someone Won. Who is it? Oh, they did. The raffle has ended. It is Lycor Ismarilius. That is... Can I just call you Lycor? Looks like you've won. So you are going to have the first freebie. Snooze Cruise tomorrow still. Yes. Snooze Cruise still tomorrow. I'm trying to keep it to the schedule as much as possible. All right. So with that, Amaryllis like the flower. Okay, Rise, thank you. That is enough. Pat, that is enough. Rise, I'm gonna humbly ask. It's not relevant right now. Please stop. Anyway, sorry. Fucking my brain is made of soup right now. Sorry, this is what happens when you get me off track, like off track, off topic. Blah. Lycor, what is your question and what deck would you like? See, this is what happens. My brain is made out of soup, and then you confuse the shit out of me. And then I'm like, wait a minute, what was I doing? I am eternally stuck in the same loop of goes into kitchen, forgets why was in kitchen, leaves kitchen, then remembers exactly why I needed to go back into the kitchen, and then it circles around forever sometimes. Financial question, Genshin deck, please and thanks. Okay, financial for Lycor, money, and then Genshin. Do you want Genshin Shiny or Genshin Regular? Because we have two. We have Genshin Shiny and Genshin Regular. SSR R. Shiny, please. Genshin SSR. Got it. So, we're going to go ahead and start with Sora's, which is also for financial. and with the Nightmare Before Christmas tarot deck. So please excuse me while I move some things around and get us started officially. Ba, ba, ba. I call that the ADHD buffer. Look, man, you could sometimes look into my eyes and see the loading screen as I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. And then sometimes I'm like, you know what? It really just wasn't worth it. It didn't have to be that serious. It's okay. I'll be fine. And then like 2 hours later, I'm like, fuck, I remembered exactly what I was supposed to do. I'm an idiot. Yes, that is 1,000% what I'm like. Sometimes I'll just like stare into the distance. Okay, so we got here our scooching that back. Yeah. Please squeeze me as I do. I'm moving all the cards over. Too many cards. Too many. And I need to scoot myself a little bit closer to read properly. I love that when I move things to a place and then immediately afterwards I'm like, yeah, that wasn't close enough. Now we have moved. Now it's a little bit easier for me to get to the actual cards themselves. Phone out of the way. Specifically, my question is, will I be able to get a PS5 next year? Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. A lot of these cards have not been used in like a year, so they're a little stiff right now, sadly. I did spend an awful lot of time right before moving, kind of just like holding them and trying to kind of like re-put the energy into the decks. But we shall see how well this goes. Come on. Damn. You are stiffer than my grandma at this point, and she's 6 feet under. It's okay. I didn't like her anyway. We're allowed to make fun of my dead grandma. Bye, Dragoo. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy Saturday. You weren't ready? Look, my grandma, I'm going to be honest, my grandmother was a bitch. She was mean, and she told me and all the other children that she didn't like us as much as one cousin. So, like, she made peace with knowing the fact that it was a mutual disdain. Her for me and me for her. Look, Southern family do be that way. You'll respect her, but it don't mean you gotta like her. I know we're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but honestly, she's just so glad somebody remembers to talk about her at all. God, that woman was such a gossip. She was the epitome of one of those church ladies with the big hats who just, go to church just to talk shit about everybody. That was my grandma. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. I have now put energy into these cards. For Sora, it is a 3-card spread. So we'll be doing 1, 2, and 3. Now, Sora, do you feel like we should flip any of these any of these cards. Maybe the right cards, just not in the right orientation at this point. Or do you want to just let it rip? My gut's telling me flip middle. Okay, we are flipping the middle. All right. So your question was financial. Your question was whether or not that you will be able to afford a PlayStation 5 next year. So let's look at the first one. We have the world in reverse. Now, the world usually is kind of talking about like everything that's encompassing, right? The world is quite literally everything. It talks about, you know, your whole journey. And when the world is in reverse, it usually talks about things like delays, stagnation, shortcuts, incompletion. Have you in the past, or at least beforehand, felt like you were really stuck? Like you were kind of just like running around in a hamster wheel that just didn't go nowhere? Like no matter what you did, every like energy you tried to put out in there just kind of like you stumbled at the end and didn't quite make it. Did you feel like Harurara a little bit in a race in the Armageddon every day? Sorry, I will be a horse. I will be horse girl referencing. I'm so sorry for all of you. But anyway, that seems to be what the past is talking about. Like you may have financially struggled a lot, that you may have like tried to look for jobs, either jobs were just like weren't hiring, or there's been like, you know, you couldn't be able to move forward and you kept like putting in applications, doing, you know, all the things that you thought that you were supposed to do, trying to, you know, side hustle as best you can, but just kind of always coming up short, or like, you know, you're trying to put away money, save for yourself, do things that you really want to do, but, you know, family situation happens, or, you know, medical bills, something happens, and all the money that you saved is just kind of you're right back where you started. And then we've got, this is supposed to be what you are feeling currently, or what is influencing you currently, which is the Three of Presents, which I believe presents in this one is, I believe presents are supposed to be the earth sign, essentially. They're supposed to mean material wealth. Let me just double check that is correct. That this is supposed to be representing of actual financial or energy of some sort. Basically anything. Yep. These are representing earth symbols. So we've got the Two of Presents, and it is upright. So Two of Presents upright basically talks about, you know, currently right now, things are going to be coming your way. It is going to be weighing many options, talking about multitasking, or having multiple choices. You are essentially kind of at a little bit of a crossroads. It's talking about that there will be unexpected, you know, either monetary windfall or, you know, new opportunities. Something is going to be coming to you that is going to be helping you reach your desired goal. Is reaching you having more money to be able to feel more safe and comfortable, and be also able to buy things like the PlayStation 5 that you want to, you know, make it feel like life is worth living, and that there will be a series of opportunities that will be appearing before you, or a physical amount of money by itself. And then we have what is going to be the future. And so our future is the Page of Candles. Pages are always tend to be messengers. They're generally, when I think candles are supposed to be the wands, which are, you know, usually talking about creativity. It's usually talking about the mental sphere, or the higher sphere of, you know, being able to have a vision And with the Page of Candles, it's talking about, being fresh, being a lot of innovative ideas. You may not exactly have a solid plan, but you have the makings of what you want to do with I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do my passions, have creative sort of ideas. Honestly, this really seems like it's giving I want to be able to fund my hobbies. And it's not just the PlayStation 5. This seems to me like, Sora, if you do accept these opportunities that are presented in the near future and are able to kind of take those and then use it to create more opportunities for yourself for your hobbies. It may not be like a solid plan, but at least in your head, you have an outline of like, okay, so if I get this money, then I can spend some of this money towards this. And maybe I'd be able to save towards this. And so that I can do more stuff. Funny thing is that your birthday is next week. Well, maybe you could get yourself something a little neat for your birthday money, and that would be able to help you fund your hobbies. Hello, Lost in Spirals. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Pearl the Otter. I am a sea otter, sea captain, sea tuber, and currently right now we are doing some live tarot readings. We get to play my favorite game called Hands. I can even do two at once if you want to see. It's crazy. Hands. But hello, Raiders, what were you doing? You were playing Spyro the Dragon. I have never really played too much of a Spyro game, but I have watched friend Vivi play plenty of Spyro, so I do hope that you guys had a really fun time. If you guys do want to sit back, relax, get yourself something to drink, something to eat, and watch as we continue on with our live tarot readings. If not, I do understand you did just have a really big stream and watched a whole lot of stuff, so if you want to go back, get off the internet, maybe take a nap, I do understand, but otherwise, thank you! We will be here. And that was our Sora's financial question. We're going to put this back. Boop, 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 boop. And into the box. Into the box with you. Bitch fit. Thank you. I'm so mean to all of my cards. I'm just like, bitch. All right. Our next one that we have here. Nice mat, Oracle cards, so you should get something. I really like this mat. I saw it on Throne. I'm sure that I could find a link for it and post it at a later point in time, but I really like this. It does a full spread for you. We have several decks, actually. We have anime, specifically non-generic anime. We have Alice in Wonderland. We have Disney villains. We have Nightmare Before Christmas. We have Genshin regular. We have Genshin SSR, otherwise known as the shiny version. We also have spooky tarot cards. And if you are here for cringe and to get your feelings hurt, we also have the Homestuck Tarot deck. The Homestuck Tarot deck is mean. She lives in this lovely case because she bites. And we will be giving away 10 more. We'll be giving 10 more because Jimothy actually gave an extra for somebody to get it guaranteed. So I am going to actually run that raffle right now. So we're going to do an exclamation point singular raffle. And you have 1 minute to do exclamation point join for 1 point. 1 Pearly point. That means if you have been here longer than 5 minutes, I think roughly, or you were there for the raid, you should have some Pearly points that you were able to use. And as I look up which cards that we're doing for Jimothy, Jimothy wants a Homestuck. So you're about to watch somebody's feelings get hurt. And we are doing a love question Feeling the passions, shall we? But we do have 30 more seconds. I love the fact that sometimes only I can hear the audio, and sometimes you guys can't. It's strange. You have 15 more seconds! 15 more seconds! But for now, I'm going to turn off the sounds. Oh, there it is. There it is. I heard it that time. Did we fix it? Did we fix the thing? The raffle has ended, and looks like Rise has won. All right. Rise. Up and at him. Come here, boy. Come here, mini Markiplier. I say mini Markiplier because he does look like a little baby version of Markiplier. Full on, we've seen him with pink hair. It was adorable. All right, Rise, what's your question? And what deck do you want it with? I forgot I had to redeem for this. You got a walk. Wah. Rise, I'm waiting. Can you get over blushing and about me talking about how you're adorable? Come on. Time's ticking. Well, looks like I killed him. Looks like Rise is dead. Oh, well, thank you, Spring Rose, for the otter water. Homestuck? Okay. What do you want to be hurt about? What aspect of your feelings do you wish to be hurt? And I'm willing to okay, we're talking about love. Love and relationship problems. The usual. I'm sorry, I was busy. You can't be busy. Why are you here watching me stream? Rude. This is a joke. I am contractually obligated to tell you that before somebody tries to fucking cancel me on Twitter. Alright, so we're going to be doing Homestuck. We're going to be doing Love. And we're going to do that. I love the fact that it's not back to back, but it's like one and then a break and then another. Alrighty. We do have here the Homestuck deck. We are using the whole thing. Jimothy, specifically, what is your specific romance question? As I am trying to put energy into the cards, asking them, please don't be too brutal. Please don't be too mean. Jimothy's a good egg. He doesn't deserve this. Don't just shoot the boy in the head. Want to get into the dating scene, and I hate dating apps. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to be like me talking, not the cards, because I'm just putting the energy like into it while we're essentially cutting the deck. I could not do dating apps. I am so grateful that the love of my life came from just like me being a silly little fucking weirdo on the internet. Just like me being a VTuber, making friends, and then hanging out with people, and now I'm dating Bakin. I would not imagine ever wanting to be on a dating app because I have too many friends that are just like, it's weird, it's super impersonal, the hookup culture, I just want a date. I just want somebody to sit there and listen to me when I'm having a bad day. I don't necessarily want everything to be like super fucking, you have to call me 3 times a week. And if you don't call me 3 times a week, if you don't, blah, 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 blah. It's very easy to get catfish too. I'm not even so worried about the catfishing part. Like, mine is more or less the emotional fucking turmoil of people being incredibly just kind of disingenuous and wanting, like, I need you to do this, this, and this if you're gonna be my partner. And I'm like, no, this is a very communication heavy thing. Like, everybody's is gonna be different. Pick somebody who's in your wheelhouse. Yeah, there's a lot of unwritten rules of dating, and I'll have you know, I have never followed any of them. No, they have not. In fact, I'm gonna be honest, I fight Bakin sometimes to pay for stuff. I do it. It's not even a lie. I will be like grabbing my card occasionally and be like, no, I'm taking us out. It's my turn. I'm putting him in the skirt. Tell us the rules so we don't get thrown overboard. Generally, here would be like my rules for dating, which is number 1 rule: don't be an asshole. Like, just don't be an asshole. Be a decent person. 2, be emotionally available. As in, like, you are here for a date. You are dating a person. It is okay for you to be emotionally vulnerable, but also accept somebody else being emotionally vulnerable. Because I'm gonna speak about this from the female perspective, or at least from the, like, as raised as female perspective. Women are like, yeah, we like the way you look or whatever. Like, there's always physical attraction as like what starts first, but there is something to be said about emotional intimacy. If you're ever wondering why, like, people are like, oh, nobody likes dad bods, nobody, you have to be like a fucking hunk or whatever to get a woman. No, you don't. You really don't. If you are emotionally available and have mature conversations and definitely seem to be reciprocating the amount of energy, women want somebody to put the same amount of energy in. And I'm not talking about financially. I'm talking about emotionally and, like, kind of metaphysically energy. Like, they want you to put in the same that they are giving. If, like, this girl is remembering what your birthday is, what your favorite things are, like, I'm gonna be incredibly like, my boyfriend, Bakin, love of my life, stopped by a random Walmart to grab something. This was like a fucking year ago. I had just moved in with him, and I'm gonna be so for real about this. This like little piece of shit thing here, like, it's like maybe $5, right? I cried receiving this the first time that I got it. Like, he brought it home. He brought me a thing because it reminded him of me. And he was like, oh, my girlfriend likes otters. She likes cute little stuffed animals. I will get her this. She will like this. And I cried about it. Motherfucker forgot that he bought it on his way home. Like, brother gave me a bag full of groceries, and I pulled this out, and I saw it, and I weeped. And he was like, oh, I straight up forgot that I had given you that. Yeah, I bought that for you. I'm sitting there weeping in our kitchen, and he's just like, it's not that deep. It's really not that deep. And I'm like, yes, but I have never had somebody just buy me something that has been like, just because they thought of me. Like, this shows that you cared about me enough to remember about my weird hyperfixations and that I loved stuffed animals. This shows that you listen to me when I talk. And that's what's most important to me, is that you listen to me when I talk to you, when I say things. Like, if you remember that my favorite color is seafoam green, and you buy me shit that's seafoam, me crying. That's legitimately, that's a lot of women are very much the same way. If you prove that there is, the second favorite is black, yes, second favorite is black. First favorite is seafoam green because that's an actual color. Black is the absence of color. So, or whatever. It's technically a shade, not a color, but whatever, fuck it. But most women are like that. Most women are wanting you to like listen to us and like actually react to the things that we say, because that is so important to be listened to and to be valued, especially in this day and age where people who present as female do not feel like people listen to them, do not feel like there is a lot of like actual conversation. And so if you prove yourself to be like open to conversation and reciprocating energy, you will find yourself significantly more likely to be in a relationship with somebody than not. But anyway, you're wanting to see about I can talk, I just can't text message. Brother, I only text message people if I have to. I would rather yap. I am so much better in person than I am, I feel like, on the internet. I feel like I'm one of those rare people that are just like, yeah, no, like on the internet, I'm pretty okay. But man, I am so much funnier and so much better, like when I am physically able to show you comedy, as well as like hug you, give you a fucking food. I will feed you like somebody else's Southern grandma, because as we have learned, my Southern grandma was a not nice lady. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, we're gonna cut the deck. Boop. Boop. All right. And so this one's a full. So this is first. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And then the problem. All right, Jimothy, are there any cards that you feel like need to be flipped? That they're the right card, but just maybe not in the right orientation? The fourth one and the seventh one, are you wanting to switch the fourth and seventh position respectfully, or do you just want to flip them? Flip. Okay. 4 is flipped. This one is also flipped. All right. Let it ride. All right. So our first one in the past is talking about 3 of Pentacles. Pentacles, as we know, is very much the earth sign. And with earth signs, it's talking about, like, imagine like currency. Even energy technically counts as a currency. Everything is currency in terms of like your time, your money, your energy, your sort of, imagine it as like your health bar, health and or stamina bar. And so it's very much talking about nurturing new opportunities. It is talking about having more things. It's talking about in the past, something, it seemed like there was a bright light ahead. Like there was going to be some payoff, that, you were maybe seeing budding relationships, talking to more people, maybe having a little bit, of an easier time, kind of emotionally connecting to people. And then we have the present, which is the King of Pentacles. And with the King of Pentacles, King is essentially talking about things like when you go higher up, right? a page is a messenger. A knight is far more likely to come sooner than the messenger will. It's more or less talking about either a person, when it comes to the ace, being the epitome or the kind of the shining example of whatever the suit is, to being what is like the king is more practical, kind of like a ruler, maybe a male specific influence that's happening, maybe yourself or in your life. And then you've got things that are like queens, and they are more of like generally emotional, usually female presence, or talking about like, instead of like a physical object, theirs is more like a resource. So what we have here is the King of Pentacles. And when currently right now, that would be talking about things like control, corruption, indulgence. Usually this is talking about risky gambles, poor impulsive decisions, or being kind of stubborn and holding on to very like outdated ideas. That's generally what the card starts to look like. Now, this reflecting in sort of like a romantic sense might be, I know that you hate dating apps. Everyone hates them. However, the idea of not being open to use it might be a problem for you right now, because most of communication in life is now done online. You know, you hang out with your friends on Discord, you do things, you meet people in mixers, your jobs are all done on job boards. Like, there are very few places where you just go out and meet people without there being a reason for it. And when it comes to love, trying to make an actual connection to somebody where it doesn't feel forced, kind of the old-fashioned way, is a 1 in a million chance. Personally, the fucking pachinko machine of life that got me to start VTubing, meet Vivi as VTube sister, Vivi has friend Bakin, met friend Bakin through other friend because they were friends, and like all of that shit had to line up in the universe for me and Bakin to date. For us to even meet each other, have a conversation, talk about Southern flirting, and then for the rest to be history at this point. Like, the odds of that are so astronomically low. It is a 1 in a million chance. I feel like you have a better chance doing the lottery. So this is talking about, like, you know, you're not wanting to use dating apps. This is an old or antiquated idea. It's very much being, like, this is your control. This is your, like, thing that you're not going to get rid of. You don't want to do it. You don't like it. It's the obstacle. And then we have, the problem is Ace of Wands. So wands are usually talking about, you know, they are, fire signs, they are passion, they are creativity. And as we talked about, that ace is generally talking about the epitome or the ultimate example of. Your problem is that you're inspired, you have passion to want to reach out to find, you know, a new relationship. You're ready. You're really wanting this, and you're probably thinking about it. You're probably daydreaming about it a lot. You know, when you do that thing that every other neurodivergent person ever does, and they stare off into the wall a little bit and just kind of like let the maladaptive daydreaming take them. And, you know, I imagine that the problem is that this is something that you want very, very badly. But actually, I feel like these cards are kind of reversed. I feel like this is your present self and this is your problem. So I'm just going to switch those around there. It very much seems like you want this presently. You would like a relationship. You're daydreaming about it. It's a big part of what you want, what your passion and drive is for currently. Your problem is the dating apps and antiquated ideas of how to do that, and struggling with probably navigating that entire field. That's personally what I'm thinking. And then we have what is essentially the future, as well as the conscious, the unconscious, your hopes and fears, well, and then, you know, personal influence. So I'm gonna have us look at the conscious and unconscious decisions. What is your conscious decision currently right now? You have a 6 of Wands. Seems like there's a lot of Wands. There's an awful lot of passion and an awful lot of emotional feeling with this. 6 of Wands usually talks about, so 5s in almost all the suits are talking about some sort of struggle. The 5s of whatever is talking about a battle, either like an actual battle out there in life or an internal battle inside. 6 is kind of what happens after the battle. So 6 of Wands is talking about you are the victor. You are triumphing over considerable opposition. You know, you feel like you're being recognized, or, you know, that you will be rewarded for your hard work so long as you keep going. Like, your conscious decision is, if I continue to work hard, somebody will notice me. Somebody will love me. Somebody will like me. I'll be able to get through this. I just have to have the knowledge. I just have to work harder. I have to figure it out. I have to game the system. And let's see what the unconscious is. The unconscious is strength in upside, which generally talks about self-love. It talks about unconditional respect, courage. It is essentially the Leo sign, or the lion sign. And so when it talks about things like strength, I'm thinking maybe that unconsciously you have a little bit of maybe self-love issues. That you're trying to be stronger to love yourself, to do things that have more of a kind of being more nice to yourself, to see yourself in the best light that you can, because maybe beforehand you weren't, and it's more of an unconscious, you know, battle that you might be having, because we all have that. We all have struggles with the idea of loving someone else and loving ourselves. I'm just working on myself, losing weight and all that. Well, that's still technically, you know, working on yourself. It's talking about things like showing resolve, reliability, enduring. And let's see what we got here for your personal influence, which is the 9 of Wands. Jesus Christ, there is an awful lot of passion in here. All right, let's see. 9 of Wands, if I remember correctly, in reverse, talks about doubt, exhaustion, talks about things that are like defensiveness. Do you feel like perhaps that you doubt yourself a lot? Do you have doubts that you'll be able to make it work? What about this kind of gives... What is the part about the dating apps that you really don't like? Like, what's the part that exhausts you? What's the little doubt in your brain that's like, but I could do it. If I work hard enough, I can get there, but what's the but? I doubt myself constantly. The last person I had dated with never show up, and it's the most exhaustive is the ghosting. Yeah, that's... I don't feel like there's anything you can do about ghosting. Unfortunately, it's just a very much a part of life now, because people don't like sitting in discomfort. People don't want to have the conversation of, hey, I'm just not that into you, or I'm really just here to talk. Or maybe they just themselves are like, I'm not really I'm not prepared for the idea of actually meeting somebody because it's easier. Everything online is easier. It's a lot more casual. It's a lot less in your face. It's a lot less real. When considering the idea of, oh goodness. Thank you, Ninix. I will write you down on the guarantee list momentarily. But thank you for 5 gift sub. 5 gift sub earns you full spread, $25 redo. And you will need to tell me what your question is and which deck you will prefer. Rise will be able to tell you what decks they are currently are. But thank you. Thank you. We will write you down here on the NYNX. Nix. I don't think there's a part about like ghosting that we can really kind of deal with, because that's more of a societal issue of not wanting the idea of like discomfort or I'm trying to think of what it is. Confrontation. It's an avoidance of confrontation. Nobody wants to have an awkward conversation with anybody because there is in their minds like a detriment. It's maybe too much energy. Maybe they just don't know the right words to say. Maybe, this, that, 1,000 different excuses. Even though sometimes it's easier just to say, hey, I like you, but I'm not in love with you. So I like talking to you, but I'm just not that into you in that way. And it's really difficult to kind of deal with that. Now, the thing that we can deal with, I feel, is that we can deal with the other part, which is the doubt, right? Because here's the idea. Dating will always be a numbers game. Dating will always be a numbers game. Yes, it's emotional. Yes, there are things that you can do to skew the numbers in your direction. But the problem is that you are going to have to move past the doubt. You are going to get hurt a lot of times. And it is unfortunate that I must say this. Everybody gets hurt in the game of love. Because yes, they could not show up. Yes, they could break your heart. Yes, it could work out forever, but there's no guarantees in life. There are no guarantees that you will work together forever and ever and ever and ever. And I'm gonna kind of give my own real life example. I have had ex-boyfriends. I have had people that I loved very, very much. And ex-girlfriends, hell. That I've loved very, very much. But there is a point where that love isn't necessarily worth the time, the energy, and everything else. Where you can love somebody so much, but you can't just fix them with that. They have to be willing to change themselves. And that's the thing about love, is that there's no guarantees. It's beautiful when you have it, and when it works, it's wonderful, but it is a constant effort to every day have communication. It's to reaffirm yourself that you do love this person and you are willing to work for it and do things better. I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect for Bakin, who is, the love of my life. I'm traumatized. I've had a lot of really shit relationships, in friendships, in actual love. I've been traumatized. And so sometimes Bakin and I fight. And it's a totally normal thing for people to have fights in their relationships. And for doing those things, it's talking it out, working it out, taking accountability for your own shortcomings and trying to be better. So that's just kind of like a side to being like, even when you're to the point where you're like, okay, but I just want to get in the relationship, right? Like, she can hurt me all she wants afterwards. I just want to get in there like swimwear. The thing is, it's going to hurt. Ghosting's gonna hurt. Breakups are gonna hurt. Fights are gonna hurt. You have to be willing to push through it to find the person you feel is worth it the most. I wouldn't say like destiny, because I don't fully believe in like fate and destiny. I believe that, like, there's somebody out there for everybody. because there's so many different kinds of love that I always believe that there's some kind of love out there for everybody. But it is going to be, at the end of the day, is what you're wanting. Is the relation, do you want just not to be lonely? Or are you actually looking for someone to spend the rest of your life with? And I feel like that's kind of the biggest question in the room, honestly. Is because we are all lonely. We're all wanting to, have somebody in our corner, to see us and for us to be their special person and there to be our special person. We all want that in some form. But is it the idea, or is it that you actually want to give that love and that work and that energy to somebody to have and to hold for forever until you die? Essentially, that's the decision that you have to make. Are you in here for love casually? Or are you in here for love competitively? And then we have hopes and fears, which we have in reverse, which I believe this is this is temperance. Okay, looking for my forever person. I sort of have my life together now and a house and a good job and all that. So now I have time and love. I would like to give that. Okay, so you are, in fact, looking for the forever person. This is not let's ask casual now. This is an actual, I am looking for to have and to hold till this day forth travel do us part. Wav. True wav is what brings us here together today. So, the next card that you have, which is your sort of your hopes and your fears, is temperance. Temperance is talking about things like extremes. They're talking about excesses, imbalance, usually some sort of discourse or discord. And do you tend to go to extremes? Like, are you the kind of person that when something goes bad, or like in your mind, you think that something is going bad, you tend to go to the extreme? You tend to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to catastrophize this. Like, okay, this person doesn't show up. Cool. Never gonna do this again. Putting my foot back into the box of like it's all or nothing, or just very extreme. Because it seems like your hopes and fears are either they are very, it's either going to be super, super great or super, super terrible. Something bad that happens, I get stressed out, and I very much think that there's something wrong with me. Okay, but is it immediately like, oh God, I'm a horrible person. I scared them away. I did something wrong. Me. Versus like a very small interaction. I'm gonna be honest, I catastrophize. This is me. This is a fucking call out post. I am a catastrophizer. The second that I have like a bad social situation, I'm like, oh fuck, I did it. I messed it up. It was me. They're gonna hate me, and they're gonna tell their friend that I'm friends with that they hate me, and then they're gonna have to pick sides about whether or not that our friends are gonna like each other anymore, and then I'm gonna get kicked out of the friend group. Like that's me. That is this is a call out. This is me. That is catastrophizing. That is making up essentially a scenario that is very less likely going to happen, but you're imagining it as truth. And you were like thinking, okay, what's the worst possible thing? Because your brain is naturally wired to think of the worst thing ever. Your brain is naturally wired in such a way to try and protect you, where any like supposed threat, which could be a social situation, honestly, because there's all kinds of different stressors out there. Social situations where you like do like a little social faux pas. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I have done a social faux pas where some people are just making a joke, but I don't think it's a joke, and it's about something I'm very passionate about, And as we have saw earlier, there is a label on me that says if you go low, bitch, I will go lower. I will meet you at your level and then some. So I will, you know, if I react in such a way that is very negative and it's like, oh, but that was just joking. It was just jokey joke. Didn't have to take it that seriously. My brain's like automatically after that's like, oh, well, now all of my friends are gonna hate me because I'm a bitch and I couldn't take a joke and I was too serious and I got way too for real for a minute and now they're all gonna hate me. Fears that I've actually felt so often. Granted, if you do feel this, there is help. Here is help for you. Just talk to them. Just be like, hey guys, that joke the other day, it kind of really upset me and I'm sorry. I may have taken it a little bit too far, but perhaps can we maybe avoid joking about that particular thing in the future? It really upset me and these are the reasons why it upset me and I would like to still remain friends. And I'm not saying that, you know, it's anybody's fault. It was just a, you know, mixed baggage did not work super well. The conversation that you have with the people, if you feel like your friends are worth having, and if it's not like a bleh, you know, the problem with dating apps and stuff like this, there's no way to contact them. Yeah, see, that's kind of the problem, is that they're the ghosting part. You can't really fix the ghosting part. The part that we can fix, the part that like you need to stop thinking that it's always you, that you did something, because honestly, it may not even be you. And maybe they were like, oh yeah, I had a great conversation or whatever, but they're just not ready. They're not ready to have like a real relationship. Maybe you're meeting somebody who's like, I'm here to date casually, with the like missed expectations. Like they are not meshed well. They're here for, I'm here to date casually, maybe go out for drinks, maybe a cup of coffee. And you're meeting somebody here with like, hi, I am looking for my forever person. And they are just like, there's expectations that cannot be met from either side. You don't want to just date, quote, like they think you don't want to just date casually, where they're like, you know, oh, I'm dating this guy, I'm talking to that girl, blah, 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 blah. But you're like, no, I'm here to find the love of my life. And they're like, yeah, I'm not looking for a love of my life. I'm just here for a good time, not a long time. So for other relationships, definitely conversation. For these, you're kind of having to stop think about whether or not it's you. It might just be like, it doesn't mesh up. Or like your lives don't look the same, right? Like some people are, you know, out the gate. They're like, I want kids and the picket fence and, you know, the great American nuclear family. Some other people are like, no, fuck that. I'm from a traumatized household and my line ends with me. So, you know, the children, religion, you know, just vegetarian versus meat. Like those things are what would be people, like those would be deal breakers. Or maybe just like, those are the things that you learn when you talk. And at the end of the day, in the fucking night before you're supposed to go on the date, they like look up into the stars and they were like, I really don't want to do this. I don't want to have this conversation. I don't want a forever person. I'm 22. I'm 22. I want to like date several people, get drunk on a Saturday night, dance on the table, maybe get a, you know, permanently banned from a Six Flags, like stupid people shit. Because not everybody's going to be in the same place in life. Hell, I wasn't at the emotionally mature part of my life, I feel like, until my 30s. And then the emotion, like the maturity, like I'm still doing stupid shit till this day, till now. It's just whether or not like your baggage and their baggage and the ideas that you both want in life mesh. Problem is that you're not going to be able to contact them, but like I feel like that has to be you're going to have to take number one, you're going to have to take it on the chin that it is going to happen, and it's going to be frustrating. It's going to suck. Not going to have a fun time. But, and there's the big but, it's not always your fault. It's not always your fault. you need to stop thinking that it's your fault, because it could be a bajillion other different reasons that it has nothing to do with directly you and has a lot to do with them. So now let's look at the future. Which we have is the Page of Swords, and the Page is a messenger, generally. And swords are supposed to be, I believe, because they are air. They are intellect. They are logic. They are reason. And when it's talking about that, it is a message of, brutal truth. It's talking about kind of looking into yourself. It is talking about imagine a mirror. Imagine a mirror, honestly. And you're looking at yourself and you're kind of like going over yourself with a fine-tuned comb and being like, okay, this is something that I can deal with. This isn't something I can deal with. This is something that I want. This is something that I don't want. And those sorts of, discussions of being very honest about what you actually are willing to deal with, what you want to deal with. And it usually represents somebody who is, in a repeating story. It usually talks about people who are also, very smart, very technologically driven or technologically adept. And it's, could be talking about rumors or gossip. But I very much think that this is signaling brutal truth. And this might be the moment actually right now, which is brutal truth, which is telling you everything that I could possibly tell you about like romance in the year of our Lord 2025. And this is maybe this moment of being like, hey, it's not you. It's not always you. Stop thinking it's you. This is that come look at yourself objectively moment. Very brutal truth, very like logic forward instead of emotional. And then we have what is the external influence, which is the Knight of Swords. And the Knight of Swords, which is again a message, but a little bit more of a sooner message. This one's more of a like the message will get to you eventually. This is the message is rapidly approaching. So it's usually talking about traveling, specifically usually by air. It talks about flurries of ideas, productive changes in projects, relationships, or this may be a person. The person who represents this is usually somebody who's incredibly clever, somebody who questions authority and considers themselves to be, very aloof. They consider themselves to be a little bit airheaded and usually uses their talents to test others and kind of be like, even though they are airheaded or whatever, it's more of a challenge to authority. So this can be a person, but it can also be like talking about specifically travel, but it does signal a change in your current status and relationships and like people and how you're feeling and your thought process. So there is a change. That person may be coming sooner than you expected, and who is challenging you to think or act differently than you have been, to kind of test yourself, to better yourself. And then we have what is the outcome, which is the Knight of Wands. Back to Wands. Wands is the loneliest number that you ever knew. All right. And we're back to passion projects. All right. So this one is talking about, again, more trips. This one's a trip by land. And this one is talking about periods of rapid change and somebody, this could be a person who is talking about whose life is somewhat of a Don Quixote. This is a person who will go after goals with dedication, no matter how silly or mundane. And when this card is reversed, it is essentially talking about that there may be trouble ahead in terms of like travel when it's by car, bike, motorcycle, fucking three-wheeler if you got that. This might be talking about like warning you of oncoming danger. That yes, you want to travel by air. Yes, there's this person who's going to challenge your ideas, but it is also warning you, maybe, honestly, this is feeling like it's challenging your thinking and having you travel on a road that's less traveled. It seems to be thinking about the people in your life. This one is challenging you to be a little bit thinking about different ways and moving in different strokes than you have been. And this one is essentially another person who is warning you about what would be pitfalls. Warning you about, you know, the mundane road that is traveled and helping you trying to avoid that. Maybe avoiding injury or, you know, you being a martyr for yourself. You know, just like, whoa, woe is me. It'll be, you know, it is what it is. Guess nobody loves me. You know, I can't do anything to change anything about that. I feel like this is entirely a problem of perspective. That it's the way that you think and not the way that you act. That is the difference. Like, I feel like this is what the cards are pretty much telling me, is that yes, you are full of passion. Yes, you want this so badly. But it is entirely how you think about the negative, like the pitfalls, the things that happen, the things you can't change. Thank you so much for reading. I felt it has helped. Got to go to work and have the great rest of stream. Thank you. Thank you for doing thing. I appreciate it. I'm sorry if this was a little bit really overly explaining and also way too many anecdotes about actual lives. This card was literally, bro, it ain't you. Stop thinking it's you. Okay. Next one. Okay, we have Lycor. Lycor, are you there? Because we have, I believe, our first freebie. And our freebie is a 3-card spread for the Genshin SSR. The shiny Genshin cards. And you were also wanting to know about financial situations. Boop. Also, congratulations. It's been a while, so we are going to be looking at the art for these just because I really like the art. We have the Hanged Man. And it's so good. I love a lot of this art. It's so pretty. The Moon. Temperance. The Tower. There are 5 decks. Which one? There is Genshin Shiny, Genshin SSR, Genshin Regular. There is Nightmare Before Christmas, Anime, Alice, Villains, and Spoopy. Then you got your boy Zhongli. Here is the Lady of the Hips that the monster couldn't swallow. Yai Miko. Diona. Oh, there's Kokomi. Look at her. Beautiful. Sangomi no Kokomi. Our Ace of Swords. Ace of Cups. Child as the Magician. Mr. Worldwide. Justice. Diluc. Mona as the Wheel of Fortune. The Hierophant being Venti. Then we have Paimon as the Fool. Paimon with new voice actor. Ace of Coins being Ningguang. The Lovers, funnily enough, being the siblings. There's different kinds of love, guys. It's not always romantic. This is obviously platonic and familial love. Incest is not always best. Do not put your sister and brother to the test. Then we have Albedo as the evil, or the devil. Hey, Shadow, it's me, the devil from Genshin Impact. I'm trying to get you to do sin. We have the Chariot with the lovely Lady of Ice who tap dances, whose name escapes me at this moment. We have Hu Tao being death. Death by a lot of butterflies. Strength being Noelle. Hey, look, this is Melkor's favorite lady. This is Melkor's favorite. Kali, the sun, my sweet baby girl. Look at her. Look at this little angel. Angel of explosions. Judgment, which this, by the way, this card art specifically for fucking Ron May goes hard. It goes hard. Then we have Empress being Fischl. Why is Hu Tao's ass out like that? Because people like her. Why not? She's of age. It's death. You know what? It might be death by thighs. Then we have Kazuha, the Hermit. Sweet baby boy. I really like the Empress being Fischl. Yeah, checks out. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to talk about financial. So Lycor, if I may call you such. What specific question do you have about finance? Or do you just want like a general like, how is my money looking? How is my money, my time, my energy looking? How's my resource management? To be fair, these cards were made before Farina came out. Gonna try getting my associates in graphic design next year. I'm just wondering about some guidance, what to do career-wise after that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be honest. My opinion outside of the card is, man, so many people are willing to pay graphic artists for VTube shit. Like, if you at least have a semi-understanding of how to do a logo or like an overlay, people will pay money. There are people who will pay money. They want it very bad. That is my advice outside of the cards. Especially if you're wanting to just kind of start up your portfolio as like a, hey, these are logos that I have done for, smaller self-employed business people. And then you can like take those to later on big business people. It at least gets a decent sized portfolio going and a start for how you work as as like an individual business. Okay. Yeah. Boop. Boop. All right, so this is going to be 3 card. We've got past, present, future. Now, Lycor, tell me if there's any of these cards that you feel are the right card, they're just in the wrong either order, or that you just need them to be orientated, flipped in such a way. What are you feeling? Thank you, phone. I appreciate it. The future could be flipped. Okay, we are flipping the future. I flipped it off. There you go, bud. All right. Now, for our first card, we have, in the past, the Emperor. So, the Emperor usually talks about things like, I would say, like, the rules, you know, like the rules of the household, right? You know, like, I am the dad, I make the rules, this is how the house goes. It's talking about, like, leadership, strategic planning, rules, respecting authorities. Maybe beforehand you were very rigid in your thinking. Like, this is how I've always been raised to do such. So, like, my ideas for financially, or like my road life plan was already mapped out ahead of time for me. Like, this is what my parents thought I was going to do, and this is what the expectation was for, you know, me go to school, me graduate school, me go to college, me graduate college, you know, me get job, me work middle management for rest of life till death. You know, the ideas, right, that most people in the Gen X, Millennial, Gen Z dream were sold. You know, you gotta go to college, you gotta get certificates, you gotta do these things, you won't get any jobs. And that maybe in your past, like, this is where you had been stuck into the sort of this thinking, and this very much like the rules of society had dictated. And now this is the current one. This is how we are currently feeling. We are currently feeling the world. So the world technically encompasses everything. The world's kind of like the big, the journey, right? Like the whole completing something. It is the end of the journey. You have seen the whole world. You have been around. You have done things. It's talking about completion. It's talking about being whole, finishing a goal or a lesson. It's currently, right now, you are about to finish your associates in graphic design. You feel like it is a part of, you're currently about to be completed. Like, you're going into the next phase of your life. What is next? What next journey will you be taking? And then we have the future. And the future is Temperance! Once again! Upside down. So, as we heard, Temperance is talking about things being imbalanced, or usually extremes, some sort of discourse, generally like upheaval, general chaos. Now, it's not always bad. It's saying that your next future is going to be a bumpy start. It is generally talking about when you are going into things that are creative fields, that getting enough recognition, getting your foot in the door, getting to the part where people come to you is going to be rough. It is going to be incredibly imbalanced. It will be a lot of extremes, because either you'll get like a whole bunch of orders at once. I got to do this. I'm going to be very stressed out doing so many projects, so many irons and so many fires. And then sometimes it'll be nothing. It'll be just tumbleweed, just nothing. And that you are going to have to learn how to roll with those punches, how to adapt, how to market yourself in such a way as to kind of avoid some more of the extreme pitfalls of, you know, the creative process jobs. Because I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm gonna speak from experience right here. I loved full-time streaming. I love full-time streaming. It is something that fills me emotionally. It's something that makes me so happy. I love being here with you guys. I love talking to you. I love doing this. I love telling you guys all of the experiences that I've had in my life or somebody else's life that I know that reflects certain situations in, like, these tarot card readings. I love being able to do this stuff. However, it is the problem with doing creative work is that it will always be I am not sure when bad things will happen. you know, when I'll have a bad month. You know, will, God forbid, something terrible happens and I have to go back to the hospital or something. It is always going to come with the caveat of next week, next month, you know, it's not guaranteed. Where a 9-to-5 job, you know, emotionally, it may not be super fulfilling. But it does have a weekly paycheck. And that is always the struggle between 9-to-5 regular ass job and creative forward jobs, is that there is nobody really there to help you when you have to be your own marketing department, you have to be your own HR, you have to set your own hours, you have to force yourself to do shit. Like, takes 1,000 times more, I feel like, I'm trying to think of the word, but you have to be diligent. Yes, it takes a lot more diligence to be in a creative field and kind of pretend like it's a 9-to-5 to make sure that you do all the things that you need to do and to continue to grow and market and do those things for yourself, versus something that's more of a corporation gig, which is, you know, you go work at a Starbucks, you clock in at this hour, you clock out at that hour, you go home. You no longer think about your job until it is tomorrow and you have to go in. Like, it's things like that. It is, you know, a place that you go to work 8 to 6, 9 to 5, whatever the fuck the hours are. And I feel like this is more or less telling you the future is uncertain. It will have extremes. You have to be diligent. You have to learn how to kind of go circumvent some of the pitfalls. And you have to start thinking about that now, because you don't want to fall down one of them real bad. And that is Lycor, I believe. That is the reading. I hope that this helped in some way, shape, or form. If not, and this did not resonate with you, please look at the lovely red text above. I am not a professional oracle. I am just the nodder with some cards. This tarot is for fun. Thank you, Muchly. It helped a lot. I'm glad that it did, though. I'm glad that it did. I just, honestly, this is a yapping stream. This is a yapping stream, and we just have cards that talk about the yapping. All right. So our next one up is Rise. Rise, we are going to go ahead and get yours started. You wanted Homestuck and you wanted love advice. But before we get the cards back out, because I do have to still put up these, I am going to run the next raffle. We are going to have our second out of 10 raffles. 10. McDonald's! I'm sorry. Every time we see a McDonald's, Nemo like stands up and does like McDonald's. And so all of us have now started to do it. So now every time I'm like 10 and I see the model's head raised above my hands, it's immediately McDonald's. Nemo has given me a fucking brain worm. Thanks, Nemo. I appreciate it, buddy. I've been doing the McDonald's things too. Oh my god. Every time I see one, McDonald's. That is in fact the Nemo brain rot that is coming to our house. All right. So we're going to do the raffle, SRAFF. All right, guys, you have 60 seconds. Exclamation point join. Exclamation point join. And while we're doing that, do we have an emote for it? No, but you know what? Maybe in the future we'll have a fucking McDonald's. All right, you have 45 seconds. Exclamation point join. What? Did I just hear somebody yell McDonald's back there? I think one of the boys just came out of nowhere and just said McDonald's. We're setting each other off like fucking Furbies. Oh my god, you just heard Nemo yell McDonald's. So good. Thank you, Nemo. Also, Rise, before I start on your thing. Oh, looks like Zemron won. Zemron won. Also, thank you, Nasha Fox, for being subscribed at tier 1 for 24 months. Thank you, 24 kisses. Appreciate it. Zemran, you are the winner. So please tell me what your question will be. It doesn't have to be a very specific one, just like the general idea of like career, money, love, vibe. You could also take vibe. If you have no idea what question you want to ask, you just want like a general, hey, what's my life going to look like in the next 6 to 8 months? We can also do that for you, buddy. Do not worry. So we'll go ahead and write it down for Zemran. But you do have to tell me what deck that you would prefer. I almost said perfume. What deck you would like to perfume? Would you like to smell it? It's been in my bookcases for about a year. Smells like books and neglect. So like most elders' daughters. Anyway, people just want blood today. Homestuck and vibe. Okay, so we're gonna get vibe and Homestuck. Also, while we are here, my dearest Rise, because you are going to have to be here to hear your thing, I'm also going to put you to work. So Rise, arise, get here, front and center, come on. To the front of the class, bitch. Just me, bang, 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 bang. Yes, okay, it is your turn. Also, secondly, can I please get a shout out for Vividly Vivi? Wonderful friend. And this is my manager. Everybody shout out. Everybody say hi, Vivi. Hi, Just Friends management staff. Please shout her out because we love her. We respect her in this house. Everybody give hi, Vivi. Look, I always have to be like management VV manager. Okay. We are now starting to cut the cards and Rise, will you give me your specific question now? By the way, yes, that hi did feel like an AA opening. Hi, my name's Pearl, and I have an addiction. My addiction is... Actually, I don't think I'm addicted to anything. I can quit anytime I want. Fuck you! What? Well, one of the cards just jumped out at me, so congratulations, Rise. This is one you get. It's the first one. Gotcha. Cute clothes. Hot takes. Look, I'm not addicted to any of those. I could stop anytime that I wanted. I am well within my management. I could definitely have spent more money on Gotcha or cute clothes. Hot takes, questionable. I feel like most of my takes are incredibly lukewarm. Boot Hill, that's not an addiction. That's an infatuation. That's an obsession. It's different. It's a cute card. It's a little guy. It's a little page of wands. He's here with a message. His message is, I'm about to break your fucking kneecaps emotionally. But, and a childhood best friend, I'm not sure how to navigate the relationship. She's very different from me in both thoughts, and her interests are super different. I'm just worried about messing up. And that's why I chose the Homestuck one. Oh, so you want brutal honesty. You do, in fact, want to be emotionally kneecapped. Got it. All right, let's see. Boop. All right, so I'm going to give this one to you as a freebie because this one popped out. This one jumped out of nowhere. And so normally these would be 3 cards only, but fate decided it wanted to kneecap you. So we're going to go with 1, 2, and we're going to also have this one as like the influence card. So it's going to kind of be between like unconscious, and hopes and fears. Alrighty. Rise, do you think that any of these cards, except for this one, which is already decided that it's going to be this way, you can switch him around, but I really feel like he is a messenger, which means he is in the past. He is trying to tell you something. He is Rafikiing it. He's whacking you on the head and being like, doesn't matter now, it's in the past. But is there any other card that you would like to flip and or switch around? I'm sorry. I'm just over here just like, hands, 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 hands. Okay, switch 2 and 3. Okay. Scooting. And then flip 3 once swapped. So swap this one and this one. And then new 3 flipped. New 3 flipped or old 3 flipped? Yes. Okay, so new 3 flipped. All right. So we have what is the Page of Wands. Page of Wands, again, Wands, passion, very sort of fiery, usually talking about love, and they have a message for you. It's not as fast as the Knight message would be, which is more of like an immediate thing that's about to be happening. This is more of like a slow message. Imagine this motherfucker is snail mail, and you open it up and it says, "Hi, bitch. I'm here to talk about you and your love life." Whacks you in the knee. Then we have, because like it's talking about projects, love, usually talking about like specifically something new, a new love, a new project, a new creativity. It usually, if it's a person, it's generally a child. So this one might be talking about the fact that you two have known each other since you were children. This has been a slow going fucking message since you were children. And then we have here, which is the Tower. Oh, Jesus Christ. The Tower. Tower is talking about upheaval. It's sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But honestly, the Tower just means that the status quo is going to be shaken up. It is not going to be the same as it was before. It is usually talking about unwanted change or like ruin. Sometimes things have to be destroyed, right? The idea of something has to be destroyed for something new to be built in its place. If you continue to do the same thing every time and nothing ever changes, then nothing ever changes. So right now, you're currently feeling a little bit of the upheaval. You're feeling a little bit of the change not necessarily wanted by you. And it's a lot of chaos and a lot of turmoil and a lot of unbalance. But let's see what our card is with that. So we got the Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. Pentacles, again, as we know, is like your stamina bar. It's like your HP bar. It is a resource. Sometimes it's monetary. Sometimes it's emotional. Sometimes it's your time. And already been smacked in the knees. Sorry, not sorry. But Ace of Pentacles is talking about the kind of the epitome of Pentacles. The thing that is what represents the entirety of it. And it's talking about things in reverse, because it is reversed. Would be missed opportunities, instability, and scarcity. You are feeling probably like, this relationship that you've had with this childhood friend has been a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of instability. You're not exactly seeing eye to eye. They're very different from you and, your hobbies and the things that you normally have and you talk about. And there's a lot of turmoil because it's a lot of mixed signals. You both are trying to get something across, but for some reason or another, it's not connecting. It's just kind of like a really awkward high five back and forth. And so that's like turmoil that's happening. And it's been happening for a long time. I feel like these three have been happening for a while. That there's been feelings, that there's been things you guys need to talk about, and that there's been things you guys should have worked out beforehand that you haven't. And it's kind of come to this part where we may have to smack the whole thing down and start all over again. Because at this point, the history doesn't matter. It's not doing either of you any favors. I feel like, in fact, that it's hurting you without actually directly talking about everything that's like involved in a relationship of any kind, that you guys need to have a clear and concise and just like emotional like vomit sesh. Like, you both need to go to like a Whataburger or like some like fast food establishment at 2 a.m, sit on the like the hood of your car and be like, okay, I need this to be a safe space. I need us to be able to talk about everything underneath the sun. And like, this is not a, we are going to get mad at each other and blow up moment. This is a constructive criticism on both you and me. If we want this relationship to work, if we want to work these things out, we need to be able to actually have a conversation of the things that do bother me or bother you, or like the signals that we keep getting crossed for whatever reason. And we can't just be like, oh, well, history, you know. No, just pretend we are fresh new bitches. We have never met each other before a day in my life. And then we have the outcome, which the outcome is Knight of Cups. And cups are water. Water is emotional and generally talks about energy. So with Knight Cup, it is a motion. It is basically a message about emotion. It's talking about, you know, disappointment, unrealistic, moodiness, jealousy, things like that are usually represented. Like, if you're not going to deal with the trouble at hand, right? If we don't deal with all of these things, there's going to be an issue. There's going to be an issue with your relationship, which is going to be the emotional instability. There's going to be disappointment. There's going to be jealousy. There's going to be unrealistic, fucking expectations placed on you both because you didn't talk about the big fat elephant in the room that's been like this large message that you guys should have worked out ages ago. But for whatever reason, either because, you know, nobody wants to have confrontation anymore. Nobody wants to be like, I'm sorry about the fucking thing that I did when we were like 6 years old. And, you know, not being able to move past these things and become better people, better for each other as well. And it usually talks about what will happen is sinking away from each other's in life, basically lashing out and then just deciding to walk away. That, you know, the relationship in any regards wasn't worth it. And that is what I feel like this is. I hope that this helps, that you're just going to have that conversation. You're going to have that conversation with them and be like, look, this is about to be a safe space, and I am not attacking you in any way when I'm telling you this. I am holding your hand as I say this, but this is my issue. This is your issue. I need us to be collaborative and work through this shit together because we haven't for so long for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because of trauma. I don't know if it's just because, you know, I don't want to bother them. They don't want to bother me. You know, we've just been, this is the status quo for so long. It's not helping anybody. You need to have that open and honest communication, and you have to be willing to reciprocate with, like, accept and reciprocate constructive criticism when it comes to your relationship or how you guys interact with each other. Oh boy. I'm sorry, Rise. You picked emotional kneecapping. You did. Motherfucker showed up with a cane and went, nah, bitch, I'ma get your knees. I needs you to listen. Welcome back, ASM Artist. ASMR sonist. I'm an ASM artist. On occasion, sometimes. It has given you so much. Well, I'm glad that it gave you a lot. All right. So our next one is Nyx. Nyx, are you there? Nix, are you still there? Is it too late to reserve a reading? No, it is not too late. We even still have some more freebies that I'm gonna give out as soon as we get Nix to tell me what their question is and which deck they would like. Okay, I need you to be very specific with your question if you would like. You can also pick Vibe, but also Vibe does weird straight shots anywhere. So it'll be what it will be. Do you have any ASMR planned soon? Okay. Did you not see the schedule? Darcy, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I will go ahead and put you on after Zimran. So it's going to be Narcy. You do have to tell me what question, like romance, monetary, career, whatever. You have to give me a general one if you don't have one that's very specific. Vibe check for me, next 3 months, basic Genshin deck. Okay, vibe check, basic Genshin. Vibe Genshin. Genshin just rare, not SS rare. I love reading, please. I love reading. Congratulations, Narcy. I'm gonna give you the Homestuck deck because you didn't tell me which one. And I'm gonna let that one happen. Cause sometimes, look, every relationship so far has been through the Homestuck deck. Every single one of them. So we're just gonna keep that train fucking rolling. Every love reading automatically gets a Homestuck deck. New channel. All right. I'm stuck at home. Well, also, look, Vizzy Pop should honestly just start being like, hey, she's doing so much promo for the new Homestuck. She just keeps doing love readings for them. Okay, so general vibe. I need a reading at some point of how to find my Kismis. My Kismis. Yeah, you're fucking. Okay, Aito, have you seen, as somebody who's read Homestuck, who was there during the time that it was, popular in its heyday, do you remember the iCar, like, there was a chart that explained the troll fucking, like, love quadrants in iCarly, like, this is Sam, this is Carly, this is the boy whose fucking name I can't remember. Holy shit, no, I need to see this. Okay, I will show that to you at some point later on. I will show you, cause it's so good. It's so funny, cause it's like, these two, heart quadrant, these two, spade quadrant, these two, Moira quadrant, these three, Kiss is the fucking club where it's just like, yeah, this is two people. This is the one person, the two bitches who want to have a fight. I am the only brain cell keeping us from being destroyed right now. Freddie and Sam. Yeah, I loved that picture so much. It was so funny to me. So Aito, I will be showing that to you later. I will go look for it. All right. So general vibe, gonna cut the regular cards in half. Well, in thirds. In threes, like the clubs. Boop. Actually in fives, never mind, I fucking lied. Alright. General vibe. Oh, Excalibur, thank you so much for Otter Water. Today's Otter Water flavor is Sakura Splash. We are, in fact, using this cup. We are using my, like, little ghost cup, which I got from Anthropology. Because, might as well. We are channeling the spirits. And I'm getting some more of that in my cup. Also, by the way, 10% off if you use code Pearl. Gamer subs order. All right. So, got here is Nyx's 5. So this is going to be the full spread. So this is our first one. Second one. Third. Fourth. Fifth. 6. 7. 8. 9. And 10 is the problem. Now, Nyx, is there any of these that you feel are the right cards, but just not in the right place? As in, you want to like switch their orientation or flip-flop where they are on the board? Feel free to tell me. Am I a 1-scoop person or a 2-scoop person? Depends. I'm gonna say this. I'm kind of a blasphemer, a little bit. Go, is there a place? Fucking let it rip, like that. Nyx, you are my kind of person. You're like, look, the chips fell where they may. I am not influencing this. Fucking let's go. Full trust. Faith, trust, and little pixie dust. I need a tiny Ito just so I can like sprinkle it around. Anyway. I am a 2-scoop person in that if I am having one flavor, I am 2 scoops. However, I like to mix flavors sometimes because honestly, look, I'm the kind of person that if I eat the same food every day, after the 3rd day, I don't want to touch it anymore. I don't want to have it anymore. Ooh. My bad. I slapped the shit out you. I'm so sorry. Anyway. I like to swap flavors. So, like, I will have a designated, like, 2 scoops of one in the morning, but I'm, like, my second or my 3rd glass. Because, yes, I've got caffeine-free. Don't worry. I'm not throwing my heart into arrhythmia, guys. I promise. I'm good. I've got caffeine-free. But I do like to mix the flavors. Because my tongue gets bored. My tongue gets bored. And if I have the same flavor every single day, I will no longer want it anymore. So like the first one, 2 scoops straight. The second glass will be 1 scoop of one and 1 scoop of another that's mixed. And if I have a third, because I will drink like this whole bitch, if not a bigger glass of this, if I do get a third is suicide. Third is like you go to the McDonald's. Sorry, immediately had to do it. You go to the McDonald's and you push like the drink into every single flavor. If I have a third Gamer Subs of the day, I am just taking 1 scoop out of every single one of them. And I am just mixing that shit together. It's fucking jungle juice. It's Gamer Subs jungle juice. Fucking I'll never get sick of 2 scoops of anime girl thigh orange cream flavored and in a glass of milk. I like the creamsicle one, but I'm gonna be honest. If I did want to add something to the creamsicle, I would use sparkling water instead of regular water. Like I'd put like part regular water to mix it up to get it like the particles, you know, all dissolved or whatever, but then I would top it with sparkling water so that it would taste kind of like a Jones soda almost, where it'll taste like one of the ones that you would get out of the glass bottle and shake it up. Fan-fucking-tastic. It's amazing. Hi, I'm like that, but my autism keep me on it for up to 3 weeks, but then the rebound away for a few months. I am a 3 times, like after the 3rd time, I don't want it. Don't give it to me. I will be sick of the flavor. I will be sick of whatever it is. I don't want to eat it. Which is why I'm so glad Nemo lives with me and Bakin, because I make a lot of food. I feed an army. I don't feed like 1 or 2 people. I feed multiple people. But I really hate leftovers after the 3rd day. I don't like them. And so instead, I'm just like, hello, Nemo. Would you like this chicken strips I made? Would you like this turkey chili in the fridge? It's for you. Ooh, for you. Hello. Come this way for you, I've made the food. It's good. Me just offering Nemo like the little like evil gremlin on his shoulder. It's good. Okay. Okay. So now we've got our cards. We're ready to go. Take off the bandage. All right. Here's our first one. Our first one is Strength in Reverse. So this is just kind of like a vibe of the next like few months or so. So in the past, I don't know how far in the past, but it seems that you may have struggled with kind of self-love. Maybe you had a lot of doubt. Maybe you had a lot of insecurity, maybe a lot of avoidance. Maybe you were not fully like feeling yourself in the past. And, you know, maybe those things kind of made you avoid reaching out, searching out for new opportunities, to really enjoy your life. But let's see what we've got here for our current feelings. Our current feelings is Temperance, upside down again. Temperance just keeps showing up. Fuck you. Fuck this card. Why is everybody feeling incredibly imbalanced and at extremes? Why is everybody feeling like there is discord in their life? Why is everybody feeling like there is a whole bunch of bullshit surrounding? Nyx, are you feeling like you are in a realm of chaos? That is just a lot of it is just a lot of like bad feelings and discord all around. Do you feel like that one like dog in the fire memes? This is fine. This is okay. I can't worry about it too much. There's, you know, could be worse. Do you know what platform we're on right now? Twitch.tv specifically. Twitch.tavalu. Look, to a degree at times, yeah. Okay. Look, I'm just trying to figure out whether or not the cards are accurate or if they're just completely off the mark. It seems that the problem has something to do with the Empress. Now, the Empress, generally talking about, you know, very emotional, usually talking about, you know, either a female person in your life or somebody who represents like very emotional, very like abundant, usually like a parent of some sort or somebody that you feel like is kind of your parent, even if they aren't, or usually a pregnancy. That's what it usually represents right side up. It's a female person, usually a parent, usually talking about fertility, abundance, pregnancy, things like that. Now, when it is in reverse, it starts meaning like overbearing, neglectful, usually like there's some sort of weird dependency issue towards you, or like some sort of creative block. It is the emotion, your emotional battery is fucking drained. That is essentially what this is talking about, is that you are serving somebody else and it has negatively impacted your life emotionally and creatively. That there's just like, fucking back at it again. Like the problem will never be fixed. No matter how much like time and effort that you give to it, no matter how many like offers that you have for somebody to cry on your shoulder, it just keeps happening. So now let's look at the conscious and unconscious. Okay, so our conscious is the Chariot. The Chariot is a representation of you taking life by the reins. You are consciously wanting to make the decision to change something in your life. It is essentially making life go to your will. You are taking the reins of the Chariot. And with stuff like that, it's being more of like you are making a conscious effort to be more sure of yourself, to be more of your own, I would say like advocate. Because sometimes people will just sit there and just like ride life, you know? They won't really do anything with it. They won't really change anything. This one is talking about you being action, you being change, you making a journey, you doing travel, you putting in the effort and the work. That is what the Chariot represents, especially when it's right side up. Now for the unconscious. The unconscious, apparently, is the Emperor. So the Emperor usually is talking about a male figure in your life, much like the Empress talks about a female figure in your life. The male Emperor talks about, like, you know, rules. I am the person who is, you know, head of the household. It is also talking about, like, society's idea of, like, rules and regulations and upholding what is, like, considered the societal norm, things like that. So when it is in reverse, it's talking about things like tyranny, rigidity, like rigidity, not rigidity, rigidity. It's basically like blocking yourself in. Like, these can be the only rules, or my rules. It's my way or the highway. You know, I'm so sorry that I'm gonna, like, overstep my bounds here for a second. Do you have issues with your parents, Nyx? I just want to know, are these your parents? Because it is really funny that both the Emperor and the Empress seem to be the problem, and they are both in reverse. Do you have, like, some sort of, like, issue with your parents? Are your parents, like, really codependent and, like, overbearing? I'm sorry if I'm completely hitting this out of the ballpark. But, like, that is what this reading so far is telling me, is that there are two very big influences in your life that have a lot of rules and a lot of, like, stagnant way of thinking, and they are very much not serving you in any real way in a positive light. And it really says parental issues. I love them, but they can be rough on me at times. See, bro, are you okay? No, see, if I was going to ask if you were okay, is if the tower pops up again and fucking, like, we have Temperance, we have, like, Emperor, Empress. Like, I'm worried about if the Wheel of Fortune and the tower show up, okay? That is when I'm having issues. That's when I'm like, bro, are you okay? Do you, and, like, if fives just start showing up out of nowhere, I'm so sorry. All right, so let's look at our personal influences and hopes and fears. So we have, oh fuck, it's the fucking tower. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Man, bro, are you okay? We are one away. I'm sorry. Well, at least you know now. So the tower generally means things like, you know, upheaval, disorderly array, chaos surrounding you, and that sometimes things all have to be slammed over to be made anew. When the tower is upside down, it is usually talking about an avoidance to change. It's talking about disaster, fear, and upheaval. Not necessarily. It's essentially being like, there is going to be a change. You do not get to fucking skip out of this cutscene. It will be happening. But it is how you react to the tower that's most important. Because if your personal thing is to avoid what it's trying to build, right, by knocking everything down, you are only going to hurt yourself more. The tower is more of a, like, hey, warning card. Shit's about to go sideways. You might want to make peace with some shit. Because nothing in this life is forever, right? Nothing in this life is forever. And sometimes things will need to change, and you will have to change with it, usually in a way that's, you know, either to avoid this sort of pitfall again, or to build something with a stronger foundation. And so this one might be talking about that you personally are avoiding having conversations, or avoiding, because you have a fear that whatever you would say that, you know, this big change that is coming would be worse than what it's actually going to be. Because, right, we're all our worst enemies in our own minds, where we're like, yes, the fucking catastrophization inside my brain, the one that's like, yes, if I tell them about the fact that I am upset and unhappy with how they are doing things, then it will be 1,000 times more worse than if I just sat here and silently dealt with it. Because this is fine. So that's what this card is giving me, is maybe an avoidance or a fear that the outcome will be worse than if you just don't do anything, if you just stick to the status quo. And then we have here is the Hermit for hopes and fears. So the Hermit is essentially like looking inside yourself. The Hermit is a mirror of looking for truth inside yourself rather than outside. Because sometimes we have to get clarity by separating ourselves from all the other like influences, right? We would have to remove the problems that everybody, there's too many cooks in the kitchen and I don't know how to figure this out. Sometimes we need that isolation. Sometimes we need to step back and look at it from a different perspective, kind of take ourselves outside of that emotional reactivity in whatever's going on, take a step back and gain clarity or a personal truth or kind of like a spiritual enlightenment. Because that may be what the hopes and your fears are, is maybe your fear is the loneliness, but the hope is that if you take yourself back and maybe actually like sit down and look at things, that maybe there will be something that you can glean from this. Maybe there's something that you can change, a different angle that you didn't think about before. And now we have the future. So the future is the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man is usually talking about a potential, right? The start of a journey. But this one is in reverse. So it's talking about in sort of stagnation. It's talking about not moving forward, or, you know, basically decision paralysis. Indecision or decision paralysis, or some sort of resistance to change or resistance to the journey. You don't want to do it. Life is pulling you by the heels, kicking and screaming, and you're like, no. If I mess with the status quo, if I do anything, it'll change the balance. This is fine. I can deal with this. And the thing is, no, you're not. It's not okay to just like sit there and be like, I'm going to martyr myself. I am going to martyr myself. And everything will be fine because I can take on all of the pain that is necessary in my household. It is mine. It is mine. It is mine to take. Num, 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 num. Versus having actual conversations that might be like, I don't know, talking about your career, talking about your sexuality, talking about real things that like to go on with your parents that maybe you haven't told them before, being like, Mom, Dad, I want to be an artist. I don't want to be an engineer. I don't want to be a doctor. I want to be an artist. I want to draw big anime gazoingas on VGen for money. And they would be, I don't know if your parents would be plus or minus with that, but you know. It's having that conversation of being honest with your truth and avoiding the stagnation and avoiding, shaking things up because your fear of something bigger will happen. Now let's talk about our external influence. The star! So the star is essentially like the sailor's star, the North Star. It is a guiding light, able to kind of show you what your way home is, or at least the a wish, something that is, your hopes, your dreams, your miracles, faith, being in the spotlight. It's your moment, right? It is the light to show you where your moment is and allowing you to step out of the wings and being able to say with your full chest, like, this is who I am. This is who I like. These are my wants and dreams. And I'm not going to stop at being okay with just nothing anymore. I'm going to do it. And then Our last card is Justice. Now, Justice is kind of more of the balancing act, sort of like it goes along with Temperance, because Temperance is talking about, like, you know, all of the extremes and balance and harmony, whether or not that it is up or down on there. But then you have Justice. Justice is cause and effect. It is legality. It is truth. Justice is blind because it is not influenced by anything else. Justice just is. So I feel like a lot of this is seeming like you need to have a conversation with your parents about something that means a lot to you. Now, this is either giving me career or relationship of some sort. That's just the vibe I'm getting. But truth needs to be told. Justice needs to be served. You need to have this conversation. There's obviously something in your life that is, you know, you're hoping, you're praying, your time in the spotlight, in the limelight. You want that. I don't know what it is, but I know that it exists. And I know that if you have this conversation is the only way that, like, truth will prevail. That, you know, cause and effect will happen. Yes, there's going to be some turbulence. Yes, there's going to be some rough parts here. But overall, sometimes truths need to be said. And it doesn't matter if you're worried about, oh, here's the me contextualizing, like catastrophizing, like, what's the worst possible case scenario? What's the worst thing that could happen? What's actually going to happen? And sometimes the people in your life will surprise you. Sometimes they are significantly more cool with it than you would expect. Bro, I'm going to be so honest. I love my dad, Papa Otter, because I came out to him as, like, I liked women. I was young. I was not even in, like, middle school yet. And my dad and I sat on the rooftop of the 1993 Thunderbird that he had. It was my car. It was my first car. And I looked at my dad, and my mom had just called me and was like, "You're not allowed to come home if you are still gonna like that one girl from your school. I didn't believe that. I did not raise a gay woman." And I'm like, "Mother, I have been gay this entire time. I followed at least 2 different girls, and why do you think we keep getting kicked out of every church available? I keep kissing them. I will not stop. You cannot stop me." But she was like, "You cannot come home." And my dad and I kind of had this, like, conversation on the hood of this car. And my dad kind of turns to me, and I look at my dad and I go, "Dad, I like women. I like girls. They're pretty." My dad was like, took maybe 2 seconds, just kind of looked at me and kind of went, "Yeah, me too, bud." My dad did not care. My dad was like, "I also like women. Love who you love, child." He was like, "I too love women." So yeah, that was how my dad surprised the shit out of me, because I had been avoiding trying to tell anybody about the fact that I had liked girls. Like, I mean, it was an open secret. I followed the first girl I ever had a crush on was in my, like, okay, so I'm from the South of America, and not as in the American South, not South America, but the American South, as in where, you know, you hear banjos keep running. Anyway, so we would go to Sunday vacation Bible school before you would go to kindergarten. You would go to some sort of, like, kids vacational Bible school Monday through Friday. Like, you were not even 6 years old. You were, like, anywhere from, like, 3 to 5 before, like, kindergarten really started. And it would be like the pre-K, essentially. But there was a girl, and her name was Alice. I don't remember her last name, but I loved her. She looked like Alice from the cartoon, from the Disney 1950 movie. And I was infatuated with her. I loved her so much. She was so beautiful to me in my eyes as a small child. I would have died for her. I gave her my snacks. Every time we had snacks, I sat next to her. I kissed her a lot on the cheek. Like, it was an open secret. Everybody knew I was a skirt chaser. But my mom was like, nope, not gay. Can't be gay. Can't do it. Nope. The funny part is we had lesbian neighbors. We had lesbian neighbors next to us. And my mom would be so mad, spitting mad all the time. Specifically, my mom didn't want me to be born in the city that I was going to be born in because she almost gave birth on the plane because she didn't want me to be gay. I shit you not. She was like, no daughter of mine's gonna be born here. Them's queer. And I was like, when I was older finding this out, I was like, Mom, it didn't help. I'm still gay. Spawn point did not matter. I'm still gay. And I mean, I do date men, but also I've dated women. I like both. I am bisexual, which is generally meaning I love everybody, but sometimes certain women are very scary to talk to. And instead, I have fluffy-haired gamer boyfriend. So I am, sometimes the stereotype is right. Sometimes it hits it on the head. All right, next one we got here is for Zemran. Zemran, are you here? We have a vibe for Homestuck. Damn, Pearl, leave some for the rest of us. No. Ahoy! Hi, Simran! Okay, you are, in fact, here. Love story time with the captain. Honestly, I just yap. This is just an excuse for me to yap and then, you know, sometimes talk about the things that happen on the cards. So this is just a just chatting stream, but with extra steps. Alright, so we have a vibe with Homestuck. We have 3 cards in case one of them just starts to pop out of nowhere. I'm just gonna kiss the ghost. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, my oh my, looks like somebody's too shy. I'm going to kiss the girls. Sha-la-la-la-la-la, ain't that sad? It's such a shame, too bad. You're going to miss the girls. Sorry, can't. Fucking my brain is automatically like, there you see her, sitting there across the way. She don't got a lot to say, but there's something about her. And you don't know why, but you're dying to try. You want to kiss the girl. Got a new job and these need vibes. All right, new job. New job. Let's see how well the new job will be. Boo 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 boo. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Damn it. Fucking McDonald's. It's just gonna be a new fucking bit every time I immediately do the I'm loving it. Just ba-da-ba-ba-ba. McDonald's. All right, job. Different kinds of jobs. Dirty jobs, clean jobs. I'm not going to continue that sentence because I'm on twitch.tvalu and I do not want to be banned. I will stop thinking about that immediately. All right, so we've got 3 cards. This one's the first one, which is past, a present, and a future. Yeah, dirty jobs. Don't you remember that TV show about the guy who would do like a bunch of really weird jobs that were really gross? Look, I really liked those shows. I thought it was neat to find out what are the people who go in and do the insect removal. Yeah, Mike Rowe, yeah. I loved dirty jobs. Guy was cool. I don't know about him as a person that much. I did not research that hard into it, but I thought that his show was very neat. It was kind of like How It's Made, but for more of like, hey, that show is cool up until you learn about Mike Rowe. Well, I will not research that any further. I felt like Dirty Jobs was a cool show. Period. End of sentence. All right. But Zemran, do you feel like you need to switch these around at any point in time? Do you want to switch any of these? Flip them around? Spin the middle? All right. All right. Now, let's look at the first card that we have. We have the Six of Pentacles. Okay, so as we've said, the 6 cards, like, following the 5 cards, because all the 5 cards are some sort of conflict. Now, you can be the winner or you can be the loser, but it is some sort of conflict. All of the 5 cards is struggling, is hashtag struggle bus. So what we have here is the 6 of Pentacles, and the 6 of Pentacles in reverse generally means something like strings attached, something like insecurity, something about like stinginess or like hoarding. So maybe you grew up poor. Maybe you grew up being a little bit like money always came with a caveat that you either had to do something for somebody. And it doesn't have to be specifically money. Sometimes it can be like, you know, emotional, like reciprocity. Like if you need something, you have to scratch my back too, or whatever. And maybe Zemran, beforehand, there's in the past been a lot of like, you know, you gotta grease the wheels to make things go. And then what we have here is death. Currently, death. Death is, by the way, death is not the worst card. Death is not the worst card. Death talks about, like, not you dying, but, like, the end of a cycle, the cutting off of something, changing, kind of the trimming of the excess. That is what death usually means. Talks about, like, rebirth, big changes, endings of some sort. So when it's in reverse, it's talking about, you know, you're feeling stuck. You're feeling a lot of stagnation. You're afraid of change, or you're afraid of, you know, risking things. You know, hey, you know, I don't want to rock the boat too much because, you know, I need this job, or, you know, those like, maybe you were a little bit apprehensive to the idea of change. Maybe you're a little bit apprehensive because we are coming from that background of, you know, oh no, the shoe drops and everything's fucked. Everybody like, oh no, it hasn't gone wrong. Oh no, everything's going wrong immediately. You know, that background might make you apprehensive to the idea that, you know, this new job, this new future, to fully accept it and, you know, not constantly think, okay, but what if it's not? But what if something bad happens? What if something real bad happens? You know, that shoe dropping in the back of your mind. And then we have here, which is the future, which, hey, look, it's our King of Pentacles. He is returned, but this time he is turned right side up. This time he is not being rude. So the King of Pentacles usually means, you know, something to do with monetary value. So when it's the king, it's the next closest thing to the pinnacle, right? The pinnacle, or the representation of pentacles, I guess, the pinnacle of pentacles. So when it's a king, it is talking about solid, practical leader, wise investor. It's talking about, you know, your future, if you are fully able to accept it and kind of grow in this role that you are given, that it is a practical choice, that you will become more of a leader. You'll have wise investments of your time and in this company, or whatever it is that you're doing with this new job. Is if you accept it and you do well and you fully commit to the idea of like the shoe's not going to drop on the other fucking side, that you will be able to grow, that you will be that person, you will be the King of Pentacles, you will be solid, practical, wise, a leader in your field of some sort, whatever it is. And it will have been worth the investing the time and the effort and like truly believing that you are not going to be in that same place that you were over here. You are not going to be over here anymore. Since starting work, I've mostly grown in circumference. But same. I had a remote work from home job of like for a while, for like 2 years, where I did gain a little bit of weight. I got some squishy. I got some squish. Got some tum tum. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah. There you go. Free tummy pat. There you go. But Zimran, I hope that this was helpful in some way. At least pleasant vibes for you. All right. Next one up is Narcy. So before we get started on Narcy's, though, I do want to open up, I believe, let's see. This one was a freebie. This one was a freebie. This one was a freebie, so 1, 2, 3. So this is going to be our 4th freebie out of the 10. We are going to do a raffle. You have 1 minute, uno momento, to type !join for your chance at a lovely reading for free. But if you want one and you want it now, you can always do pay to win. So we still have 45 seconds left. 45 seconds to join in if you want one. If you've just been sitting there lurking, the time is now. It costs you 1 Pearl point. You get that for just joining the stream. You got this. 30 seconds left. Let's see if you too can be a winner, much like Rise and Zemran. Man, sucks being broke. That's why you join the raffle. And that's why we have 10 raffles. I don't know what I'm joining, but I did. Well, 15 seconds and you will get a free tarot card reading. ASMR Sonist, you are the winner. What would you like your question to be, as well as what deck you would like it? It doesn't have to be like a super specific right now. You can just give me like a general vibe. ASMR Sonist. ASMR Sonist. I can't read, guys. Look, I can talk. I can word. I can't read. But if you just give me the general idea, and you can ask a more specific question when we get to you. Though I will say, if you do a loved one, I will assign you Homestuck. I will do it. I'd like a vibe check on my current living situation. Okay. Living. Any deck in particular? Last night, I had a streamer misread tools as stools. You mean the kind you sit on? Genshin. Do you want Genshin regular or the Genshin SSR deck? Do you want the shiny one? We have 2 Genshins. We have Genshin SSR or Genshin R. You want 5 or 4 star? And then I will probably take SSR Sound Shiny. It is shiny! So it's about 3 hours into the stream. So I'm actually going to go take a break real quick just to get up, stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, maybe grab myself something, some more otter water because we're a little out. So I will be back in a bit. We are going to, about 5 minutes, be right back. Hello, readers. Sorry, I was BRB. I was getting a snack and a drink. I'm walking around. I'm proud. Thank you so much, Jazzy Jammy, for the raid. Appreciate it. My name is Pearl the Otter. I'm a sea otter, sea cat, and sea trooper. And today, we are doing a little bit of tarot reading. Hi, I'm Pearl. Oh. If anybody wondered, I actually went and got unsweet, okay. Actually, this is not unsweet tea, but it is sweetened with monk fruit sugar tea. Because I wanted a little bit more caffeine. So you've got tea. But anyway, we are about to get into Narcy's love reading. But stay in tuned. There is more possibilities for you. We have only done 1, 2, 3, 4. We've only done 4 of the 10 free tarot readings. And there will be more. So our first one is Narcy with a love reading with the Homestuck deck. So, Narcy, what is your more specific romance question? Or are you just looking for a general vibe? While you decide, I will be shuffling cards. I'll be no thoughts, head empty, shuffle card. Otter of the waters will find you ever over. Otter of the Tarotter cards. Otter of the Tarot. What is your wisdom? My wisdom is communication, bitches. It's more important than you think. Otter of the waters, will I ever find love? Well, it depends what kind you're looking for. There's parental love, there's familial love, there's, friend love, there's romantic love, there's obsessionate love, there's, there's many kinds. Some of us are rich in love and we don't even know it. Some of us are a little blind, looking for something when we already have a lot of something else. I want the buns in the forest to love me back. Smell like carrots. Smell like carrots and vegetation. Give me some of the love that's like, hey, this guy's kind of cool. Ah, yes, friendship love. What you looking for there, sweetheart?
Cable's somewhere up.
Okay. By the way, yes. Do you want to come say hi to everyone? Everyone, this is Bakeen. This is my boyfriend.
Hey, my boy. That's me.
This is the man that I wouldn't shut up about every time one of you gets a love reading. I'm like, anyway, my boyfriend Bakeen is so fantastic. He bought me an otter one time, and I cried in our kitchen like a weirdo. And he accepts me for who I am.
I do the bare minimum, and she really likes that for some reason.
I'll hurt you. Go before I grab your titty.
Ah!
I guess there's someone I'm curious about, but could use some guidance on how to navigate. Is that specific enough? Okay, so you're interested in, Bakeen is so good at parking. Guys, so here's the thing. I didn't tell you guys all about Offkai, from beforehand. I haven't really, like, discussed everything that happened at Offkai, because, one, it was really, honestly, it feels like so long ago, and also really not that long ago. It really don't, but Bakeen rented a weird VW, like, I would call it a mom van, honestly. Like, it was a little bit bigger than an SUV. It was like a mom van. And all of the parking was, like, compact. A RAV4. It was bigger than a normal SUV. It was a little bit, it's bigger than the car we have at home. And Bakeen fucking whipped that shit around constantly, like parking it in compacts, even though that thing is not a compact. But I thought Renee had the RAV4. Renee has a Subaru. I don't know what else Renee had, but I know Renee drives a Subaru. But Bakeen had like this big SUV-esque, like, tiny mom van car, parked it into a compact, and Mocha and I are just standing out there watching this shit happens, and Mocha just turns and out of nowhere essentially tells Bakeen, like, Bakeen, you make me almost wish I was straight. And Bakeen rode that high on that compliment for, like, the next 2 months. Bakeen is like, hell yeah, a raging lesbian thinks that I'm attractive. And I'm like, hell yeah, babe, you go. My hands look nice, by the way. Look, to be fair, I would show you guys elbow. I have very nice skin, by the way. I have just nice skin, I've been told. I have nice little, I have freckles on, like, my entire arm, actually. I have been told I have lovely skin. The pearl skin is flawless. How much for my elbow? How much you got? Look, any and all donations go to keeping me the fuck alive. So if you would like to do that, please do. I would like to stay and be the source of y'all's entertainment, and also have food to eat. See, damn, that's worthy of parading around. I'd do the same. Look, I have been told I've got nice hands and nice feet. Trying to see streamer weenus? Yeah. They've got freckles. They're cute. Please eat food. I did eat food. I actually got food when I took break. I got a protein bar to go with my tea. It was chocolate fudge flavored. It was delicious. It tastes like a marshmallow. It is a delightful texture. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I have freckles all over my arms and, like, across my nose a little bit and nowhere else. Everywhere else does not touch the sun. I need to build up the rainy day fund again. That's okay, Narcy. I appreciate the joke was funny. All right, so let's see what you've got for your love reading today. We have 1. Okay, past, present, future, external, outcome, conscious, unconscious, personal, hopes and fears, the problem. It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me. It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me. Okay. So, Narcy, is there any of these that you feel need to be swapped around? Or flipped in any way, sure? Do you need to reorient them? They are the right cards. They are just in the wrong order. I'll let you have a moment to ruminate upon the possibilities. And you know what? I'll even show some wrist. Look at that lovely little wrist bumplet there. Hand. I'm having honestly, I have so much fun. Hate to have the card with the wrong odor. Look, one of you smells funny. Smells like it needs to be somewhere. Oh my god, could you fit them inside boxes better? Thanks. Not these. This one, you won't see it. It doesn't exist. It's like all the way over there. The rest, this one fits in the box. That one fits in the box. There, I guess. Is that better? Do you have any other? Perfect. But you can't even see the past! Bitch, you can't just neglect the past! You cannot Rafiki this problem. You can't be like, but it's in the past. It means nothing. It's in the past. You have to still acknowledge it. It's a part of the equation. Man's running away from his past, trying to shove that card to the side as fast as possible. All right, Narcy, do you have any other concerns and or complaints? Or else I'm gonna let this bitch fly. Thank you so much, T-Pain22, for the follow. Welcome aboard to the SS Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, by the way, I did, what is it? I could do that paw thing. You could bring the past back. Look, I can paw at you. I have incredibly flexible fingers. I was doing that all the other day, just like randomly just being, yeah. Oh wait, oh my god, you can actually kind of see it on the tracking. Oh, that's so cute actually. You just made me do the palm myself. You're welcome. All right, we're gonna first start with the 8 of Pentacles. So as we know, 8 of Pentacles. Pentacles is an earth sign. It's generally talking about some sort of resource, time, energy, monetary, whatever. Something is taken away or given to you in that form. And with 8 of Pentacles, it's talking about hard work, dedicating yourself to a single idea or task to the best of your ability. Basically, in the past, you thought that plugging away or just continuing to work at it will eventually win, right? Like you will eventually overcome. In love, you have been single-mindedly focused. You look at the object of your affection and you run head goddamn first. And that has been your past. You are like a dog without a bone. Well, you are like a dog with a bone, not a dog without a bone. You are a dog with a bone. You won't let go. And let's see what we have here in the current is that we have the Page of Swords. And as we've learned with pages, they come with messages. Granted, they're more of like snail mail, but hey, you know, eventually you get the point. So with swords, as we have learned, is about passion. It is about your feelings, something that, you know, no, not passion. That one's intellect. Sword is intellect, wand is passion. Sorry. Sword is intellect. In your brain, this is how you are feeling and or thinking. I get those confused sometimes because they're both pointy objects. But a page of swords usually talks about a person. Usually involves rumors, gossip, you know, a lot of stories, talkings about. But here's the thing. You should be wary of the information, usually without fact checking or being careful, because somebody might be spreading lies or misinformation. Basically, this one is talking about make sure that you know like who the object of your affection is or those who are around them, because there is definitely a lot of talk either about you or them or just the surrounding object of both of you is a hot topic at this moment. It is subject to many eyes and many either discussion amongst everyone else around it. And it's kind of a, you know, seems like there's a lot of deception or ill will or a lot of hastiness. So you want to consider maybe researching either yourself, see the people around you, see if, you know, if you have anybody who's talking shit, or if it's perhaps that you should pay attention to the rumor mill, because it may or may not be misinformation. Because, like, it can be misinformation, but obviously there's a lot of talks. There's a lot of talks about either the person that you have an affection for or yourself. And you need to figure out what is real and what is fake. That is, first and foremost, don't be in love with the idea in your head. Be in love with the actual person. Find out who that person is. And then we have the Knight of Wands. Okay, wands are the passion ones. Yeah, what is real and what is fake? Because not everybody is 100% always who they are up front. And there might be some information you are not privy to that you may need to be privy to, or somebody might be talking hot shit. The problem is we will never know until you try and actually look into it, because if you don't know what's being said, then you don't know what you were trying to figure out. But we've got Knight of Wands. So wands are generally passion. They are talking about, you know, emotional, but in the ideas of like creativity and love, but maybe not connection. More of like something that you passionately love. It's more of like a one-sided love or passion. So the Knight of Wands talks about the intricate potential long trip. It's talking about rapid change, competitive tension. It usually represents somebody in your life who goes after their goals with Okay, this one's just talking about you just being single-minded again. Because it's talking about Don Quixote, a person who will, you know, go after their goals no matter how silly or mundane. But like it's not necessarily a good thing, because that's rushing in blind. Again, this one's just like, bitch, you have not learned. This one is you have not learned it all from your past. Your past was like, if I could just keep working hard enough, I will get it. They will love me. We could be together. And then immediately this one's like, look, man, you need to look before you fucking leap. You need to know who this person is and whether or not that you want to be with them. Because there is a lot of rumors and a lot of information going around. You need to figure that shit out quick. And then it's still talking about the problem is, though, you're single-minded. You're a dog with a bone. You won't let go. You won't figure it out. You won't be like, okay, you know what? Maybe we should take a step back. Maybe we should look at the whole picture, because something ain't fucking adding up here. So we're gonna find out what the conscious and unconscious decisions are. So what we have is the Eight of Swords, more intellect. And with the 8 of Swords, I think that the 8s are generally like follow-ups to the 7s. And 7s seem to be pretty mostly good cards. They seem to be more of like intellectual, like, because 5, right? 5 is competition. 5 is that there is you are fighting somebody. 6 is the outcome of that competition. 7 seems to be a more pleasant time, I think, because I know that like the 7 of Cups is more of like a this is your guide for the next idea of what will be happening after that. But we are looking at swords. Swords are the air symbol. They are intellect. They are thinking. And so this is coming up after, you know, you've had a fight, quote unquote, somehow, some way with 5s. And we are trying to figure out exactly what, because like 6 is like the victor, or like the reward, or like the outcome of the fight. And we are trying to figure out where that ends up. So with the 8 of Swords, we have, oh. Yeah, this is the 1/8 card that's not kind of good. I'm sorry, Narcy. This one's talking about entrapment. This one's talking about being stuck in a cycle. This one's the one that's talking about, if this one is talking about being stuck in a cycle. This one's talking about quite literally being stuck and unable to stand up for themselves. They shackle themselves back with fears and excuses. This card reminds the subject that although they may feel more trapped, they have the power to change their circumstances. You're in a time loop. Okay, so this one is more or less talking about, so after the outcomes of like, you know, 5, 6, and 7, the victories and whatnot, this one is, you are a prisoner of your own mind. You are aware of your behaviors. You are aware that you can change. You are aware that you can step back and you can take a look at yourself and the person that you might be idolizing or, you know, infatuated with, and kind of like take a real good look. Because if you keep being stuck in this loop of doing the same thing, like, do you not remember what the definition of insanity is, Narcy? The definition of insanity is doing the same shit over and over and over again and expecting a different result. Like, this is telling you, hey, get yourself stuck out of that loop, do something different. You are in control of your own circumstances. And at this point, you can take a step outside of what you're usually doing, just kind of going all in all the time, and be like, hey, wait up. Maybe we slow down. Maybe we look harder into this. Maybe we don't run head first. And I know that it's like one of those things that you want to do, because when you love something or you care about something, you know, you're excited. It's your then hyperfixation. Is this person, except they talk back. You know, they have conversations with you. They talk back. So you're excited and you're constantly dopamine. Like, I get wanting to do that. But there is a little bit of an addiction that happens. When that happens is you become addicted to that person because they bring you dopamine, because they talk back to you, even if they aren't necessarily in love with you the same way that you are with them. And so maybe you need to take a step back and see how they feel about you before going all in on that. Because if they reciprocate, cool, 1000%, go. But if they don't, it's real awkward when you're already like 1 foot into the love boat and they are like, brother, what are you doing? So let's see what the secondary, the unconscious decisions. So unconscious, we've got, dang, this is the 3rd time that Pentacle Boy has come up. The King of Pentacles returns once more, this time to talk about pretty much, you know, indulgence, control, corruption, greed, all of those, like, basically it's here to talk about you being stagnant. You being stuck in the same ideas of doing the same things the same way, and you kind of getting in your own way. So your conscious decision is that you know you're stuck. You know you're stuck. You know you have the potential to be able to step out of being stuck by just like being more objective at looking at things without rose-tinted glasses, without the like the love goggles on you, and being like, hey, you know what? I should maybe look at this person more objectively clear. But your unconscious decision is that you don't wanna. You don't wanna. That's different. That's different than normal. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to do the same thing, but this time it worked out. But unfortunately, that is, you're unable to give up that control about how you do things, because there's a certain comfortability in just kind of doing things as that you always done them, right? Is you know how it goes. Either you go all in and they say yes, or you go all in and they say no. Changing the formula up, or perhaps maybe taking a step back, looking a little bit more objectively, kind of having more of a slow burn for you is different. It's scary, it's new, and it's uncomfortable. And you kind of have to get through the uncomfortability to know exactly where you want to go with that. So let's see what our personal influence is. Our personal influence is the Queen of Swords. More intellect. Yay! So queens usually talked about, you know, a woman who is near or in your life. I have been told recently to seek discomfort. Yeah, I would say that there's a small part, I feel like people as a whole need to start seeking discomfort in like a way to be able to, as I've said before, people don't like conflict. People don't like conflict to the point that they will do some wild shit to get around having it happen, right? Like, people will just be like, oh, it's so much easier just to ghost somebody rather than like talking it out. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna talk about a real life thing. I recently had a fight with a friend, and I did not want to bring it up originally. I didn't want to bring it up because it made me feel bad, and I didn't want to like have the conversation, because in my brain, worst case scenario, they would never want to be my friend again. Why? Because even though it wasn't my fault in any way, shape, or form, in my brain, I was like, oh no, if I bring it up, I'm the asshole. It's me. And a lot of other times that I have had other friends that if I've been like, hey, I don't like that thing that you did, it made me really sad, and they'd be like, fuck you, get over it. It was a joke. It was funny. And I'm like, yeah, but it wasn't really that funny. It actually really upset me. And they'd be like, well, it looks like you're the person in the wrong. And like shit like that. So I feel like there's a conversation, right? Because like we need to be able to talk to people, even if it is the worst case scenario, even though my personal wasn't. My personal is we worked it out, we apologized, we hugged it out, and kisses, everything's all fine and dandy. But because there had been people like that, I was scared to, step out of my comfort zone of just sitting there silently dealing with it, and just kind of, venting my frustrations to my boyfriend and not really, anything else. But there is at a point in time where we have to be okay with the idea of discomfort. We have to be okay addressing the elephant in the room, because sometimes it is us. Sometimes we did do something wrong and we need to be like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I had a bad day. I had like things going on. I'm gonna be honest. I've been the person to do that. I've yelled at some of my friends because I got a little overstimulated. I got a little overstimulated and I got a little bit of a bitch. She popped up out of nowhere. She yelled at people. I felt terrible afterwards. So like us being able to be okay with discomfort or like having these conversations truly helps us step out and change how we do things and like be able to be like, you know what? Yeah, sometimes I'm an asshole. Sometimes you're an asshole, but we can still be friends afterwards and try to be better. Like, just because somebody does something bad one time, depending on how bad it is. Again, all of these things come with like fucking caveats, right? But like, if somebody does something that's kind of a little bit of an asshole-ish thing to do, then be like, I'm so sorry. I am trying to be a better person. I will work on this. And here is the thing. Actually work on it. Because if you say that you're actively trying to work on it and you don't do anything about it, and it keeps happening again, you're just lying. You're just lying. You have to actively put your words into motion. But as long as you can do that, seeking discomfort to be able to have these adult communication, like, it's so worth it. Because I would not be with the same friends that I am now if I didn't learn how to be okay with having like a rough conversation. So hopes and fears. We have Knight of Swords. We have more swords. More swords than several eons ago. All right, so this Knight of Sword talks about, a trip, usually by airplane or some sort of air, but it can also be a person. This usually means for like changes in ideas, projects, relationships, things like that. There is a change coming quickly. And when it's in reverse, it generally talks about the struggle of expressing your ideas or the struggle with communication. It's talking about that you have trouble with words, either the right words or maybe sticking your ideas, maybe possibly sticking your foot in your mouth. That you say something and it come across bad or you can't take it back. And so this one might be talking about, I really feel like this one's more of a word situation. Why are all these reversed? Brother, I don't know. I feel like your fear is sticking your foot in your mouth. That's personally, I feel like that's the fear. The hope is that there can be a change in your life. Sometimes we need hard truth, Narcy, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes we need to hear the thing that we don't like, the thing where like the card is being mean to you, but you're like, you know what? It's right. It's right. I am in charge of my own ship. I maybe should step out of my comfort zone a little bit. I should maybe be a little bit more objective and look at my surroundings before I leap. And you know what? Maybe I shouldn't say words in such a way that I can't take them back, or that it would be too much on someone. I didn't say it wasn't right. They're all. I'm so sorry. We don't have the little guy with the like fucking the cane, but man, the Homestuck deck came to just fucking kneecap you. It was like, sup, bitch? You decided for a love reading. Here's some love reading for you. And now we've got Future. Future is the Page of Pentacles. So again, Pentacles are usually talking about earth signs, some sort of imagine like HP, stamina, resource of some sort. And when it's talking about upside down, it is procrastination. Normally it would talk about things like, a new job, new money, some news, maybe a kid or whatever. But right now, when it's upside down, the future is talking about procrastination, non-committal, and usually sort of kind of a wishy-washy feeling or attitude. I feel like this entire thing is, if you don't take the advice to heart, right? Like this future, quote unquote, is what happens if you continue to do what you're doing, right? If you continue to stay stuck in the loop, if you continue to just kind of like just rush headfirst in, no thought process, just rush, is that it will be sort of this stagnation. right? This non-committed kind of procrastination where you're not going to really get anywhere. You won't have anything that's like actually in your hands. Like you won't have, like, yes, I have this person. They talk to me. I enjoy their company. Very happy. It instead is more like, I have a lot of people that I talk to, and I don't know if they talk to me, and we are both happy. I feel like this is just weird. And that's because that's what you get, is like a bunch of like mismatched expectations. That's what it is. Because they might be like acquaintance, but you are full on in like the heart glasses, the like rose-colored glasses with them, and it's very different experience for both people. Because imagine with me, right? Imagine with me. Imagine that there is somebody who you talk to who's just a friend. Just a friend. You have no feelings towards them whatsoever other than, yeah, buddy, like hanging out with you, playing video games and stuff occasionally. But that this person shows up, and even though you have given no inclination for romance of any sort, is that they are like, I am incredibly in love with you. And you're like, what? Bro, I just wanted to play League of Legends. And like, you're not in the same mindset as them. Like, your friend is now in love with you, and what do you do now? What are your next steps? Because if you don't, if you immediately are just like, no, I don't like that you are a friend, nothing more, that's weird. Like, it would be really weird. How do you navigate that problem of turning them down and being like, look, I like you, but I am not in love with you. But there's still going to be, the other person's feelings are still hurt. The other person being like, oh, but I was in love with you. I read every single sign as you being also maybe possibly in love with me. And they're like, no, not they, but you are like, no, I am not in love with you. I thought we were just hanging out. I thought we were just playing League of Legends. I thought we were playing TFT and enjoying our time together. And so then it's weird, right? The conversation that you have with them makes it weird every single time. And I mean, eventually it might be okay later on when the dust has settled and you can laugh it off. But there is still that really weird period. And like this is what this is warning. This is the message it's warning you from. Because if you continue to kind of be in this like loop, you might find yourself in that situation, which is like mismatched expectations in that way. And then we have external influence. So this is the influence of like the world or people around you. So this one is the Six of Swords. Usually, sixes are like a victory card for what happens after the battle, right? This is overcoming obstacles. Specifically, this one, because it's a sword, it's talking about overcoming obstacles of the mind. It is talking about, dealing with past trauma or depression. It's talking about, being able to talk about all of the things that you've gone through. You get recognition, good news, success. It's essentially, this is the victory card. It is after you overcome your mental demons, right? After you overcome all of this shit outside of here. This is your victory card. Is that you are now able to step out into the world with clear eyes and you get real news. You know where you stand with people. You enjoy your time with people. There's not like a weird mixture of, what you expect, what they expect. Everybody's on the same goddamn page. And then we have the last card, which is the Devil. So, the Devil, as we've talked about, is basically like binding, right? The Devil is a bind that you hold yourself to. So when it is in reverse, it is talking about releasing yourself from that binding. It is a liberation. It is throwing off. Shadow, it's me, the devil. But I'm in reverse, so I can't tell you to do sin. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Ah! But the reverse card of the devil is detachment. It is leaving the idea of toxicity or this entire toxic cycle of just kind of like throwing yourself into a situation that may not be what you actually want it to be. And it means that you finally get to leave. After dealing with the mental demons, actually having the conversations that you need to have with the people that you care for, and being able to step out into the light, no longer bound by the same chains that you were before over here. No longer being stuck in this cycle of repeating. Because you're doing it to yourself. Like that is the idea, is that this whole reading is, I am doing this to myself because this is how I've always done it. And this is how it always turns out. But we need to step out of that. We need to challenge ourselves. We need to go through the uncomfortability, because there is hope behind the fear. The fear is you stick your foot in your mouth, right? That you say something that you can't take back or that you regret, and it, oh no, it all turns wrong. But then there's also the possibility, right? The hope behind the fear, that having this conversation means that you can have clear conscience, clear eyes, and move towards yourself outside of, this is the way that I've always done it, so this is how it's always going to go. And instead free yourself from these bindings. I'm sorry, Darcy. I'm sorry that the Homestuck cards decided to stab you in the knee, but I feel like it's one of those things you gotta get told. So, I'm sorry, but also, do you want a hug? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, but also, do you need a hug? Do you need some aftercare? I feel like I went through a session. Do you need some aftercare? Hug would be nice. Okay.
Hug. There you go, hug.
I hope that makes you feel a little bit better. Look, it's not always it's the truth that we need, not necessarily the truth that we want. And sometimes we really need to take those little vinegar shots, because it's good for the soul. Even if I'm not the target of reading, this is very good for introspection. I talk a lot about things. I have lived a life, and I feel like I have very good ability to talk about specific situations, and anything to do with like love, loss. Because I'm gonna be honest, I've fucked up a lot in life. Me personally, I have. Ooh boy, I have fallen through every single pit. And so if I can stop somebody else from also falling in that pit, I will do that. I want to be that person who's like, hey, I fucked up. I bought a whole bunch of really bad shit from like a Temu the first time before you knew Temu was shit.
Hello. Welcome.
We are currently right now doing a little bit of tarot reading. So we are going to open up the floor for another raffle because we've just finished Narcies and we're about to do ASMRsonists, but we still have six more to give away. So !S raffle. So you have 1 minute to point !join into the chat and get yourself a free raffle. It costs 1 pearly point, which is what you get when you just decide to be here for over a minute. So let's do it. Join. Free shit. You have 45 more seconds to type !join. Also, welcome aboard. Hi, Don and X-Hummer to the SS Otherworldly Traveler. Please enjoy your vacation. Thank you so much for the follow. Mwah. Appreciate it. Great upbeat vibes. Honestly, my vibes are, hey, kid, do you want to learn a life lesson? I feel like one of those, like, after-school programs sometime. Being like, all right, kid, this clear communication is so integral to every single friendship, group, relationship that you might have. All right. The raffle ended, and the answer is Counterpillow has won! My energy, though. Nah, life is fake. I don't know. Sometimes life is fake. Take off your VR helmet. Let us know what real life is like. Can you do ASMR Sinus reading in an ASMR voice? No. This microphone is not meant for specifically ASMR, especially with the thing that I've got on it as my sound condenser. Rigged. Yeah, rigged. Hey, it's not my fault that this is the wrong mic. I wasn't expecting to do ASMR today. That's a tomorrow problem. Well, you don't get ASMR tonight, but you know what you do get? I have pat my tummy. Are you happy now? No artifacts. No artifacts today. However, I will sing you the artifact song. If you all ask really nicely, if everybody asks super nice, I will do one. For how have you been for like the last 3 years? Well, I took a basically whole year hiatus because I got a job, and then I streamed for a little bit, and then I went. Then that job got hella harder, and so then I took a whole nother year hiatus. Sing, Otter, sing. Can we get the Otter song, please, please, please? The Homestuck Tarot was mean to me. Okay, we will sing the Otter song, and you will get a random fact. I will just give it one.
Artifact, artifact. Here comes the artifact. Artifact, artifact. I hope that you like it.
Did you know that during mating, the sea otter will bite the nose of its other partner to hold on? So if Bakin has a bloody nose, you know what happened.
Artifact, artifact. That was your fucking artifact. Artifact, artifact.
I told that one to Mocha earlier today, and Mocha was like, huh? I told that one to Mocha and VC earlier today, and it was, oh, we have to tell Bakin we love him? Okay, I'm gonna message him real quick. I have to get up and go into his room to tell him that I love him. So I'm gonna get up and go tell Bakin that I love him. So I will be right back. One moment, please.
Excuse me.
Anyway, I'm back up on the screen. Went to go tell Bakeen I loved him. I also said that Chat loves you too. He told me he loved me. He told me also that Chat he's more platonic about. And then he asked if there was any reason why. And I said, because I told them about the artifact where if you have a bloody nose, they know what happened. And then he was like, that's fair. And then turned back around and went back to gaming. So.
Howdy, Wisconsin Bear. Howdy.
That's fair. He's like, I'm platonic towards Chat. Thank you, Chat, for keeping my girlfriend happy. But all right, so we have, I believe, after ASM artist was ASM arsonist. I can word. Was Counterpillow. So, Counterpillow. What vibe question would you like? Would you like talking about fortune, money, career, love advice? If you have no actual question and then you immediately go with like, I don't know, what's my next like 3 years gonna look like and which deck you would like it to be done. I will let you know if you do, however, pick the love one, I am just gonna automatically go to Homestuck because it's the one it's the hard truth, but you're gonna need it. We're all getting it. Everybody's gotten a love Homestuck reading, and I will continue that trend until death. Career, I guess. I want to know what the rest of the year has in store for me at work. Okay, we're gonna talk about Yob. And what deck would you like? We have many. We have a Spoopy Tarot deck. We have a Disney Villains Tarot deck. We have a generic anime tarot deck. We also have Alice in Wonderland specifically. We also have Homestuck, which is kept in this bag. Its power is sealed so that it doesn't hurt anybody unintentionally. We also have SSR Genshin, where it's very shiny and pretty. We also have regular Genshin, so this is the 4-star equivalent. And then we also have The Nightmare Before Christmas. Look, that Homestuck deck will bite you. Ask Narcy. It took a chunk out of his butt. We do not speak of the one that we set aflame. It's true, we don't speak about it, because I set it on fire. It screams instead. In hell, where it belongs. It broke my heart. Oh no! I didn't want it to break your heart. Don't break his heart. His achy, breaky heart. I don't really think you understand. Oh god, that's old. I just dated myself so hard right there. Do I have a classic one? No. All of the ones that I've ever gotten have been themed. Because here's the thing, all of the decks I have ever gotten have been bought for me as like a present of some sort from somebody who either knew me pretty well or liked me enough to to understand my vibe as a human being. So the thing is tarot decks are generally supposed to be gifted. You are not supposed to buy one for yourself because then it won't accurately reflect the truth. That's essentially why it's supposed to be the reflection of somebody else. It makes you better. I'm 21 and I recognized it from the radio. Vantor, where the fuck are they playing Billy Ray Cyrus? That's how they say it? How they say what? In 2008. Yeah, the short goth girl talking about Otter Maiden. Get her a tarot deck. She's into it. This bitch. But like that saying is a yikes. I'll have the spoopy one. It's Halloween in like 2 months. It is true that it is Halloween in 2 months. More importantly, who the hell uses the radio? People who can't afford Apple Music and or what is it? Audio CarPlay. What is it? The other one? Android CarPlay. Gifting cards. Ugh. Well, I mean, it depends. So everything in this is all mixed review. All of it is mixed review because there is no definitive with absolute certainty that you are supposed to do it one way or another way or whatever. There really isn't. But the way that I was taught, because I am Ren Fair fucking pilled. Growing up in where people would read palms, read tarot as like a profession, they were the people who told me these things, and they were passed down like as part of their oral tradition. So even though it doesn't really matter, we're playing with essentially Monopoly money in this cards, like they're not real. I'm just an otter with some cards. I am not a professional oracle. But the idea of somebody else gifting you something and you gifting them back, like every time that I have like received one in real life, I can't say through the internet because not everybody has a fucking throne wish list or whatever. But every time that somebody in real life has come up to me and given me cards, I have always returned one with that. Like it's always been an exchange. So that is why I've always just used ones that are gifted, just because I feel like that tradition is important considering where and how I grew up. Which is a thing where you think of the other person and how you perceive them, and you give them a deck you think that they would enjoy based off of that. But you don't just get it for somebody you don't fucking know either. Like, it's not just like you just get it for a random person. Like, you have to at least have had a conversation. Be at least somewhat more than fucking work acquaintances. You have to be more than just guy in cubicle next to yours. But also, like, every person who has given me the ones from Throne have been community members that I feel like know me pretty well, or at least know of me as I present myself through your basically discount television set. So we can make an oracle pyramid by gifting our friends decks. Look, if you gift a deck and they gift you one back, you both get a present and everyone's happy. And then you can play with your cards afterwards. You can read each other. It's a fun time. Everyone wins. No one loses. Don't just like gift one to the baker that you showed up to twice on your birthday. That'd be weird. Don't know what you mean. I gave the new employee some candles and a Ouija board. Must have quit because I haven't seen him in weeks. That man is no longer among us. You are the reason why that fucking that one game where people go ghost hunting exists. It wasn't the candle. Ba-na-ba-na-ba-na. Ba-da-na-na-na. You're summoning ghosts. Do-do-do-do-do. Phasmophobia? Yeah, that one. I played it like twice. Played it twice. I found out it was not for me. Mostly because the jump scares didn't get me. The jump scares did not get me. I was just kind of like, man, there's significantly worse fucking horror games I've played. Actually, the biggest horror that ever leaves, well, that I've ever lived through, is Bakin when he randomly decides in the middle of me gaming to just come out of nowhere and just touch my back, and then I scream bloody murder. That's my actual fucking jump scares. It got updated and now it's way scarier. Nice to know.
Pachi Pachi.
We are currently right now, I am shuffling cards, and I will be reading for ASM Arsonist. All right. But we did get Counterpillow's specific question, which was the vibe for their job, and with the Spooky Tarot deck, because it's going to be Halloween soon. And ASM Arsonist, are you there? ASM Arsonist, I have the shiny Genshin cards for you. I have been shuffling them for the last few minutes. Ooh. See, hello, yes. So we're here, and I believe that you wanted to do your living situation. I believe I have LV for it, so I'm assuming that is just kind of your general vibe for that. I can't remember everything that I say, so I write down most things that are important.
Excuse me. Gotta scooch my chair up a little bit. I'm very short.
ASM Arsonist? Am I correct that it is your living situation? I mean, I could be wrong. I wait with bated breath. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, cool. me just holding in my breath for no reason. Y'all living? Okay. So, this one is a free one, and all of the free ones are 3 cards. So, 1, a 2, and a free. Now, ASM Arsonist, is there any one of these that you feel like is the right card, but just isn't in the right order? Needs to be perhaps flipped around or switched in some way? Blade, let it rip. All right, we have first the Hermit. So in the past, which, by the way, the Hermit is essentially like it's kind of like the Hierophant, but it's a little bit more, because like the Hierophant is talking about like how society you know comes to like the Enlightenment conclusion, right, where you go for like a religious leader and you talk to them and you get enlightenment of some sort, where this right here with the Hermit is talking about you looking in yourself to find personal truth or spiritual illumination. Essentially, in the past, you may have, you know, understood exactly what did you want in life, you know, where you wanted to go. You looked inside yourself and went, you know what, when I am X years old, I want to live over this way. Like, you've been very sure of yourself and you are your own guiding light, sort of. So you've had an idea or a want or like this enlightenment, this like little light bulb that went off in your head, and you were like, okay, down the line, I want that. That's what I want. And then currently, in the future, we have the Hierophant. I love that I was like, so anyway, it's like the Hierophant, but it's not. So this one changes a little bit. So in this sort of future, it talks about the expectations or, you know, conformity or tradition or, you know, what society decides is, you know, what should be the thing, right? Because, you know, society says everybody in, you know, once you're over the age of 18, you gotta leave your house, right? You have to get an apartment, you have to go live by yourself, like your parents are kicking you out immediately. That's not actually what happens, but like that's what society sets up, right? It was the idea of like the nuclear family where there'd be, you know, mom, dad, 2.5 kids, and a fucking white picket fence. And then the second that you turned 18 years old, you were like, I don't want to live here underneath your rules anymore, mom and dad. I'm gonna go have my own house. But it's not a house, it's an apartment with blackjack and hookers. which is essentially just you and your 3 friends playing D&D on a Friday night. Just, I'm gonna go rent my own house and I'm gonna play D&D with my friends and we're gonna play Call of Duty on the weekends. Like that's essentially what happens, right? Like that's what society decides that we are supposed to do. And so right now you might be feeling some sort of way about that. You might be feeling either, hey, my life's not terrible, but I do want to do that. I do want to be out on my own because it gives me the freedom to do more things and sort of, enjoy myself a little bit more. But it doesn't seem, do I have a favorite D&D class? It's more funny if you if you guys guess which class do you think. Did I light a candle? I do have a candle. My candle is a citronella one. It is meant to keep gross bugs from touching me. Because I live in the South and that's an issue. So we have a citronella. Is it lighting? No, it's just over on the table. No, it's there for smell and ambiance. And mostly to keep away mosquitoes. And then we have here, I think it's funny that the future is death. So the future is talking about the ending, quote unquote, so if you're talking about what is the lighting, that is my computer. The light that's coming from here, computer. And these are the shadows of my hands. I thought I smelt it. Citronella, it smells like vanilla and citrus. And also a little chemically. Keeps mosquitoes away. But death is to talk about the ending of a cycle. Generally, death is not a negative card. Death is freeing. It is talking about big changes, endings, rebirth, transformation. So what this looks like is maybe you had a very solid idea before that you wanted something. I don't know if it was necessarily the, two kids, picket fence. Maybe it's just where you wanted to live. Because honestly, let's be so for real. When I grew up, I lived in fucking suburban hell. I lived in rows and rows and rows of a bunch of duplex houses. And mine was one of the only houses that was a full house because my mom and dad had bought the house back in the 70s where everything was a fucking field. Aren't citronella candles toxic when used inside? No. Not all of them. These aren't meant for outside. These are regular candles. There are outdoor candles, but we have regular citronella candles. There is a small smoke, but we have ventilation for that. I live in a land with HVAC systems. So, no. Or at least I haven't had any adverse effects. So, if anything, you should always do this when you burn a candle, is make sure that it is well ventilated, because any candle could be toxic if you burnt it and there wasn't enough airflow. But you know what, I'll for shits and giggles, I will Google this. Is citronella toxic indoors? All right. And underneath here, you can use citronella indoors, but do so with caution, as traditional citronella candles produce soot and smoke that can negatively impact air quality and pose a fire hazard. However, to use citronella safely, open windows for ventilation, or use candles specifically labeled for indoor use with clean burning plant-based wax. So, yes, you can use it. There you go, guys. You can use citronella indoors. Just make sure it's an indoor candle. Who would have thought? Wild, I can read sometimes. Thank you, by the way, Excalibur, for the Atawata. I will drink some more of my tea. What about the bathtub? Well, I don't really have a lot of ventilation next to my bathtub, so I wouldn't burn a candle near my bathtub. I would burn a candle over by where the ventilation is. On the vanity. That's the secret. But it seems here, ASMR Arsonist, that the idea is that you were very sure of what you wanted, either where you wanted to live or how you wanted to live. Maybe you were more of a, like, I don't know, more of a nomadic person, where maybe you wanted to do something that was a little bit different from what was the traditional idea of how people were supposed to live. And that currently, right now, you're just kind of in the same idea of like, everybody gets an apartment, everybody lives with their parents, society's pressures to do things or whatever that kind of change your perspective in some way, shape, or form. Because let's be honest, not all of us are going to be able to afford a house. Housing market's crazy. Housing market crazy. And that the idea of the future is kind of coming to terms with what is and is not available to you, and giving you a whole new idea later on about how you would prefer to live. I mean, honestly, if I had to be very incredibly honest, as much as I do like house, because I do like house, I am a mobile. I would not mind like living in one of those, like, not a fancy RV, but like, baby, it's the death of the housing market. Look, we're all waiting for it. But like, those neat trailer houses, but they're like an RV instead of an actual trailer. I like those. I think they're neat. I like pop-up campers. I think that would be neat to live like that for a little bit. I also think the idea of a houseboat is kind of cool because I really like houseboats. I also think they are very neat, and to like live in a marina. I enjoy a boat. However, it is significantly harder to live in one of those because you have to have a lot more capital, I feel like. Yeah, so I like camping. So I like camping for camping, but camping is like for a weekend or at most a week. Glamping would be if I wanted to like live like that. If I wanted to live the like nomadic lifestyle and just kind of go wherever the fuck I wanted to go, stream wherever the fuck I wanted to stream, and do whatever the fuck I wanted to do. Worked with a man once who owned a houseboat. Can confirm. Look, they are very expensive to maintain. You require a lot of capital up front. Not super helpful. Not super helpful, but it is really cool. It's a neat thing. I wouldn't recommend it to everybody, but it's real neat. Okay, so ASMR Arsonist is done. Let me just get, where is my pen? There it is. Well, done with that one, done with that one. And now we are going to do another giveaway. That's right, you in fact have more. I am typing in the wrong window. This is what happens when I Google things. You have 60 seconds to type in !join, !join, and you too can have a wonderful 3-card reading for free. That's right, no money down. I am here for the people. I am an otter of the people. I am here for all the broke bitches. I mean, if you don't join, you can't win. But if you do join, there is at least 5 more chances in the backlog. And we will be doing counter pillows Job with the spooky deck next. You have 15 seconds! 15 seconds! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Join.
Oh, Cozy!
Cozy has won. Let's see. So number 10 will be Cozy. Cozy, what kind of question would you like? You can be like money, job, living situation, vibes, what's love. But if you do pick love, I will do a Homestuck, which it will hurt people's feelings.
Also, howdy, Jay-Z.
Get a whatever comes up. All right, so we're gonna go with a vibe. And is there any particular deck that you would like to use? Because we have many. We have if you wanted to hurt yourself, Homestuck. If you don't want to hurt yourself, we have Anime Tarot, which is really cute. I'm gonna go. Okay, honestly, I'm gonna go with the anime one just because I really like the art. It's really good art. So you pick. Be blunt. I like the art for this one. I feel like this one's really pretty. This one's if you really want to know a fucking answer. This one is the nuclear option. But this one is very pretty. I really like the art for it. Excuse me, let me get the box out. So, excuse me. Like, look at how pretty some of this art is. This is the Queen of Pentacles. She's so pretty. We also have, like, here is the King of Pentacles. And they're all like anime tropes. I really like this. Vivi actually put me onto this one. Fucking King of Wands. Look at him, so pretty. I really like the art. And okay, so this one is one of my favorite ones. I like the Queen of Cups and also the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups is so pretty. This one, I'm gonna be honest. This one feels like a VV card, because it is generic anime boy with glasses. There's glasses there. Immediately. Oh Lord, I forgot that this man exists. Oh, hello. Yep, glasses. Look. I'm gonna be honest. This is Daddy's home. This one got me, which is just like, look at this smug fucking bastard. Look at him. Daddy's home. Look, I know who I am. Alrighty. So that is, there you go. Cozy, someone say McDonald's. All right, so there's Cozy's is going to be after Counterpillow, and then we will start another one for our fourth from the end. Okay, so excuse me as I open this back up. Daddy's home. I know that song. How do we get readings? How you get readings is, as occasionally I will in fact open up a raffle. When the raffle is open, you will have a minute to type !join. And when that is over, whoever the raffle picker picks will be the one to win. I believe we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're about to do 5 and 6, which means we will have 4 more. Or you can pay to win, as Penguin Pope did, by gifting 5 tier 1 gift subs. But that one does not go to the that one doesn't go to the freebie. That is pay to win. That is, I am demanding, streamer, I am demanding my tarot reading. Streamer. So 11 will be a penguin. Now, Penguin, what is going to be your question, and what deck would you like me to use? I am going to warn you, you have done Homestuck every time, and every time it has fucking capped you in the knee. Like, it has shot you in the kneecap with a Glock. I'm going to recommend you maybe not do that. But all of the ones that are paid will be, essentially, you will get a full spread rather than 3 cards. Free is 3, but if you do pay to win, you get more bang for your buck. Take your time. Perp's got deep questions, and I am not afraid of these cards. I will throw flippers. All right, so Homestuck, Vibe. I'm gonna go with Vibe for now, so I can question you later. Honestly, I should question your sanity, but I already know that you're like one step away from mad genius. Okay, Counter Pillow. It is now your turn. We are doing for Yab. And for Yab, we have 3 cards. Now, tell me when you feel the spirit move you. Like, just tell me when. I will continue to shuffle until you say so. And yes, I have done this before with friends and also my boyfriend Bakin, where I have shuffled the cards for 20 minutes because motherfucker straight up forgot that I was doing his reading and just stopped. He just, like, he was talking, and then for 20 minutes he proceeded to play a video game. And then I was like, baby, I've been doing this for 20 minutes. And he was like, oh shit, I forgot. And I was like, yeah, I love you too, hun. Say when, says when never. Didn't Narcy forget to say it one time? Yeah, but when Narcy did, it was like maybe 5 minutes. It was not 30 minutes and my hands were starting to cramp. Also, Narcy, I have no problems immediately going, hey, bud, you forget something? Hey, bud, you want this reading or not? But Bucky knows where I sleep at night, mostly because it's next to him. I don't want to start beef with a guy who could straight up fart underneath my blanket. Go on, waiter. Keep adding the cheese to my pasta. I did not say when. All right, the spirits have moved you. The spirits within, they have moved us all. It smells of all who came before. We are hands and us. All right, so let's see what we got here. We are pulling from the top. 1, 2, 3. All right, Counterpillow. You let me know if... So these are the right cards, but are they in the right orientation? If you feel the need to flip or switch any of them, feel free to do so, and I will change it if the spirits move you. Flip the center one. All right. Wah! Let's start. With the first one, we have the King of Cups. So, cups generally talk about emotion. They are a water card, and King is supposed to be essentially what would be the second most likely in the suit. So, imagine the Ace of Cups is the epitome of emotion. It is almost pure emotion, while the King is usually talking about a male role model, or it can be, if not male, it can also talk about sort of somebody you see as like the ruler of something, like somebody who makes laws or dictates such. And the King of Cups specifically talks about being a supportive leader, or, you know, tolerance or empathy when it's right side up. But this one is upside down, so it more or less talks about somebody being like aloof or cold, or, you know, maybe a tiny bit manipulative. You know, that there may have been a male sort of influence in your past that made it kind of hard to be at your job. Maybe it kind of, you know, soured the job before you, or they got in your way, or there was just a whole lot of politics that happened, and it wasn't exactly something that you would put as your cup of tea, something that you're not super great at dealing with. When you say the spirits have moved you, 10 minutes later, have they moved you yet? Have the spirits moved you yet? The spirits have moved my memory because I don't remember what you were talking about. The spirits have hit my restart button. I don't remember what the conversation was about. Please remind me. But talking about, you know, that there may have been a male person making it a little bit harder for you to work in your job. It's talking about things like unhealthy imbalance. Usually some sort of like power struggle dynamic where you are feeling a little bit kind of like just like a cog in the machine, and that there's definitely like a boss ahead of you or something, that they're using their power to make you feel smaller, not necessarily empower you like they should. Like they're being a boss and not being like a leader. Because like a leader is somebody in your job who's like, I'm going to build you up because I can see that these are the things that you were good at, and I want you to lead you into being better for the whole team. While somebody who's just like a boss is somebody who's like, hey, you over there. Come on, chop, chop, work overtime, do it faster, do it. Instead of building community and camaraderie in the department, they're generally just kind of an asshole. And let's see if we have, currently, we have Emperor. So as we have talked about, the Emperor is usually talking about like a male figurehead who usually is the person who like dictates things and such. They usually end up being the person who is very much a leader. They talk about like respect, leadership, planning. I think they're like some. I think there's goat symbolism there, but it's talking about in the past there may have been somebody who was like manipulative and made it really hard for you to work at your job, and was really annoying and kind of made you feel puny and small and awful. But nowadays, I don't know if it's a new job or maybe a new department or maybe a new like department boss or whatever that has happened, that seems to be a little bit more of either you or they are having more leadership or more respect, or a little bit you're feeling like there's more strategic planning in the roles that are currently happening right now. Either way, this definitely right now definitely feels better than then. And then we have the Hermit in reverse. So the Hermit is talking about kind of like going into knowing yourself. It's the Hermit is very much like finding your own answers by looking in. And sometimes it's taking yourself out. Right? Taking yourself out of a situation to look at something with clarity. So the Hermit in reverse usually talks about isolation, withdrawn. It can be loneliness. It can also be misdirection. But essentially, this card is talking about it's very easy to get lost looking in someone else's eyes. Basically, you need to step out of the situation to look at something with clear focus. It's introspective and it's analytical. It's stop asking other people's opinions about how you feel. You need to figure out how you feel before moving onwards. You kind of need to have that self epiphany, because nobody can tell you how you feel, right? Nobody can be like, you're sad, you're angry, you're not supposed to be here in like some sort of way. It is up to you whether or not you feel like you were a good fit in the future. And it's not only going to be like leadership, right? It's not going to be like, oh, you know, I don't know if I want to still be here because I don't know. My boss treats me okay. So you're going to have to figure out what is the thing that you want for yourself. For you, it might be creative purpose. It might be more than just management. It might be a sense of fulfillment in your role. Things like that. And sometimes it takes turning a hobby into a job, where some of us have done that and had incredible fulfillment, but there are, you know, trials and tribulations that come with that. So, Counterpillow, it looks like it wants you to look about the things that you want for yourself, that right now is definitely better than it was in the past, but looking towards the future, it's a little muddied. You're gonna have to kind of figure out what you want from your job. Like, is your job just a 9-to-5, you know, a way to pay for your hobbies and things that you actually enjoy doing? Or do you want to turn one of your hobbies into a career, which is a little bit more struggling, but very satisfactory, like very satisfying, very fulfilling in the long run? I hope this helped in some way, shape, or form. If not, it's okay. It was free. All right. So that was Counterpillows. It did. Good way for introspection. Yes, very much so. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Spoopy cards going back in the spoopy box. Spoopy box, back over to the side. So now we have Cozy is going to be next. But before we start Cozies, I'm going to do two things. One, I am going to do the most important thing and do another raffle so that we have one after Penguin. And second, I'm going to take a 5-minute break to go pee. Because my body is a machine that turns T into P. And my daddy always said, tea makes you pee, that's why it rhymes. S raffle. So you have 1 minute while I go BRB, because it's time for me to PEE. no peeing in the pool. Please no piss in the pool. We've just chlorinated. Man! You guys! Alright, everybody out. Everybody out. We have to clean the pool again. Little Timmy pissed in it. Damn it, Timmy. Alright, so we have Cozy. Cozy is doing a vibe check. And we are, I believe, doing it with the very pretty anime girl cards.
I only peed a little bit.
But Tommy, that boy can't walk because of you. Well, that boy didn't even want to walk. Can I have my no making now? I gotta wash it off of you. Power washing. Technically, I did get a new ASMR item, but it is downstairs. I got one of those like little garden mister things that like does air out, where it's like for orchids and like small plants. I missed the spot. There you go. So I will be having fun with that tomorrow. But we are doing a general vibe of 3 cards. And I did see that Jazzy Jammy won our next. So numero 12 is Jazzy Jammy. Jazzy Jammy, do please tell me what vibe is your question. You can get specific later, but like money, love, friendship. What's coming next for me in the next 3 years? And what deck you would like. While I am going to shuffle the cards until Cozy says that the spirit has moved them in some way, shape, or form. The ancestors told them that's enough. And there will be 3 more raffles after this. I guess what my future is looking job-wise, the Homestack deck, because why not? I love pain. All right, Cozy says now. So here is our 3. Let us present itself with 1, a 2, 3. Now, Cozy, is there any of these cards that you would like to swap around or flip? You think they're the right card, just in the wrong order? Feel free to tell me now. If not, we will Beyblade let this bitch rip. Also, so sorry to those who were eating earlier. I was drinking. In fact, I will pour myself some more of this delicious tea with monk fruit sugar. See here, I got the sugar disease, and I'm not allowed to drink sweet tea no more. Flip or swap 1. So, flip or swap? I'm going to swap. And then I'm going to flip what becomes 1. So we're going to go with that. Sorry. A little itchy. I had a little itch on my forehead, do it. So let's see what we've got. Door number 1 to the past is King of Wands. So Wands talks about things like passion, usually involving some sort of project or perhaps the kindling of a new spark. So with the King of Wands, it's usually talking about the like second most highest into the idea of the creative process. So when the king happens, it also usually means some sort of generally male, but doesn't have to be. But it does mean like an authoritative figure in the creative process or in your life that reminds you of your creative process. So the King of Wands is talking about things like there was something that was overconfident, hyper competitive, or maybe a little too controlling. Like in the past, there may have been something that you were very passionate about, right? Something that you enjoyed, like maybe art or dancing or some sort of creativity process. Something that you had, and maybe somebody in your life got a little too hyper competitive. Or like instead of letting it be a fun hobby or like a fun creative outlet, that it then became like, okay, time to rise and grind, bitch. This is now a competition. If you're not the best, then you're not worth doing it. Let's fucking go. Like one of those people who comes into your life. You need to be somebody who's more cautious and considerate towards the leadership that they have. Like they are being incredibly like bossy, hindering it because it's no longer making it fun. They are essentially bullying the fun out of it. And then we have the next card, which is the Eight of Swords. So swords are intellectual. And the Eight of Swords, as we have found out from last time, was talking about being trapped, feeling like there's no way out, talking about paralysis, fear, and restriction. So currently, right now, because of, the negative feelings over here in the past of feeling like whatever your creative process, was, or whatever your life was like, really, felt stagnant. It felt very trapped because you never really got over somebody else taking the fun out of the creative process, taking the part that you enjoyed, the spark out of it. That it made it kind of like a grind, or they made it too competitive. And so it makes it less enjoyable, changing the experience, that you might be a little bit stuck in that. Now, that's not saying that you can't leave it. The thing about this is it being forward, straight up, is that you are within your able to move forward. You know that you're stuck. You can see that you're stuck, but you can also see the way out. You can cut away the things that aren't necessary and go to new opportunities and new channels for your creative flame. Even if this particular one doesn't work out for you, you can move on to another avenue, maybe a side avenue from it, because your creative outlet and creative process will always and forever be yours. Other people can try and dictate it, change it, try and steal it away from you, but you can always find a different avenue to be able to still have that spark. And you don't want to deny yourself any of those opportunities. And it just takes, leaps of faith and love and goodness and believe in yourself and to see yourself through to the future. And in our future, we have the Knight of Cups. So as we know, the cups are emotional, and the Knight, much like the King, is usually a symbol in your life, usually a person, but it can be a place or a thing, but usually a person. And a Knight's message is a little bit faster than what I would say a page's message. A page is like snail mail. Like, it's a message that you will eventually get over in the course of your life. It's not particularly fast. However, a knight's got a horse, and that's more of an immediate message. It's a little bit faster. And so this one talks about creativity, romance, and imagination. The Knight of Cups talks about things with connection, feeling a little bit more sure of yourself. It's talking about the feeling of romance. It is talking about proposals. It is generally a very outwardly looking good, feeling good situational card. This cup is excitable and romantic. It's full of big ideas and even bigger actions. This card appears in a reading. It indicates that you are bringing your dream to life. It's good news is on the horizon, and that it suggests that it's time to follow up on it. So it indicates new project, new news, strong emotional implications to you, but it's in a positive way. It's talking about being motivated by your emotions and your dreams, and the belief that your power, your creative outlet, is able to push through. It is an unrelenting source of positivity wherever you shall inhabit. So a lot of this seems to be that you feel a little stagnant right now, that you're a little stuck, but that there is a way out. You can make your way out and have a wonderfully fulfilling, creative outlet that makes you feel better in your life and a bit more complete as a person. So, Cozy, I hope you enjoyed your reading today. If not, that's okay. This shit was free. All right. Next is a Penguin. A Penguin is getting homestuck because Penguin wants to hurt himself for the umpteenth time. Penguin, this is going to be 4 shots into your, thigh. Why do you do this to yourself? Please stop. Seek help. Seek therapy. All right. So, with that, we are also going to be doing one more raffle. Because this time it's intended. Okay, that's, fair enough, I guess. I will start shuffling in a minute, but first we need to do another raffle. Boop. You have 1 minute to join in to get a free 3-card raffle. We only have 3 more because we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This will be the 8th, so there will only be 3 more. That will be Jazzy Jammies, the one who gets this one, and 2 more. So you have 45 seconds to join in on the fun, and you too can be emotionally hurt by the Homestuck deck. You too can be shot in the thigh for whatever reason. And I'm gonna sit here and drink some more of my delicious tea. I'm gonna be honest, I left the tea bags in this tea for over 24 hours, so this is some strong shit. Looks like, Fluffy Bumples, it is in fact your lucky day. You have won a reading. So, tell me, what? What question would you like? I'd like to thank my mom. Homestuck has caused me so much mental damage, might as well let it damage my future. Look, man, I've been through when Gamzees were stealing light bulbs out of the convention center elevators. I saw shit smeared on the walls, and by shit I mean gray paint. I saw every Gamzee cosplayer pretending like they were Deadpool 2.0 saying, but that's what my character would do. What can I ask? You can ask anything that you want so long as it's within Twitch TOS. So you can ask about things like monetary, you could ask about your job, you could ask about romance. But if you do ask about romance, I will just wipe out the fucking Homestuck deck. I will let it hurt you, because some of you ask a lot of romance questions, and then some of you are just like, oh, but you know, it could be interpreted as not. No. This is going to be brutal truth. Romance is getting automatic Homestuck. You better be prepared to be shot in the knee. Belcourt. The fucking Omega lol, that's killing me. Well, I just switched to new schedule, so I'm a little curious about your future. Okay, so general vibe for your schedule. And what deck would you like? Narcy, save yourselves! It's too late for me! She shot me in both my knees! Finances.
Okay, money.
Damn, when can I get shot in the kneecap, shot in the ankle, stabbed 36 times, poisoned 5 times, the spine broken by Homestuck? You want a cute anime one? Okay, we can do the cute anime one. Alright. But first, we do in fact an example of getting yourself hurt by the Homestuck deck. Hey, Penguin. You want to give me a more, a less generic and a more specific question as I proceed to... Oh, you're already on it. Fantastic. It's been a rough past month, mentally, physically, emotionally. I'm torn for putting this either as what am I doing wrong or how to move on. Because you know what? At least that partly is what's been going on. Yes, I had that drafted and waited. Well, you know what? Good boy, Pangu. Good Newt. Come here, buddy. You're doing such a good job. Good job being a good little chatter. I appreciate it. I won't stab you today, and by that I mean as in I personally won't stab you. However, these cards did not make such claims. These cards will stab you. They are. Shut the fuck up, Burber's not a good boy. You are a good boy. Who's a good boy? It's you. It's you, and you hate the fact that you got a little excited about being called a good boy, and that you're going, wah, over there in your own little corner of the world. You're just going, you're just honking sadly because now you're flustered and don't know what to do with that. He hates it. He hates it because I speak the truth. Probably missed the earlier statement of me fighting McDonald's employee over onions. Yeah, but you won't fight me over onions. You'll fight me, but not over onions. Also, we all just want to be called good. Like, we all just want somebody in our lives to pat us on the head and call us good boy, good girl, good indeterminate gender. No comment. Yeah, you can't comment because I'm right. McDonald's! God damn it. The brain rot. McDonald's! Alright. So, Penguin, tell me when. And don't make me wait 10 minutes just to be a little shit. A good boy would be nice. Alright. Gather around, everybody. Gather around. Good boy. Good boy. Good girl. Good girl. A good little indeterminate gender. That's right, who's a good indeterminate gender? It's you. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Out there, just fucking one person going, woo! It was a good thing. Alright. Penguin, can you rifle cards a little? If so, rifle cut. If not, then a minute of shuffle, then cut. Okay, minute of shuffle. I am putting a minute on the clock. We now have 60 seconds. I will stop at 9:08. I am in the process of determining my gender. Well, let us know when you figure it out. Honestly, part of me wanted to... I know that Mocha's been in this chat, so part of me wanted to be an asshole and be like, who's a good guinea pig? You don't know how to rifle cards? It's like a bridge shuffle. No, I know how to do it. I just can't do it. As in, I have small hands, and these are big cards. Because I'm aware it is essentially that you put both of the cards like this, and then you pull them up, and then do that. But I have very small hands in comparative cards. I know what it is, I just can't do it. So a minute of shuffle will be what I do. Oh, that's what it's called. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, you can laugh in your long, spindly fingers. It's all the easier to break them with later. I've seen fucking Higurashi. All right. We have this one. We have the past, the future, the external. Just gonna make that, kind of scooch that over a little bit. Conscious, unconscious, personal, hopes and fears, and the outcome, which I'm going to move my drink. Because apparently, up until now, the outcome was tea. It was, in fact, a little ghost tea. Okay. So, Penguin, tell me if there's any of these that you feel are the right card, just in the wrong order. And whether or not you want me to flip or swap or switch, whatever the spirits move you. Look, apparently I am the rotate, subconscious, and switch present and future. Okay, so current, this one, switch with this one, and then conscious, the subconscious is this one, and you want me to rotate. Okay, like that. I don't like the uniformity on the top row. How dare it? All right, so let's let her rip. The first one is the magician. So in the past, definitely the magician is talking about things, especially being right side up, is that it is much like the Hanged Man talks about, like, creativity, infinite, sort of the possibility of infinite. You have all of the things that you need to turn your vision into reality. It's manifestation made like as a card. It is manifestation, it is inspired action, it is believing that you have every tool underneath your belt to be able to succeed and to move forward with how you want your life to be. So, in your past, you were very sure of yourself. As being very intelligent, having, all the, we're 1 in 10 and it already ain't looking good. But you felt very sure of yourself. You thought that you had the plan. You thought you had everything ready for the plan to move forward in your actions. And so now we have the present feeling. The present feeling is Knights of Swords. Home dog, you can't just keep showing up like this. Which is, as we keep talking about it, because he keeps showing up. The Knight of Swords is a message talking about recklessness, scattered energy, impatience. It's talking about a lot of gossip and prying eyes. And it's essentially a feeling of not feeling like enough. It's running forward at full speed, right? It is doing those things, trying to have courage, have the talent, have the ability, but falling short in another form. And it's not your talent. It is not that you aren't capable. It is the fact that your energy is scattered and that you don't have a clear focus. currently right now, you've got a lot of fingers trying to put into a lot of pies, grasping at essentially straws that are flying through your fingers. And there we... Oh, I think these are reversed. Honestly, I think these are reversed. I think this is the problem. Is the not looking before you leap, the just running forward. And I think right now is that you are trying to do the chariot. The chariot is, you know, taking your life into your own hands, taking action. And I feel like these are flipped, and that the problem is that your actions, while trying to grab at everything, you're gaining nothing. You are, in fact, man who chases after two rabbit end up hungry. And that you need to really stop trying to, like, split your focus and your energy and just kind of whole ass one thing and use that so that you can use your talent, use your ability, but do so in a way that, like, slowly, like, don't put too much energy into several things. Kind of narrow it down. Be open to feedback. Be open to knowing that it's going to be kind of a long journey. That nobody blows, you know, just fucking snaps their fingers, blows up overnight, and is an instant success in anything that they do. It takes slow, determined effort and consistency. Showing more people that you have talent and all of your talents time and time again, but doing so in a way that's genuine and that doesn't seem like it's arrogance. So now we've got conscious. Our conscious decision is the Page of Cups. So Page of Cups, right side up, talks about the conscious, which is, you know, very studious, could be a new love, it could be volunteering for something. It is making connections. It is a message for connection. It is conch shell decision. It's a cup. It's a cup. All cups are water. Water generally means emotion and or connection, and it does a lot. And for a Page of Cups, it's a message, a slow message that you kind of learn over the course of the entirety of doing it. Symbolically, the Page of Cups is 4 emotions, can be family, mostly entering the first stages of friendship or, you know, a new project, kind of a sweet daydream like card. You are consciously kind of trying to make connections either with this new idea or with many people for this project or idea. You're kind of like, you're wading in the water and you're reaching your hands out consciously. That is what you are consciously doing. And then we have the 3 of Swords in reverse as the unconscious decision. So as we know, swords are mental energy. Swords are usually very much a, like, take a look back, no nonsense, like, this is what it is. And it seems that the 3 is specifically, is usually meaning something like heartbreak, divorce, depression. Like, the 3 of Swords is usually a very heavy hitting card, especially when it's first and foremost. But this one's in reverse. So instead, it's talking about forgiveness, recovery, healing, relief. So your unconscious decision is that you are healing, that you are trying to forgive yourself for failing that perfect expectation that you had for yourself in the past. Because you're trying to take the reins of your own life. You're trying to make connections with people. You're trying to do your best and trying to kick your feet off with projects. But it's okay. It's okay that bad things happened. It's not necessarily your fault. And you need to be able to forgive yourself for that. You need to be able to recover and heal and try again. And now what we have here is the personal influence, which is the 7 of Cups. So the 6 and 7 are usually following up after a conflict of some sort. 7 is the most emotional. It is talking about overindulgence of imagination. This one is basically talking about, while it is upright, not losing yourself in a daydream. It is talking about warning people from not necessarily dreaming too high, but having your expectations kind of regrounded in the earth, right? That, like, if you continue to keep dreaming in a way that's like so far out of the realm of what you can actually do, there is the possibility that, you know, you never actually arrive at a decision. You just keep doing the same thing with a off forlorn look of someday that'll be me, but you need to actually take sort of the ideas and strategies and stuff that you see other people doing to make their dreams come true, and you need to do that for yourself, because nobody just gets handed something out of nowhere. And it takes, you know, hard work, effort, eyes, luck. Like, it is one of those things where you need to have expectations. Your expectations can't be the moon, but they also don't have to be the ground. And this one is just keep yourself wary of what's real in your life. And then here we have hopes and fears. Oh, look, it's our little friend again of the Pentacles, who is like, hey, if I just keep working hard, if I just keep doing it, eventually it'll happen, right? Like, that is, I believe he is the 8 of Pentacles, yes, where he talks about hard work and being able to sort of dedicating yourself to a single task and working it to the best of your ability. So I would say the idea is this, honestly, this is giving both VTubing and also just kind of like how I know that your job kind of went is that you had a job, you were really good at your job, and then they no longer needed you. And that I feel like this is talking about, you need to decide right now which of these you are going to pursue and what is the most important to you. This is a gorgeous deck, but though, damn, this sweating, this is a loaded reading. It is a little bit. I think this is one that's like deciding what you want to do moving forward, because what I'm seeing here is you need to be like, it's okay that things didn't go your way when you tried to kind of two rabbits. But I think this is very much a decision of which one do you want to work at. I think you need to decide to pick one over the other. And if you are going to go back to that field of work, you know, start putting in as many applications as possible. Start, you know, greasing as many palms as you can. Use every connection that you have been making consciously, being able to use that to your advantage. Or if you're wanting to pursue VTubing, being able to be consistent with your schedule, making sure that you have, you know, tweeting out there, making networking, making connections, doing collabs, doing all the things that I have to do. And doing that. I feel like that is the hopes and the fears, is you're going to have to stick to one thing and you're going to have to figure out which one of these it is. And so we have what the future holds, which is the 5 of Cups, more emotions. As we know that this is in reverse. So it's talking about, because 5s are generally the cards that are meant for like conflict or like there's something wrong. This one in reverse isn't conflict. This one is moving on. It's forgiveness, it's acceptance, it's recovery. In the future, you need to be able to forgive yourself, to accept the things that you can do and accept the things that you can't do, and move on and try and do your best with what you have. It's okay to fail. It's okay to fail. It's okay to change directions. It's okay to even mourn the loss of something if it was something that meant a lot to you. And just kind of move forward with what you can, because carrying the dead weight of what could have been in the back of your mind does no one any good. It does no one any good, much less yourself. And then we've got here the next one, which is temperance, which is the external, which is extremes, disorder, disarray. It might feel like there's a lot of chaos floating around in your world right now, that everything feels very extreme, all or nothing, worst case scenario constantly going in your mind, and all the way down, maybe causing a little bit of decision paralysis, because you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, and you are looking through the lens of what is essentially the worst case scenario constantly. I feel like that is, and your brain is jumbling at 1,000,000 miles a second because you can't stop thinking about it. And then our last one is the Seven of Wands. So wands, as we know, they are passion, they are creativity, and I feel like if you continue to chase two rabbits at this point, if you continue onwards, not really dealing with the decision paralysis, not really dealing with the expectations that you put on yourself versus sort of the daydreaming, you not forgiving yourself and removing the excess of like, look, I tried my best at this, and you know what, it's okay. This does not define me for the rest of my life. It's okay to fuck up. Because the Seven of Wands talks about overwhelming, being defensive, losing courage, and giving up. The Seven of Wands talks about what happens when the war is over and you have won, but it doesn't feel like you did. While it felt nice to revel in those accolades in the Six of Wands, nothing good lasts forever. Eventually, time comes where one must defend what has gained at all cost. However, when it's reversed, the subject may lack the conviction to do so, to stand behind their beliefs or what's for their wants. So this one is very much feeling like if you continue down these two paths and don't really commit to one or the other, you will lose both. If you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. And at this point, I feel like that is what this entire thing is telling you. That it's okay to give up on the original idea of what success looked like. That your original life plan or whatever, it's fine. You can move on to a different idea. You can do something else. And that's okay. You just have to make sure that it's realistic in your eyes about something that you want to do, something that you're able to do, and something that you can focus on. Something that you can work towards and feel good about working towards. So that you don't feel like you're overwhelmed. You don't feel like you're going to be disheartened. That you don't feel like you're going to be heartbroken. And you can accept, win or lose, that you've done your best. Penguin, I'm so sorry about shooting you in the knee once more. I think I broke not just one, I think I shot twice. That man has no kneecaps. Pearl, I need you to look at DMs. Okay, I'm looking. I'm afraid. He's dead. He is dead. You drew yourself very dead. In MS Paint. This is a flat penguin. It's no longer Friday, but that's definitely a flat fuck. Yeah, I drew that during Hopes and Fears. My bad. Look, you said you wanted to tangle with it. It's not my fault. You decided. You picked the answer. All right. Jazzy Jammy, I see that you were there. You know, you're right. I am right. I didn't pick that deck. He did. Man wanted to be shot in the face. Was surprised when it happened. Man over there playing with a double barrel shotgun. Ooh, boy, what does this button do? Boom. All right, Jazzy Jammy, we have vibe, but I don't remember which deck that you wanted to do. And while Jazzy Jammy is okay, the Homestuck deck. Oh God, are you sure? Are you sure, Jazzy Jammy? It did just. Oh boy, here we go again. Okay, I will start just shuffling the cards. You tell me when the spirits take you. You know what? Maybe I might go to. You sure? No. It's time to reload. It's time to reload. Who we shooting again? Look, if it's too mean, I'll read you in a different. I'll read you in a different one at a different time. If it's too mean, Jazzy Jammy, I'll give you a free reading next time. Different one. Spirits are taking me somewhere. It may be to the afterlife, but that's somewhere. God, I'm just gonna have to start getting like a shotgun sound effect every time that I get out these cards. It's immediately just like, you sure about that? Be like, you need to be at least this sure or over to be able to ask for the Homestuck deck. Man is warned about the fact that it will hurt. Is surprised when the hurt happens. Crazy that it's the Homestuck deck doing that. No, man, I'm gonna be honest. This Homestuck deck has been the ones that has been the most. Okay, I can stop shuffling. Okay, cool. I will stop shuffling after I finish this one last cut and swap over. But look, I'm gonna be honest. My Homestuck deck has always been consistently the most accurate, but it's also like the meanest one. Like, it is your incredibly sassy, mean gay friend who will tell you what's up. Like, they will not sugarcoat it. They will be like, honey, those shoes do not go with that purse. You are desperate for a man who would not, in fact, piss on you if you were on fire. Get over it. Reality is a cruel mistress is what they say. Look... The amount of times, who gives a fuck about the opinions of a man with an unwashed ass? I say to you, get over him. You can do better. All right, Jazzy Jammy. We're gonna go with 1, a 2, and a 3. Now, with any of these cards, do you feel the spirits need to move it around or flip, flop, swip, swap? You let me know and I will do so. I was not prepared for the Victorian Pearl.
You should always be prepared. I could be anything.
Who dating a man with an unhygienic booty? Too many women. Let's be so for real. Hi, you know, let's be so for real. Too many women are settling for men with unwashed ass. Flip the last one. Will do. All right, and before we get into this one, I am going to do a raffle. Boop, S, raffle. So that we can get the next one after Fluffy Bumples. So you have 1 minute, 60 seconds. Time to do join. We've got one more spot, I believe, after this. Let's see, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, we got two more. This one and another one. All right. You have 30 seconds to do exclamation point join. Join now. Join now for the chance at free. And if you don't get it for free, you can always try again later.
Remember, this is not the only time that I do tarot card readings. I generally do them about once a week.
I will definitely be doing one next Friday. So not the next day of Friday, I will be doing more. A bidet is gay? No!
It ain't gay to do a bidet. Sometimes you just need to feel clean and refreshed.
All right, Scholar of Games has won. Scholar of Games. If you would like to come up out of hiding and let me know what you would like as your question and what deck you would like it to be used for. That's pretty gay. No. Look, it ain't gay to be clean. All right, we're all supposed to clean ourselves in the shower. That is from top to bottom, including the ass crack. I agree, because if the bidet is gay, call me the homosexual. Look, I have in fact munched on box. That is significantly more gay than water in your butthole. I'm gonna be honest. Rest of the year, dealer's choice. All right. So we've got for Scholar of Games. Scholar of Games. Vibe. Dealer's choice. All right. So, now that we're back for Jazzy Jammy, we're going to start the reading. Our first one is the King of Cups. So this one talks about connection, generally. As we know beforehand, with all cup cards, they're talking about emotions, connections, and the king is sort of the rule maker. And when the king is in reverse, it talks about coldness, manipulation, maybe a bit volatile, that there was someone in your life, a person, or maybe a male person, maybe somebody that you looked up to as a leader or a figure of some sort, and was very cold towards you, very emotionally hot and cold. And that it definitely left a big mark on you. That this person has changed who you are in some way. And now we've got what you are fearing currently, which is a 9 of Pentacles. And the 9 of Pentacles, as we know, Pentacles are some sort of resource. And so this one is talking about you might feel that there is a bit of instability around you. That, you know, somebody might have a little bit of a dependency on you that may not be entirely appreciated. And that maybe people around you are being very overindulgent. That perhaps to cope with the not so great stability, that you are indulging yourself in either, I don't know, an escape of some sort, perhaps smoking a bit of the toke, taking care of yourself in a way that is maybe could be slightly unhealthy. Was that oh honey for him being too long to process Munchbox? Or was that me talking about some people do be medicationing? Some people do in fact have somebody stress them out and codependency to the point that they're like, excuse me, I have to hit this vape or I have to hit this marijuana or else I will crash out. I don't do that because I'm allergic. Bunchbox, but like you're right. Pearl is right. She says facts. This otter do be spitting facts. And then we have, the Two of Swords. So twos are generally associated with a type of decision. And this one is right side up. And with swords, it's definitely talking about like air, intellect, thought process. It is trying to tell you that it's time to make a compromise or it's time to like, this is the decision time. I mean, I ain't taking any medicine. But it's talking about that maybe you need to come to this decision of the chaos that is sort of in your household. If you're catching my drift. If there are things that are in your house that are, that the rules don't make sense and that the person who is supposed to be the, father figure, king of the kingdom, is essentially berating themselves for, refusing to acknowledge the problems that have been happening in their pasts. The refusing to talk about the problems that have happened before while they are currently expending an awful lot of their resources in life to talk about the fact that you're experiencing discomfort in your own home, that you don't feel safe, that it's been emotionally draining in multiple ways, and that you either need to talk with them to form a compromise of, hey, this cannot keep going, I am going to crash out, or you need to make the decision that is best for yourself to walk somewhere else, or to be somewhere else, or to live somewhere else. Also, hello Raiders, my name is Pearl the Otter, I am a Sea Otter, Sea Captain, Sea Tuber, and I am currently right now doing live tarot readings. Some of them you could even get for free, as we have, I believe, two more freebies to give out for today. Locked in immediately into the reading. Yeah, the reading was for Jazzy Jammy, who was talking about like, hey, what's life looking like for me for a little bit, and it was pretty much telling him, hey, your house is fucked up. You need to have the discussion of whether to fix it or just a fucking dip. So some of them are free, as in like we have little raffles for 2 more, but then there's also for those of you who don't want to wait, who don't want to chance it, if your gacha luck is bad in real life, as it is in your games, there is a pay-to-win option for Guarantee List. If you want a 3 card as such as this, $5 donation, or in fact, 1 gift sub. If you want a second or a 5 card reading, you give 5 gift subs, or a $15 donation, and 25 or 5 gift subs for a full spread, which is the most bang for your buck. And that one has 10 cards. 10 cards. Excuse me. 10 cards. 10 cards. Crazy. But anyway, thank you guys so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. As well as thank you, Saint of Burbs, for also raiding. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. My name is Pearl the Otter, Sea Otter, Sea Captain, Sea Tuber. Currently, right now, we are doing live tarot readings. We have 2 more, can you say it, 2 more of them to give out for free. And for those of you who have terrible luck in the gacha, you can pay 1 gift sub, 3 gift subs, or 5 gift subs, and or the equivalency in donations through my Streamlabs in the donation below. All of those will be counted for 3, 5, and 10 card readings. So, but this isn't going to be the only time I do tarot. I generally try and do it about once a week. So if your gacha is kind of bad luck this time, there is always the possibility of next time. Trying to go again at next Friday for Fortune Friday. However, my Friday was spent at IKEA. Pay for cards. What are you, Wizards of the Coast? Nah, man, I'm Konami. Pay me premium. Pay me premium so I can tell you to go fuck yourself. I'm sorry. For those of you who don't know, that's who makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Can I ask for my tarot to be read with Magic the Gathering cards? I don't have my green-black deck anymore, so no. Sounds pretty Wizards of the Coast as well. Yeah, that's true, but at least you'll still be able to play most formats with Wizards of the Coast. Magic the Gathering, even if you can't do, like, regular, you could always do Commander, and that shit's silly. Commander Night with Pearl, yes, please. I have not played... Look, I haven't played since the Dinosaur expansion came out in, like, 2014, 2015. That was the last time that I, like, really, like, got into Magic, and I was doing draft picks at, like, my local area. I would honestly... play again, only because I really like the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering cards that they put out. And any excuse to play Grahatia. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that is my secondary husband. I love him a lot. And the fact that they put him on a Magic the Gathering card, not just one, I believe 2. There's 2 different Grahatia cards. I would play Magic the Gathering for Grahatia. I'm an exclusively Commander girly, so I get it. Yes. Look, I used to do draft pick, and afterwards, I would just craft Commander after that. It was fun. Yeah, it was like the best-selling set ever. It was overpowered as shit. Look, I know a lot of people really liked the Sephiroth cards. Sephiroth card was disgusting. I saw a lot of places. Honestly, I have been a blue-black or a green-black player most of my life. I originally started with, I think somebody was like, here's blue. And I was like, yeah, but I also want big thing, just stomp monster. And so then they were like, okay, we'll help you start with a green deck. So they started me in blue, and then it was blue-green, and then it turned to green, and then it turned green-black. I also did green-white at one time. But green-white is just, green-white is if I decide the game will never end, I will just continue to have more counters and more lifelink, and, you will want the game to end. You will scoop just because you want to go to the bathroom. You don't want to be locked in here with me anymore. But I like blue-black, not blue-black, I like green-black the most, because not only do I get a lot of creatures, but also, I steal a lot of your life, and then I could put them in the graveyard, and then I could bring them back. I'm just cycling creatures. Look at all my little guys. They're ants. Go. I could be in a bottle and make it awkward for both of us. Joke's on you. I'm a trucker's kid. I wouldn't be that weirded out if you did. Now, I would be more worried for everybody else around us, but I'd be like, fuck it, do it. No, you won't. I've peed in public. There is something about the fact that when you are on an 18-wheeler for a large amount of time and there ain't no bathroom for miles, where you're just like, well, I have to learn how to do it and do it quick. That is, I have the weird build of congratulations. There is very little you can do to out-weird me that I ain't seen before. Bitch, my father used to use me as a lot lizard anti-device. Woman would come up to his truck and be like, howdy there, sir. How much you want for a good time? And my dad would pick me up, put my adorable little face next to the window, and it would be like, go gadget child defense. And then that woman would be like, you know what? Never mind. You have a good night there, sir. You treat that little angel well. And then she'd saunter off to the next rig. And look, I used to say it was bonding time with my dad. I'm pretty sure that my dad only had me in that truck so that women would leave him alone. Man could sleep in peace. Just a picture of the otter holding the baby. Look at what I made. I made this. Ow. What is it? No, it's like the meatwad voice of like, look at it, and tell me there's a God. He made me in his own image. Just my dad immediately goes, I made this. Look at it. I made it in my own image. It looks just like me. But Jazzy Jammy, I hope that you enjoyed your reading. That mostly it was about coming to a decision of whether or not that you were gonna stay or should I go. Granted, I don't know what that decision is going to be, but if you did not enjoy the reading, hey, at least that shit was free. Okay. Oh, easy. Go. So next one we have Why is my meatwad voice pretty good? I've unfortunately spent a very long amount of time doing meatwad voice impressions. I also tried to do Cartman and Butters from South Park. I also used to do Stitch and occasionally Elmo. Elmo was always a fun I could hear the Stitch. Look, it was really funny because I for a bit was just like, Elmo can't say that word because Elmo lives on Sesame Street. Elmo can still looking. You're married, but Elmo's still looking. What is it? Do you know how much petrol costs? God, I loved the entire Elmo. Elmo does like arugula, balsamic vinegar, which is a big word for Elmo. New York, baby! I'm just doing stupid voice impressions. They're not like, they're not the best, but they are funny. I still like the, like, arugula, balsamic vinegar, hi, Rocco.
Elmo, and this is Rocco.
Hi, Rocco.
Elmo can't commit crimes because Elmo lives on Sesame Street. 20 minutes? I flew halfway around the world for 20 minutes. Do you know how much petrol costs?
The balsamic vinegar takes me out. I love how sassy Elmo is. Balsamic vinegar, which is a big word for Elmo. I love that line so much. It was a vocal stim for like a while where I was just randomly saying things as Elmo. I really missed it. There was a vocal impressions thing that Amelie and Sayu VTuber and I think also Cottontail VA were all kind of doing at one point. I missed the opportunity to do the funniest shit ever and be like, do the shake voice and then immediately switch to the meat wad of just like, look at him, tell me right now that there is a God. And made me in his own image. Oh man. It was good. It was really good. All right, Fluffy Bumbles. Fluffy Bumbles, I do believe that you have decided upon the Weeb deck. And that your question was more of just like a vibe. We're going off of just vibes. No thoughts, just vibes. Is that correct? Oh my god, I wish I could have submitted something, but hey, at least I made it to the stream. I didn't get to see all the stream, but I did see bits and clips that were shown to me from it. And I know that there was a lot of people who did a lot of like, Jimmy's mom, my name is Carl. And questions more about my future. I made a lot of changes recently in my life, so I'm sort of looking for guidance on what to do next. All right. So, Bod's a put of the dupes. Let's see. Fluffy Bubbles, I'm just going to start shuffling the cards. You tell me when you feel the ancestors pat you on the shoulder and say, that's enough. That'll do, Bumples. That'll do. But no, I really, I liked parts of that stream that I did see from like all the clips and the compilations. It was very funny. I like it when voice actors watch people who are not professional voice actors be fucking little weirdos. Hey guys, let me tell you a cool story. It will take 2 hours. Well, it can't take 2 hours because eventually I will have to go get something to eat. Because I will get a little grumbly in my tumbly. Alright, so let's see what our first one is going to be. 1. A 3. Now, Fluffy Bumples, is there any of these cards that you feel are the right card, just in the wrong order, or just in the wrong orientation, and you need to flip, flop, swip, swap? If not, we can say fuck it, and like Blade Blade, let her rip. DJ, flip the left one. All right, left, flip. Swap middle and the right. Boop. Alrighty, so let's go. Our first card is Death Upside Down. Truck Coon is hitting you immediately, coming for you. Alright, well, it seems like this is confusing because you did say that you had just changed a lot, right? So beforehand, this death always generally talks about like the changing, the rebirth, the ending of one cycle into another one. So how long did it take you to how long did it take you to figure out that you actively needed to change something in your life? That this wasn't a thing that you could deal with anymore, that you were in fact, you know, kind of hemming, humming, hoeing, you know, having a lot of stagnation, being stuck, resisting the idea of change or fearing change. Like how long did you hem, hum, and hoe until actively deciding to take actions into your own hands and changing? Because I feel like this may have been like a long time coming. Because I don't think that when we do finally change like a lot of things about our life, it was a plan for the full year, but I always feared it. So you at least planned it. You put it into motion, but it was just fear nail biting the entire time. All right, and what do we got? The future. The future is judgment. So judgment is much like justice, where it's talking about sort of, this is the truth. This is, the final decision, the wake-up call. The truth is now out there, your final purpose. It's clarity. It's, you now know what you need to do, and you are doing it. Which has already been found out, because you've changed a whole bunch of things in your life, and you are looking for guidance now. So apparently soon, that like life's purpose, or like that guiding light will be happening. Please excuse me, as I did just kick the shit out of my desk. Did in fact bump my toe. That hurt. I'm fine. But that there will be a sign, a guiding light, something in your life will just kind of click, and you'll know what you need to do. And what is the future? The future is the Chariot, which, by the way, look at this art for the Chariot. I really like this, actually. Like the little girl on the boy with the 2 horses. I really like that. Like she's riding his shoulder. So it really looks like the idea is that you've already done the hardest part. Like you are ready and prepared for your life's purpose, for clarity, for the sign, and that in your future you will be able to kind of make it what you want. Because the Chariot is taking your life into your own hands and kind of forcing your will upon the universe. That you are putting yourself first and foremost and doing the best you can. Death, a judgment, and a Chariot. Yeah, this whole thing is... Fluffy Bumbles has already done what most of you needed to do, which was, trim off the excess, kind of have that hard look at yourself and or others, and kind of pick yourself up and remove yourself from a situation that does not serve you and move forward. And then the Chariot is the final act of, now I know what I need to do, and now the work starts again. But this time there's a reward at the end of it. You have the goalpost. So Fluffy Bumbles, I hope that you keep your eyes and ears peeled, looking out and open, so that you can find that sign that you're looking for what you should do for the rest of your days, and then that you have the power to make it happen. You can do it. You are strong. All right, Scholar of Games wanted a vibe, and it was my choice. And with this, I believe that we are going to, let's see, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We will have one more. This is going to be the last of the freebie raffles. You have 60 seconds to try and get in. This is your 60 seconds. We will have another one of these next Friday. There will also be the pay to win mechanic. Remember, all donations go to keeping me alive and allowing me to have food. So, don't forget, you, for the low cost of $5 a month, could in fact feed an otter. Time to lose. Do a hashtag join, or exclamation point join, not hashtag, I'm stupid. Exclamation point join for one last time, and if this week doesn't work, hail, there's still next week. You have 15 more seconds. All right, let's see who is winning. Cyber Goji, 1980. Cyber Goji. All right, Cyber Goji, what is the question that you have, and what is the deck that you would like this to be used with? What? You won. You won a free 3-card reading. What is your question? What do you seek? What is your favorite color? What is the flight speed of a fully laden swallow? I was gonna make that reference. Same brain, same brain. Great minds think alike. Choose thy fate. Ask your question, and to which what of my tarot decks you would like me to read from. We have the spooky tarot deck, which is kind of like, it's kind of like Pink Halloween. My question is love related. Can I go into more detail? You can go into more detail so long as it doesn't violate Twitch TOS. However, I will say that if you do a love reading, sometimes the cards are very brutal. And by sometimes, I mean you will get slapped with the Homestuck deck. This deck likes to be mean. Because sometimes the greatest love is tough love and shit we need to hear. It's just to clarify my concerns where I am making moves towards the future, but I'm concerned about making a decision. And my tarot pours were literally, you are making good moves, but are withholding due to fear. Yes. Essentially, you know what you need to do. Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. What do you mean likes to be mean? That only TikTok's only murder. Look, sometimes people need to hear the tough love. Some of us are really bad at hearing it. Some of us ask the same question 8 times and then get surprised when 7 out of 8 times it tells you no, but you keep asking it the same damn question. It was like, bitch, why didn't you listen to me the last 6 times? And then it gives you like a little like slightly nicer version. You're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick that one. And then it immediately like goes, no, we're going for your jugular now. Someone pulled instantly. I have 2 great loves in my life. One is Avon from the Zenless Zone Zero, and the other is cheeseburgers. What is my future looking like for both? I'm gonna be honest. As somebody who is also Hoyo pilled, though my love is Boot Hill from Honkai Star Rail. That one is probably whether or not that you will get merch to be able to enjoy the loves of your life. 2 is with cheeseburgers, you should still be able to eat them and enjoy them, but do so in moderation. Because man, that shit's high in fat and it will clog your arteries. And that's me not even pulling from the cards. That's me just talking about in real life. So here we go. Scholar of Games. We have yours for Vibe and Dealer's Choice. And I am going to be doing this with the Genshin cards for you. And then for Cyber Goji, we will be doing hers. I see you're a fan of the Mother Wubber also. Yeah, I am one clock-sucking, mother-fudging son of a nice lady. Has me an E6 Boot Hill. He is my man. He was crafted for me in a lab. Look, he said howdy and I said hot damn. I was about to pull me a big and rich and start saving horses and riding cowboys. What's a girl gotta do to get her future told these days? Well, generally, you can throw some money my way or the occasional, every so once in a while, I do a little giveaway. Also, Elle, how nice is it to see you? You've been risen from the dead. Girl, where have you fucking been? Girl, I ain't heard from you in like a year. There were rumors that Elle still existed, but we had heard not of her for so long. The mere whispers. Exploited my whole life for fun a while back. For shits and gigs? Was worth it? For the record, I missed Evelyn on her first batter, so now I'm waiting for her rebutton batter, and I have pity. Hell yeah. I understand having guaranteed pity. Elle, I am glad that your life is probably less exploded now. But you know what? Sometimes we learn. Sometimes that we learn not to explode our lives for shits and gigs. It ain't worth it sometimes. Instead, you should do what I do and, up and move your state from Texas all the way to Seattle, Washington, to escape. That's what I did. Worked out great for me. Alrighty, here we go. A 1, a 2, and a 3. Now, if you want to take any of these cards and tell me in what way you would like them switcherooed, switched, flipped. If not, we will make this like Beyblade and let her rip. Excuse me, I'm going to put the rest of those cards into this little holder or two. Do as I please. Do as I please. All right. Let's see. I feel like I need to flip this one. Yeah, I think that's good. All right. General vibe. Let's see where we go. Empress upside down. So the Empress, as we know, is generally a female type character, usually talking about things like emotion, fertility, good parenting, abundance, creation. They're usually a positive figure in one's life. But when they are upside down, they usually start taking on more of a negative aspect of maybe overbearing or, a creative block. From what seemed like abundance is now frustrating. It's neglectful. It's dependence. It's a slog. Like in terms of, instead of a mother, you now have a mother-in-law. You have something draining in your past. Now, it may have been through creative blocks, it may have been through an actual person, but there is a negativity that has been in your past that is incredibly draining and makes you feel sort of stuck. Sort of a lack of independence, a lack of creativity, and is generally kind of all-encompassing. It's really hard to get away from it. And then what we have now is the Chariot. Once again, the Chariot. The Chariot is the card that talks about taking your will and forcing it on the universe. It is your action card. It is change. It is travel. It is journey. It means putting words into actions. You are ready to change how your life is going. You are ready to step away from whatever is draining you and move forward with your own actions, whatever they may be. And then we have over here Enix Incarnate. Thank you so much for 5 gift subs. We will be putting one more down for the paid to win. Where did my pen go? I love the fact that sometimes I'm fucking blind. But we'll have that written down for you. Enix Incarnate. Now, Enix, if you can just tell me what vibe, general vibe, you would put as like money, love, relationships, life situation, just general vibe of what my next 3 years are going to be like. Feel free to throw that up in the comment section. And also, what deck you would like me to use. And then I will continue on with Squalor of Games reading. So what we have here is Temperance. So Temperance usually talks about things like balance, and, kind of it is what it will be. That sort of thing. It's harmony, patience, moderation, is what it is sort of idea, while in reverse, it talks about, you know, be careful how you change things and how you view things, because sometimes it'll go in the opposite direction when you go a little bit too overt-handedly. Then you have extremes, lots of discord, imbalance, maybe sometimes our little brains do that thing where they catastrophize everything, and instead of working through it and being sort of the kind of person to kind of sit in original discomfort. So say that you're a person who needs to have a conversation with somebody, and instead of having the conversation, right, and sitting in the discomfort and having the conversation and kind of like, all right, here's all of my stuff out on my chest, here's your stuff out on your chest, and let's see if we can work through this. If not, some people are like, I don't want to have a conversation, I don't want to have confrontation. Instead, I'm just gonna give them the good old hit, time to go. Just ghost them completely. And instead of what you expected was you to leave quietly, it causes a whole lot of hubbub in your life, because instead of having a conversation, sitting in a little bit of discomfort and being open and honest with communication, instead you got like crazy exes and shit coming after you. But this looks like you are ready to take your life kind of by the reins. But it seems that the temperance idea is you need to do so gently. That the idea is not immediately just running head first. Like, even though we are looking for action, we are looking for action with purpose. And not just action for the sake of action. We are not looking for change for just because you want it to be over and done with. We might want to be more delicate. We might want to be a little bit more methodical when we do so. Because the idea of kind of out of the frying pan and into the fire is not a great idea. But, Scholar of Games, I hope that this helped in some way, shape, form. If not, hey, at least it was free. And I'm putting back the shiny Genshin cards. I really like these. Look how shiny the art is. Look at that. It's nice. Could have been worse. It definitely could have. I'm looking for a friendship reading. Over the last few years, my friend group has had many fractures and drama. I'm looking for a reading on a friend that moved away, but is still on good terms with. They've just been very busy. Can I have the spooky deck? Yes, you can have the spooky deck. That's not a problem whatsoever. We can do that. But first, we do have Cyber Goji is first ahead of you, and then we will do yours, Enix. Friendship. And then after that, last one will be spooky deck. Do I like cheeseburger? Oh, I have to do the Southern Dairy accent. All right. Now, if I remember, you did say a little something about you wanted to know how your gotcha pulls were gonna go with your Evelyn from Zenless Zone Zero, and also your love of cheeseburgers. Now, I am gonna ask you which deck that you would like. Now, we got anime, we got Genshin. So if you are in fact Hoyo pilled, we got shiny Genshin and regular Genshin. If you want to go ahead and spend your idea on here's your 4-star version. As you saw previously in the other reading, here is your 5-star version. This one's shiny. Most of your points were gone in seconds. It happens occasionally, but these are 2 of your choices. We also have Homestuck if you just decided that you wanted to get stabbed emotionally, which, funnily enough, I am concerned for some of y'all, because why are y'all actively asking to be shot in the knees? That's my question. Because, like, it wasn't even some of you were like, oh, yeah, I'd like a love reading, and sometimes we need tough love. No, I know that Penguin and a couple other people were like, hit me with your best shot, I want to cry. And I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? If you need to cry, there's therapy. Granted, this is cheaper. Masochists. A lot of us. Not all of you, but at least enough that I'm concerned. All right, Cybergoji. Now you tell me when you're ready. When the ancestors tap you on the shoulder and say, "That'll do. She done." And you let me know. And then I will do your reading for you. To see what your pulls are going to be like. And also your love of cheeseburgers. And also, how do I feel about cheeseburgers? I like a cheeseburger, by the way. I am from Texas. I am from beef and cattle country. So I personally like a good bison burger over a regular cheeseburger, just because it's a lot fattier and it's a lot more flavor. I like mine with pepper jack cheese, and I like it with hatch chilies or jalapenos. Either one of those is good, and I like it with a little bit of sweet but also spicy barbecue sauce on a thick bun, not a brioche bun. Even though it's soft and pillowy, I want something that's going to be able to hold up all that mess without disintegrating. However, unfortunately, because I have been diagnosed with a couple of health issues, I am not able to eat as many cheeseburgers as I would like. So I've been opting for salmon burger, salmon burger with like teriyaki sauce and a pineapple ring. Never had a bison burger. Do I need to try it? It's fucking delicious. It is probably, as I would put, my favorite food ever to exist on this planet. There is something about a good bison burger. It's very juicy, slightly gamey, excellent with barbecue sauce, and it holds up to the spice. That is the part that I think I like about it the most, is the texture, and that it holds up to the spices that you put in with the meat. Where sometimes, let's be honest, sometimes you can overspice a burger and it just tastes like the spices and no longer tastes like the meat. Okay, you are ready? The spirits have moved you? Alright, let's see what we got here. Let her rip. Now you let me know if there's any of these that need to be flipped upside down, spun around, or otherwise. If not, we can just let it rip. Hoo-wee. Sweating like a sinner in church. Look, I'm gonna tell you guys, I have pretty decent ventilation, but it's still getting hotter than hell up here. Spin the middle. All right, we spinning it. Whoop. There you go. And let it rip. All right, our first one is Judgment. Now, Judgment is very much like Justice, but Judgment isn't blind. Judgment is what happens. This is you have been awoken in some way, that you have found clarity. In the past, you found what your life's purpose was. What was the thing that you cared about the most? It was the most important decision that you ever made in your life. It was the checks and balances of everything that had come before, and you were prepared. You had seen what it was, what you wanted. You saw her. She was on that banner. You fell in love instantly, but you missed it. For every reason, you missed it. But you knew. You saw her. It was longing. It awoken in you like a fervent obsession. You needed to have her. You needed that merch. You needed it. And currently right now, we have the moon. The moon in reverse. So the moon usually means the unseeing. It means trusting. It means illusion. It means mystery. At least when it's right side up. Otherwise, it talks about fear, instability, deception, and confusion. I think right now, the moon is essentially, even though you have a guarantee, you know You know that you can have her. You know all you gotta do is wait. All you gotta do is just wait. But how long will waiting be? Will there be another character that comes up that's really good with her that you need for her? Do you spend the guarantee? Do you do it to get like a really good side character that make her even better? Or do you wait? Do you hang on to that guarantee until her banner comes? Do you know when the banner's coming? It's very uncertain currently of whether or not that you are just ready to rip it immediately, or if perhaps you should save a little bit longer and pass by something that would make her really shine. And then we have the lovers reunited, and it's right side up. So the lovers doesn't always talk about romantic, but it does talk about love. It talks about different kinds of love. It talks about partnership. It talks about a choice. It talks about connection. Nah, I already have her best partner. All right. Well then, now you're just wondering when she will be reunited into your arms. But either way, it looks like you got her. You will have her. You just gotta wait. You gotta wait through the uncertainty. You gotta wait till that banner comes up. Hold on to that guarantee. Don't know how long it's gonna be, but you'll be reunited and it feels so good. So there you go, CyberGoji. Hope you enjoyed that reading. If you didn't, it's okay. That shit was free. All right. And last, but certainly not least, we have Enix Incarnate. My brain is becoming soup. This is what happens when I am left for too long. Jesus, it has been almost 6.5 hours. Jesus Christ, we have been going on really long. Well, I'm proud of myself, honestly, about the fact that at least two out of my 3 streams so far have been solidly long. Like, I still have streamer stamina, and it's been like a year since I've really done anything. So, fantastic. All right. So our last one is Enix Incarnate, who wanted a friendship and is using the spooky deck. Enix, appear before me. I have the spooky cards. Now, Enix, if you will do me a great service and appear in front of the class and tell me when you feel the spirits move you so that I may stop shuffling. Until then, I will keep shuffling and yapping because I have no thoughts, head empty. I will ruminate upon your question of whether or not how your friend is. The one that you're not exactly on bad terms with, but there's been a lot of shit lately, and you need to vibe check your friend. Are we still good? Are we still friends? Anything I could do for you? I will ruminate upon that. Also, thank you, Excalibur, for my lovely thing of Ati Wati. Thank you for the ghost tea with the most tea. I placed it over there. I can stop. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do one last cut. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. And because this one was a big one, 4, 5, 6. Excuse me, I have to move my ghost. 7, 8, 9, and a 10th card. All right, so you can't see 2 of them right now because they are a little obscured. But don't worry. If you feel in your spirits that any of these 10 cards need to be moved, swipped, flipped, and or let her ripped, let me know. I will move them as the spirits say. Whew. Can you switch the 2 stacked ones? All right, flip these. All right, they're switched. Let's go. All right, so our first card is a 9 of spiders. So I'll have to figure out exactly which of the spiders is what. Because it'll tell me which in this book is the pentacles, which one's the cups, which one's the swords, and which one is the wands. The wands are bones, the swords are skulls, and I think these are pentacles. So it is a 9 of pentacles. All right, so the 9 of pentacles is... we have a lot of resources. For some of you, I will keep saying a lot of similar shit over and over and over again, because the suit is a big part. Because cups are emotion, cups are water, emotion floweth over. Wands are passion, they are an action, they are something that is a creativity or an extension of yourself. Then you have swords, which is intellect or clarity, i.e. cutting through everything else and leaving only the truth bare. And then we have pentacles, which are a resource. It is something you use, or you can trade, or you can change. So when it comes to the 9 of pentacles, with its upside, which, by the way, look at how cute these are. Look at the little spiders, like little 9 of spiders. It's so cute. The 9 of pentacles is talking about, paradise, essentially. It's talking about, like, when you grow up in a good foundation, like, there is the possibility for success. There is, treating yourself well, that, you became ahead of the game and you were trying to sort of live in the moment of comfort. Like, this very much sounds like somebody grew up well in an environment that was not a detriment to them. That they had the ability to grow up slow, make mistakes, and, had the best foot forward for them. And then what we have here is how you are feeling now, which is the 3 of... I believe that was the bones, was the wands. Yes, bones is wands. So 3 of wands talks about creativity. How are you feeling right now, especially in like, it seems like it's a setback, delay, frustration, or limitation. Like, when you come from a like, your spawn point, right, is good. You have good bones, good structure. Like, you have people who are trying to set you up for success. And when you kind of fail to meet that in your own mind, not maybe necessarily theirs, but in your own mind, you're like, I could do more. I could be more. I could be farther in life than it is right now. Why aren't I farther in life than it is right now? I'm X amount of years old. My life is basically almost over. Like, those feelings of frustration, setbacks, being delayed, like you feel like you're not making enough progress in life to be further, to be better than what you are already. And the problem is the is that candy, or is that 2 of wands? That may be a 2 of wands. It doesn't really look like... What is candy? Let's see... Those are skulls. All right, guys, I'm gonna be honest. This looks like candy. Let's see what the candy is. Let's see, because that does not look like something that I have seen before. Looks like rock candy. Yeah, it does look like candy to me, which is confusing because I don't see a candy over here. I see eyeballs as the pentacles and potions as the cups on here. Maybe it is wands. Could be. It looked like bones were... Oh no! I think the bones is the... Candy is the wands. Swords is bones. Okay, actually, you know what? This one's wand. This one's sword, apparently. They looked very similar. So, my apologies. Some of these are hard to figure out. So the Three of Swords instead. So the Three of Swords is cutting through. So that one is healing, recovery, forgiveness, and relief. Because the Three of Swords is talking about generally like betrayal. It's talking about like the worst case scenario, betrayal, heartbreak, depression, hard truth, loss. It is the card nobody wants right side up. So, never mind. So, what it looks like is beforehand that you grew up really, really well in like a good spawn point for you to start off in life. And that right now you are recovering for yourself, forgiving yourself for something. I don't know, maybe not meeting expectations, maybe feeling like that you should be a little bit farther along in life. But it is a healing, recovery, forgiveness. You are being kind to yourself right now. And then we have the Two of Wands as the problem. And the Two of Wands is usually talking about a choice. It's usually having to do one or the other. Two of Wands, especially when it's upside down, is indecision, fear of change, or detachment. It is decision paralysis, the card. You have a decision to make about something that you want, a change in your life, maybe major, maybe minor, but that there is a decision and you are heming and humming and hoeing and trying your best to sit there and avoid making the decision because you don't know which way. There's a lot of fear in making that decision and removing yourself from the status quo as you know it right now. Because if we change is scary. Change is scary. It's necessary, but it's scary. And let's look at the conscious decision. The conscious decision is the Knight card. So number 18, I believe that's in the Major Arcana. And that one is basically talking about having a crisis of some sort. That it's blurring your vision. You are consciously sort of, instead of just looking out there with purpose, it's just kind of sitting there. You feel like you're losing yourself. You're not really putting your best foot forward anymore. The idea of making a decision seems like there is blocks everywhere. That you can't really see the other side. You can't see it working out. Like you need to make the decision, but the decision seems like you will lose no matter what. And inquiring within, in your heart, you know what you want to do. You know what you want to do, but in your brain where you're like, okay, but like, what's the worst case scenario over here? You're not seeing a winning hand. You're not consciously looking for the best foot forward or the guiding light or anything. All you are seeing is, oh no, this will be bad. This will be awful. Something else will happen. This is catastrophizing in the worst way. So you're consciously just thinking of all the worst parts. And then we have the King of Pentacles. King of Pentacles is usually a leader talking about some sort of like a reliable person, somebody who is solid, practical, wise. So your conscious decisions is that you are looking everywhere and you can't find a good, like, this is good for me. This is good for everybody involved. But unconsciously, you know that you are a practical person, that you are a wise person, that you do have the necessary ability, that you can be your own leader. You don't have to do what everybody else wants you to. You can make this decision and move on with your life. And I think subconsciously you are kind of making those steps, just not making them in a way that feels like it's your choice. It's more of like, oh, you just kind of bumbled into it. You just kind of like, oh, well, I mean, I guess we'll do this because, I mean, why not? I guess we'll do this because it just makes sense. You are choosing to do these things. You are choosing to move on and try and move forward, and you are doing so subconsciously. So now let's look at the boop. That is the Six of Pentacles. And this is going to be your influence. And then it's your hopes and fears, and then your external influence, and the future, and the obstacle. So right now we're at the Six of Pentacles. And so the Six of cards usually always talks about kind of after the conflict. They're usually the victory cards. Because Five is always conflict. Five is always that something happened somewhere. Either, emotionally, physically, financially, fucking intellectually, something happened. And then Six is the card that's talking about, like, what happens after the conflict, what happens as the victory. So the Six of Pentacles, especially when it is right side up, talks about having a necessary transition. It's talking about moving, it's talking about relocating, kind of making your own choices and having your own space. The Six of Pentacles talks about being, fortunate and receiving generosity in such a way. It is talking about accepting help and moving forward. It's usually good to talk about reaching out to somebody who cares about you and, is one of those people that it's like not part of the situation. Somebody who's impartial. Somebody who like cares about you but isn't a part of the situation for help and guidance to be able to sort of move, relocate, move somewhere. Either in your mental space where it changes your mind or changes your perspective, or in the physical sense of helping you move locations. And then we have hopes and fears, which are right here, which is the Two of Pentacles. We have an awful lot of pentacles. And with the Two of Pentacles, two is always usually like a decision card of some sort. It is usually, hey, do you want choice A or do you want choice B? And so when it is the Two of Pentacles, it's talking about feeling that there's an imbalance, that there is financial stress, that there is disorder, that you are overwhelmed. Maybe that your fear is, if you do move forward with your life, say, I don't know, that you should live on your own or just like live with a roommate or something, that there is the fear, right? That, oh no, this is financial stress. What if we go broke? What if we go homeless? What if something bad happens? Like, what if these things that are real, that could happen to any of us happen, in your brain? Your hope is that you will be able to, at best, you might be a little overwhelmed. That this is going to be a big move. There's going to be a lot of stuff. Everything's going to change and you're going to be a little bit overwhelmed. Worst case scenario to you is, oh no, financial stress. Oh no, what are we going to do if something bad happens? What if chaos descends if I do this? And there's always going to be that like paralyzing fear aspect. And anytime that we make big changes in our lives, If we do something like fucking move across the country, hey, I did it. It is incredibly crazy. And it takes a lot of communication, a lot of support to be able to do things like that. Because you don't want to be stuck with your own thoughts, constantly catastrophizing every little thing in the back of your mind for God knows who long. God knows how long, not who long. I don't know who long. And then we have the Seven of Pentacles for the future. There's an awful lot of pentacles coming up. There's just an awful lot of resources moving around. I'm starting to feel like this is like one of those management games. So the Seven of Pentacles is upside down. And when the Seven of Pentacles is upside down, it's usually talking about impatience or a lack of reward or what somebody could consider wasted effort. A lot of this is, it seems like the idea of heming and hoeing and humming, the idea of not deciding like soon what you want will leave you feeling like you wasted a lot of effort, like you wasted years or you wasted time, or you know that the reward of staying safe wasn't worth it because you're still unhappy. And sometimes doing nothing is a decision, but that's the decision that you regret, because decision paralysis is real. But we need to be able to go to other people to kind of help us figure out our own thoughts and feelings about stuff. I use a lot of like sound. I will say that I use my friends as like a board. I will just start speaking to them about like how I feel, how I think, or whatever, and then they say something back to me and I'm like, yeah, you know what? That is a good idea. I am smart. I should do that. And those, getting somebody else's like to repeat my thoughts back to me, maybe, you know, but with their like caveat of if they agree or disagree or not. But, you know, to talk to somebody to figure it out exactly what it is that you do want and know that you can make those decisions based off like your heart as well as your head. And then we have the Page of Pentacles. Jesus Christ, so many pentacles. But a page is a message. Generally, it's a slow-moving message, but a message nonetheless. The Page of Pentacles is usually an ambitious person. Energy coming into your life. They have deep curiosity and usually a childlike attitude. They try to help with hard work and provide both emotional and material energy. And it implies that you have good standing to manifest the wealth. This person helps you. That there is a Page of Pentacles, there is a message that, hey, you know what? You should move forward. You should make this decision. You do have support for your emotional well-being, for material well-being, and you will be able to make it through. And this is the last card, which is the Knight of Cups. And the Knight of Cups is talking about, because it is a cup card, it talks about emotion, it talks about connection, it talks about, you know, what happens when you have finally decided to kick your butt into gear. And the Knight of Cups is kind of more of a quicker message. Like a page is like a slow moving message. Like imagine snail mail, like, telegram here for you. But like the Knight message is the one that's like, I am rapidly approaching your fucking location. And the Knight of Cups talks about being, you know, that it represents a hardworking person in your life. That it talks about, you know, being in the mid to mild stages of their career, in a creative work, that they are passionately expressive about what goes on in their hearts, and that they, you know, may be a little bit gloomy sometimes, but that they feel their emotions fully. It represents energy that is artistic design. It talks about doing these things in a way not to seek validation anywhere but internal. So your outcome is if you decide that your decision, your life-altering decision to move forward and it seems like be a part of something maybe a little bit bigger than yourself, the answer is to do so, and that your artistic endeavors will flourish, and that creativity will spawn from leaving the nest. Enix, I don't know if this resonated with you in any real way, shape, or form, but if not, thank you so much for the gift subs. This one was not free, so I at least hope that the 10 cards I pulled were worth your time. And with that, it is 10:49. We have been going for almost 7 hours. So I think it is about time for Pearly to start thinking about who we're going to raid, because it is time for me to be. I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little tired. We have done a lot of stuff, and I just want to make sure that all is well in for everybody else. Let's see. So let's whoop, transition to the just chatting. All right. No more tarot. Only just chat. I can type. All right. So I'm just gonna go over a little bit for everybody else who was asking earlier about the ASMR. Tomorrow is going to be ASMR. I'm gonna start pretty late. I think at 10 o'clock CST or Central Time Zone. For those of you who want to do time convergence. It is not going to have any redeems on. So all of the ASMR you are going to get is going to be me kissing the mic to make up for all of the subs that have been gifted over the last year for people who have maintained their subs as a thank you. It will be a full smoochy stream. The ASMR that you will be getting is smoochies, maybe some ear rubbies, just whatever the fuck I decide in that moment. But it will be a lot of kisses. I've tiled it Kissamageddon. Kissamageddon 2, the kissening. And that is what's going to be for tomorrow. And I will also be on Mocha Magica's birthday stream on Monday. So look forward to tomorrow not only having my updated schedule, either on the Discord or on Twitter or on Blue Sky. I will have it pinned on all three, which you can see down below. And other than that, I really hope that you guys have a really nice night, and I will find somebody to raid and we will ship you guys out. Let's see, there is so many people doing shit right now. It is bumping on a Saturday night. So let's see what I got. Okay. You know what? I wanna raid somebody. I haven't raided them before, but I think that they're neat. So I'm going to raid Kumo, who is cute, small spider girl. Definitely very spooky. So we are going to raid Kumo. Raid Kumo. I'm hoping that I spelt this right because, God, sometimes my dyslexia is real bad. The answer is no, I didn't spell it right. I'm fucking stupid. I am going to just copy and paste because I can't fucking read. All right, let's see if this worked. buried Kumo. Kumo is right now doing desk reviews and just chatting. Very cute, very schmall. Do please send her all of my love. And we are going to do Pearlio salutes and the fortune. The reading shot me in the knees. 6 men dead. Ah! Too many Pearlios. Boop. There we go. But I have been your Sea Otter, Sea Captain, Sea Tuber, and I will see you again tomorrow.
Bye-bye! Bye!
Yes, I know that shot is in fact misspelled. No, I don't care. I think it makes it funnier.
Goodbye!